because the way you were holding it, your hand was in the way of almost all of it.
This, if you can see,
You know, you forget which camera is active all the time. Yeah, now stand up a bit because
okay,
you're at the very bottom of the frame. Yeah, now move your hand to the end of it so I can see how it's attached.
it goes through my chest.
Does it?
Yeah, go,
So where is it like connected?
it
Like
goes
like what?
it goes into the superior vena cava,
Yeah,
right
that's not helpful.
right above the heart. It goes into the main vein that empties into the heart.
I see.
So yeah, it's bumping against the ticker.
What does it feel like if you nudge it the wrong way?
It hurts. They cut through the muscle in the chest, and they were tugging and pulling and stuff like that, and it still hurts like hell.
Hmm.
They say it'll get better in a week or so. We'll see what happens. And this is
I
not.
take it that's permanent.
No, it's not.
Okay.
This will come out when I decide what kind of permanent dialysis I want. There are two types. There's one where you get a spigot that goes through your belly, and you
Hmm.
fill the body cavity with basically saline solution, and osmotically it takes all the garbage out. And then the other one is the hemodialysis, the one everybody thinks of when they think of dialysis. You're sitting in the chair and the machine is going and that sort of thing.
Hmm.
With that one, they have to connect an artery and a vein in the upper arm to make a good bed for the needle. Because I guess it's a big honking needle. It's like a piece of lead pipe. Definitely not the ultra fine insulin needles or anything like that.
Hmm.
And each of the ways has pros and cons. So I guess I'm going to have to talk to somebody at the dialysis place, and I've got a couple weeks to make a decision. So
Hmm. Well, okay, fun.
I like the convenience of the one that goes through the belly, but they say that the hemodialysis, the one that we everybody thinks of, that one has a better outcome.
Well, knowing you, you don't care about outcome. You just don't want to sit in the chair. Am I
Yeah.
right?
Well, I'd rather not. I mean, if there's a
Yeah, that wasn't my question. My question was more a matter of your decision making process. Like, it's not a matter of I'd rather not. It's more a matter of I'm going to decide on this basis versus that basis. And I suspect not sitting in the chair is going to drive your decision quite a lot, rather than just being a preference.
it's going to help. It's going to help a whole lot. Yes, it is. Because if I can get up and walk around the house, which I would be able to do with the one that goes through the belly, that's a point in its favor.
Well, I guess my question, though, has to be how much walking around are you going to be doing?
That's another question. I don't really know how much walking around I'll do, and if I won't do very much anyway, then maybe sitting in a chair won't be a bad thing.
Maybe.
And I'm trying to remember. I think it was Karis who suggested. I don't know if they let me, but if they did let me, do live streams from the dialysis chair.
I don't know how they could stop you.
Well, I mean, I'm not the only one in the room.
Still don't know how they could stop you.
And they could say, Clarion, turn that off or we'll ram it up your arse.
And you could tell them, how could you? It would be up there already, but yours. Yeah, it'd be up your ass already if you try. So go ahead, make my day.
Oh
You know,
my word.
What?
I screwed up. Yeah, it's already later than I thought it was going to be.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, and oh, look at that. It looks like we're on. It looks like we're live for some reason. That's not right.
I guess so.
That can't be
Makes me
right.
wonder what we said that people shouldn't have heard.
Yeah, I don't know. They'll
Well,
tell.
you know what I bet happened? I bet when you were fiddling around with your headset, you jammed on the go button.
That could be. That could be. So sorry about the way we started up over here, kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, Red says I can do it while I'm scheduling emails and everything else. It might not be that bad. No, it might not be. It might be.
Plus, I mean,
It might be
it's not like you're
tolerable.
going to be violating anyone else's privacy. I mean, the camera's going to be pointed in one direction, and it's probably going to be you wall. So,
Hmm.
I mean, unless other people are going to be like, stop talking so much, at which point you can probably tell them to fuck off. Well, no, seriously. If people are going to be like, you're talking too much, you're going to be like, what do you expect me to do? I'm sitting in this chair for ages. Like, you expect me to just be bored the whole time? Fuck off. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the thing. You spend half a day in that chair. I mean, literally 4 hours. And I already made a post
Wait
that
a minute. On what planet is four half of a day?
was half of an 8 hour workday.
Well, okay, but that's not a day. I don't know. I mean, one of the things I've been absorbing a lot lately has been news. And one of the things that keeps coming up is how much we define ourselves by our work. And
Yeah, yeah.
now that the pandemic has happened and people are realizing that maybe work isn't quite being handled the way it ought in this country, the whole idea of the day being the work day is something that I kind of bristle against.
Okay, yeah. I could understand that. Um, what do we have here? Oh, so this started at the point I was showing off the catheter, so everybody got to see that, huh? Okay. So now
Mm,
you know what I'm dealing with over here with the thing.
yeah.
I mean, it's less intrusive than I would have expected something like this to be. I can't
Really?
I can't feel it in here. The only thing
Mm.
I can feel is when the stitches tug on the skin. It hurts. But as long as that's okay, everything's okay.
I'd always be worried about like accidentally catching it on something and having it get just yanked.
I've felt that happen a couple times, and it does hurt. Um,
Well, I'd be more worried about damaging it. Like hurt I can deal with. But oops, you just ripped open that superior vaso thingy or whatever it is vein. And now you're bleeding internally and there's nothing you could have done about it except avoid that little knobby bit on the door frame that it got caught on.
yeah, I don't.
That's where I'd be worried.
I don't know how much stress it takes to do damage internally. I don't, and it's. I don't feel like finding out.
Hmm.
Obviously.
Yeah. Well, what can you do, I guess? I mean, other than be careful.
Wait a minute. I'm not at full screen. Um. Okay. Let me.
Hold on. Let me look and see what the hell that
Image into.
means. Looks right to me. Don't fiddle with it. It looks fine. It really does. I mean, granted, I'm much larger than you are on the screen at the moment,
Mm-hmm.
as near as I can tell. But I suspect if you go fiddling with it, we're gonna have like sound loss and all the other crap that usually happens. So just
Yeah.
leave everything the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even if it does mean I'm more prominent.
I'm looking at the YouTube, and it doesn't look like there's anything wrong. So I don't know. Yeah,
Hmm.
we've got Manda here. Hi, honey. How you
Oh,
doing?
hey, how are you? And
Uh,
how's that
oh,
injured child of yours? Did you see about that? Like some skateboarding accident, and he like did something to his arm that I couldn't actually see.
oh
Like it was
yeah,
covered in a
yeah,
gigantic ass bandage.
yeah.
You know,
Oh God, I remember things like that. Teenagers will do things like that, won't they?
not just teenagers. I mean, you remember a couple of years ago when I broke my wrist in three places?
You okay? Well,
It's not just teenagers.
you're the perpetual teenager. You don't want to grow up, so.
Well, growing up is for suckers. Why would anyone do it willingly? It's funny, like someone was mentioning about like we were talking about critical race theory and all of that before, and that picture of like all the people screaming at what's her face as she was going to school integrated for the first time, right?
Oh, Ruby
And
Bridges, yeah.
so, yeah, and someone was saying I find it hard to believe that that's a teenager screaming at her. And I look and yeah, it's like some hatchet-faced ancient-looking harridan who would be like the equivalent of 50 or 60 in today's years, but apparently that was a teenager. And I fell down this rabbit hole of looking at 1950s yearbooks and yeah, people looked ancient back then compared to teenagers even in my generation, much less now.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems like maybe it's because we're better protected with vaccines and our jobs are a bit cushier, but we do seem to be hardier these days.
Yeah.
We last longer, we're younger longer, and I'm not sure the world has adjusted yet to that. Not really.
Yeah, I know. I've noticed it where, and then part of it too is I'm thinking of when I was a kid and I'm looking at somebody who was 64 years old. They looked
Hmm.
old. They
Oh
looked
no.
really old. Now here I am, 64 years old, and well, not quite, but I'm close enough. And I don't think I'm that old, but maybe part of it is because I'm 64.
No, no, because I was watching the Golden Girls the other day, just because I needed something to watch and I was sick and tired of Scrubs. And like the Golden Girls are supposed to be in their like 50s and 60s. They look like 97, all of them. It's crazy pants. They don't look like they're in their 50s.
Okay. I mean, Estelle Getty looks old, but she was made up to look old. But
Well, yeah, I mean, she was supposed to be like 80 or 90 on the show, but she was still like 60 or 70 and she looked like fucking ancient.
mm-hmm. And then, well, B. Arthur always looked old.
Well,
60.
let's see. I'm looking like let's see. Yeah, B. Arthur was 63 when the series began. You look at her, she looks so elderly compared to 63 now.
Yeah. I mean, if I have to say it myself, you're looking at 63 in your monitor. Um, and everybody, it still amazes me. It never ceases to amaze me how everybody thinks I look younger than I am. But,
Oh hell, people don't believe I'm in my 40s.
I mean, these people think I'm, like 50. They think I'm 50, 15 years younger than I am. And it's like, okay, I'll take it. Doesn't get me any dates, but I'll take it.
But I mean like Christopher
again. The OBS dropped when the audio dropped, but I got it back. So um, let me go into the side chat here.
Have you ever considered that you're just fighting a losing battle and you really ought to do this on a proper computer instead of Linux? I mean, I swear, it seems like a lot of your problems are just coming from trying a square peg into a round hole.
Oh my! Well, I'm gonna have to do some research and see what better. See if I can see anything dedicated.
Dedicated?
Yeah, single use. Just if it's not a general purpose computer, if it's a specifically for broadcasting or something like that. If I can make that work.
Or you could just realize that pursuing anything other than Windows is a bad idea right now.
I don't know. I
I
don't.
mean, it really seems like you're resisting as hard as you can to do the mainstream thing, even if it's the thing that works best.
I don't know. It impresses me that the problem. Maybe I'm wrong on this, and if I am, I'll accept it. But it seems to me more of a problem with meat than it is with Linux. In which case, I may still have to change something. I may, unfortunately, have to go to StreamYard, which I really don't want to do. But if that's what I have to do, that's what I have to do. I mean, it worked well enough yesterday,
Well,
when I went on
again,
the
you
air.
seem to be avoiding the thesis of my question, which is what if you're trying really hard to find a way to cling to an operating system when it's just not going to happen?
Well, that's the thing. My question is what if the operating system isn't the problem? What if the problem is something else?
What if it is the operating system, though?
Then I guess I have to do something about it.
There we go! Finally!
Yeah, it's narrowed down the problem. It doesn't help to replace the spigot if it's the pipes that are leaking. One of those.
Yeah, but frankly, in this context, the pipe is Linux. I don't know why you're laughing. I mean it.
I know what I'll do. I'll run BSD.
Okay. If you say so.
I'm not going to do a Mac.
Yeah, well, Macintosh is just like, ugh, why? I mean, honestly, like when the Mac came out, like when the first Macintosh came out, I looked at it and I was like, okay, the mouse has one button and it's in black and white. This is the big print, easy reader version of computers. This is the computer for people who are scared of computers.
Uh huh.
This is the I need my hand held because technology scares me computer.
Yeah, absolutely. In other words, universities.
No, I was thinking more like people who insist they don't know how to use computers because they're elderly rather than people who sit down and actually learn how to fucking use the computer.
Oh, yeah.
Or it's like, well, I don't understand this newfangled stuff. Neither did anybody else till they tried it the first time. But you're using that as an excuse to not try. Ah, good God. Hello. Man, maybe I shouldn't drink as many of these.
Maybe not.
Because that tried to come right back up. Not as vomit, though, as mucus. I don't know why.
Oh, still, that doesn't sound tasty.
Well, I didn't taste it. It was just unpleasant. It was like a belch that was held in by a membrane, is the way it felt.
Hey,
What?
well, tasting a belch doesn't impress
Well,
me
but
as
I didn't
something I
taste
want
it.
to do.
I didn't taste it. I said it felt
or
like
feeling a belch, you know.
it's better than vomit.
And then there's George Carlin. You ever belch and taste a hot dog you had 3 days ago?
No, I have not.
Oh man, I have. That's horrible.
Although it is kind of irritating that my digestive system does seem to be a little slower than it ought to be. It feels like I hold on to things longer than I should.
Well, maybe you have an herbivore's digestive system.
Doubtful.
You're a ruminant.
Doubtful.
Oh my! What the heck is this stool? Cheap.
What?
Stool says, cheap, easy streaming computer.
Dunno.
Well, it's worth looking
Oh,
at. It's a Fisher Price kids toy.
wow. Like old school calculator LCD display it looks like.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, jeez.
Uh,
That's why we love you still.
yeah. I mean, hell, you can stream from a Chromebook if it comes to that. I mean, as long as you got that little webcam nubby at the top of the screen, you can stream whatever the hell you like.
Yeah, we just have to buy a Chromebook first.
They're really cheap.
I mean, I could always use 5 computers. No problem.
Mm, yeah, I think I have more than that. Let's see. No, I have exactly that. I have 5 computers.
Okay.
Unless you count my Kindle, which is really more of a tablet than anything else. I don't know. Do you count that as a computer?
I would. It has a
Then I
central
have
processing
six
unit.
computers.
Yeah.
Then I have 6 computers. Well, but see, that's the thing. I mean, it has a central processing unit. By that definition, my phone is a computer.
Yes,
Um,
yes.
but the thing is that may be technically correct. But if you said I'm carrying a computer in my pocket, people aren't going to realize you mean this.
Yeah, you got a point. You got a point.
And again, communication, far more important than pedantic adherence to facts, I think.
Yeah, she does have a point occasionally.
Yeah.
Now I've got 2 towers and 2 laptops. One of the laptops is a little dicey, but it still kind of works. But that laptop really came in handy at the hospital.
Hmm.
I mean, I did have RJ's book. I did have The Rocks Were There, so I could crack that if I had to. But
Well, you know how you've been resisting getting a Kindle for like a really long time?
yep.
Um, what you gonna do if you finish the book you brought with you? Because with my Kindle, I have my whole library with me constantly.
Okay.
If
Well,
I finish a book, I have another one right there. And if I don't have one that I haven't read yet, I can connect to the internet and buy and download one. Maybe even get one for free in some cases. So I
mm,
don't know why you're resisting the Kindle format so hard just because you want to smell tree pulp.
part of it, um, a lot of my books, I would say about half of them, are simply not available on Kindle. They're that old.
Um, yeah, well, what about the books that are available on Kindle? I mean, are you going to resist getting a Kindle just because certain books aren't available?
Well, in other words, I'm not able to replace my entire library. I mean, I suppose I
So
could get a
replace some of
Kindle.
it. Is this an all or nothing thing with you?
Well,
I mean, there's a lot of books over there I can never get on Kindle unless I pirate them.
Up us, yeah.
But I still have my Kindle and I'm still a big old Kindle advocate.
Well, I haven't bought too many books lately. That's the thing. Even RJ's book, Sloth Girl in Purple, got that one for me for Christmas.
Okay, but that's still avoiding my question,
Yeah.
which
What's
is
your point?
why not get a Kindle for the books that you can get and thus have your library with you, even if it's not all of it? I hate to put it this way, but why are you letting the perfect be the enemy of the good?
I just have to get around to it. That's it. I mean, I'm procrastinating. That's
Well,
what I'm.
stop it. You don't have much time left, apparently, especially if you procrastinate. You will have more time if you don't procrastinate. Ironic, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh my. I may have to watch my cash. I'll find out soon. Because I haven't got the bill yet. Oh, God. I could just imagine. I go to the mailbox. You owe us $43,000. Cash on the barrelhead. 30 days.
Well, Tom, what are you going to do? Take it out of my flesh?
For all I know, they'd try.
Hmm, I'd still say it to them.
I tried that once, and he wasn't listening. I had financial troubles about 30 years ago as well. And I was getting constant phone calls from bill collectors. I'd get like 10 or 12 phone calls in a day. Hey, B. I'm getting there slow but sure. Purple's here looking after me. Oh. Yeah, which charger is that, Red? Which link am I supposed to give you? I forget.
Charger, huh?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what she's talking about.
No idea.
I can't remember my own name. The only reason I remember my name is it's on my passport.
Hmm.
Stool says Purple's stealing my stuff.
Well, didn't we have a conversation about that on Twitter yesterday?
Yep, we sure did.
I seem to remember putting dibs on that weird Hungarian cookware you used to make that chicken pepper cash or whatever the fuck it is.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely.
I don't want it to cook with it. I just want to take it away from you.
Oh, okay. I figured that was going to be what it was. Oh, my
Because I'm
word.
evil, you see. I keep explaining that to people and no one believes me.
I have more cookware than I know what to do with. I just bought a cast iron skillet a little while ago, and I need to actually use it. I bought it to grill steaks.
Yeah. I'm sure there's lots of things to grill with it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, steak is the only thing you can grill.
Oh, sure, absolutely. You can grill a whole bunch of stuff. I wonder, do you do blackened chicken in a iron skillet?
Not really sure how you actually do blackened anything. The way I did it when I used my stovetop grill with that big honkin' slab of beef I bought that time
Mm-hmm.
was I took the tenderizer to it and don't for a moment think that wasn't fun. And then I just sort of like took the spices and just rubbed it all over the meat and jammed it into those little holes made by the spiky bits with the tenderizer, and then cooked it.
And look who's here. Purple
I
says
seem to
hi.
remember. Oh, hey, Purple. I seem to vaguely remember doing like a kind of like not actually a marinade, but I remember using water with the blackening spices to somehow make it more of a, I hesitate to say sauce, but it's da da da. It wasn't exactly a marinade though. I don't know.
I get where you're coming from, and I don't know what to call it either.
I was trying to make spice mud.
Yeah, that's what I've got to do. I've got to do the marinade because I found a pretty nice steak marinade, and I'll have to film that and do it, and then see what I can do with it, and then I don't know, maybe I can do dialysis recipes or some shit like that. It'll be
I don't know. It's probably never going to trend, but I've been hashtagging a lot of my Twitter shit with weird crap I said today, and I was trying to make spice mud is getting that honor. You don't hear that very often, spice mud.
not very often. Let me. Yeah, I saw that. Amanda had put something up about an hour ago. So let's see if we can't. Yeah, there we go. And then I'll send one to Purple and see if we run into what's the word for it? Feedback problems. Shouldn't. Okay, honey, if you want, you can come on and we can see if we can run into feedback problems or not. I'm still waking up. Purple's still waking up. I tried to keep it down, but I guess I woke her up, damn it. Sorry. Oh, my. What have we got going on out there?
I don't know. Wait a minute. How? I don't know who Mass Creation Broadcast is, but how have you not seen me in over a year? Where have you been? I've been around. Hello, Purple.
Hey, honey.
You know,
Let's see if we can do this without feedback. It sounds like oh, we're getting feedback. I can hear it.
and still having the lag too.
Well, we'll see what happens. I have I have a wish list read. I just haven't. What's the word for it? I haven't published it lately. What I'm going to try to do here. Can I move this in? Oh my. There it goes. Okay. Let's see which microphone that is. Is this working? But I can't hear you. Um, let's see if we can fix this. Oh, I see what happened. I see what happened. There, that might be. And I think the feedback is back again, isn't it? Okay, if we can If we can do that, that'll be all right. Are you unable to hear me? I'm hearing. I'm hearing you. N- oh, okay. No sound on. Oh, I see what is. Okay, it screwed this up. Let me take care of this.
Oh, whoever Mass Creation Broadcast is saying, "I'll answer your questions for Theus in probably 2 weeks." Oh, apparently they can only hear you. Oh, this is confusing. But point is that if assuming that MCB here can hear me, it's been quite some time, probably a year now, that I made my channel animation. Like I got a little tired after about 13 years and decided I needed to retire from arguing about religion, at least in my YouTube videos. So you can answer my video, but like don't expect a response or nothing. you know, I'm just saying.
Let's see if this is any better. Okay, you can hear Kate now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but now you sound like you're in an echo chamber.
Okay, it's gotta be
Oh
that
wait, now it's working. Now it's working. Now it's
Okay.
working.
Should we
Yeah, don't touch a thing. Even if we can hear everybody involved and not just the important ones, me. No, I'm kidding. Man, can you imagine if I was
there? Is my sound any better? Yay. I'm gonna try to leave it alone. Oh my. Okay, so welcome aboard, Mass Creation Broadcast. Um, yeah, let's do some about this. There you go. You are now a happy member of the community with a spanner and everything. Okay.
Yeah, but we almost want to do the distractions.
So you're telling me that you cannot hear Kate because that's the way my VU meters are acting.
it's just that they're not reliable. They're not super reliable.
Okay, we're gonna. Oh, this looks better. It looks. Let's see if that works. Um, and then we're going to try to remember what to do here. Um, let's all pretend we can hear Kate. I prefer it this way. Yeah, stool.
hmm Yeah,
Yeah,
Stool's such a nice guy.
isn't he though?
Eh,
Oh my.
you know.
And then betting whatever feedback there is probably goes away if I push my mute button on my mic, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not actually hearing feedback. I don't know where you folks are coming from.
I do. I actually do hear it. Maybe it's a little quieter for you for some reason, but
No, I mean,
oh,
I'm literally hearing none of it at all. I'm wondering what sound sources we're all listening to. Because right now, all of the sound I'm getting is coming out of meat.
Yeah, what we've got over here is I've got me sitting at my desk and my microphone. Purple is on the other side of my desk.
No, missing my question. What actual sound source is coming through your headphones that you are hearing?
Yeah.
Um, that would be meat.
Okay. Well, through Meet, I hear zero feedback, so I don't know what to tell you.
B,
Okay, people in the side chat, are you hearing any feedback on YouTube?
well, B is screaming at me to leave it alone, so that's what I'll do.
Okay. Yeah, Stool's also saying do not fiddle anymore.
Okay. I'm not Nero, okay? Rome is not burning. Oh my.
Okay, and I tweaked my settings a bit here too, so maybe they'll cut down on the feedback that was coming from my computer.
Yeah, we got a double Diana. So yeah, if one of me was great, two of me is even better, right? I can
I'll
just see
just
Kate rolling her eyes.
I'm just gonna keep my big yap shut.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm not functioning yet, so I gotta put my headset down. I gotta go
Okay.
get my
Uh,
tea and find some stuff.
yeah, B says that as long as Purple mutes her mic while not talking, we're golden. So that's good.
Well, actually, I changed things around. Are you getting anything
Oh,
now?
well, then that's my question now. How far physically are you two from each other?
About
About
six
six
feet.
feet. Yeah.
Well, that may be the problem.
Yes, it is.
One of yous is
Yes.
picking up the other with your mic.
Yes.
It's not a feedback problem.
No, it's an
Like none
extra
of you are.
feed.
No, but my point is, none of you are picking up sound that's coming from a computer and feeding that back into your mic. It's just that one of you is speaking and and the other person's mic is picking up their physical voice.
Yes.
That's not
Yes.
that's not feedback. That's something else entirely.
Okay. Yeah, that's a spurious input.
Well, it's just that if you're trying to fix feedback and you're not actually getting feedback, you're attacking a problem that doesn't exist. Is my point.
Mm-hmm. I think we're probably as good as we're gonna get right now. So
Probably.
semantics. Uh,
Yeah. In this day and age, it's probably subpersontics.
hey, Amanda, hi, dear.
Oh, hey. Whoop.
Bye, ladies.
Is that a suggestion for a new name? Sam Antics?
Yes.
Back. There we
Oh,
go.
we do know
Now I can
someone
see.
named Sammy who could totally do that.
Yeah, we got Sam Chaos who could do Sam Antics, right?
There you go. Yeah, I don't know. Anytime some word includes a sound that's vaguely gender-esque, or maybe it starts with a, like atheist, and my brain will turn that into a pun of some sort. Like, an atheist is someone who worships the fawns, an atheist kind of thing.
Your
Um,
your brain would turn a funeral dirge into a pun.
I
yes.
was gonna say you would never stoop so low in comedy as to throw out a pun, Kate. I cannot believe that.
No,
for you.
never, never.
Okay, so
Yes,
you guys
dear.
want to distract me for a minute, and I haven't actually told the whole story from beginning to end, and it's insane. And you get to
Story.
laugh at my stupid child.
Oh
So,
boy. Oh boy.
all right. So, hi B. Saturday night, Friday night, Saturday morning, Angel comes into my room. It's like 3 a.m. He walks in, and I'm like, okay, because it's dark, and he turns on I have the USB lamp, but it's very, because I have no electricity in the room still, but it's very late, and it was on blue at the time. He's like, I'm in need of some medical attention. Actually, he said it like this: "Hey, Mom, I need some medical attention." And I looked at him, and like it was dark. I could see there was some blood, and I wasn't feeling good, and I was sleeping. And I was like, I knew what he did. He had snuck out of the house to go fuck around on his skateboard. So I told him, I was like, well, the stuff that you need is this, this, and this. It's under my sink. I will look at it in the morning and finish cleaning it off. So at like 9, I went to go wake him up, and it is bad. Like, he has a hole in his elbow that's like nearly a half an inch deep and almost the size of a dime. That was the one that needed to be stitched. But that one I didn't see at first. I saw he had this big like road rash on his stomach. He was missing half of the fucking skin on his palm. He had skin like hanging off of his finger. He's just cut all the shit. And I felt really bad. I was like, I should have looked more, but I mean, he should have said this is bad. So I'm like, come in, I'll clean you off. But I hadn't seen the elbow yet because he had actually just taken gauze and like stuck it on there with a Band-Aid on top and left it. So how bad it was. So I took that shit off and I just started laughing. Like I couldn't help it. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, Angel? You have a hole in your arm. He posted a picture of it to his Instagram page that with blood just pouring down, and it looks like a gunshot wound. It, honest to God, looks like a gunshot wound, and said, "Yo, don't play with guns." So yeah, I ended up trying my best to clean him off. I'm like, dude, you need stitches. Like, we're gonna go do that now. But it had been, I thought that you had a 12-hour window to get stitches, but apparently it's 8 now. But Diana had just gone live in the hospital. I was like, well, we could wait a little bit. So I put off getting Angel his stitches. And then they came in, they're like, I don't know, maybe the window, it's 8 hours, not 12. And so Angel almost didn't get stitches because of you, Diana. Thanks. I'm just kidding.
Oh, my pleasure, Angel.
He doesn't need stitches, he just needs super glue.
I didn't know there was time limit on stitches, though.
You couldn't even super glue it together because there's such a big chunk missing. And he wasn't even sure if he really wanted to do it because of how much was missing and because of the time. But he was like, well, it's on because it's like right here. So, it's like
that's how I learned about the super glue. Was after I hit my thumb with the table saw, and in the ER, the doctor used super glue on it because he said there wasn't enough skin left to stitch it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they even have medical super glue as well. Yeah. That works the same.
I didn't know there was a time limit on getting stitches, though. That's weird.
Well,
because it starts to heal on the inside. Yes, Diana, look at your Twitter real quick.
Say again?
Look at your Twitter real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, the edges have to be fresh for it to mend back together. Otherwise, the stitches aren't going to do anything.
Oh, holy hell.
Yeah, you can share it if you want. It's fine. He's already
crazy.
What? Yeah. Wait, what? Is this an internal chat thing? Can I see this somewhere?
No, this is a picture.
I sent it to her.
This is a picture I'm going to show in half a second here.
Oh, so you are going to broadcast it? All right.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure to send it to Kate or Diana, but this is the picture that he sent with the "Don't play with guns" thing.
Can you see it?
Wowzers.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little on the small side, but yeah.
Yeah, the big hole in the middle. It's an actual hole, and it was almost to the fucking bone. I was like, Aunt, how did you not make this more obvious or whatever? And he's just like, meh.
And remind me, what exactly happened again?
He went skateboarding in the middle of the night, which he sometimes he sneaks out when my parents have their RV here because it's right. They can't keep it here because of homeowners association rules, but if they're washing it or whatever, it's here for a couple of days. So he could sneak out because if he went out downstairs, it would set the alarm off. But because of everything that's going on in the house, he tells me usually, and I'm okay as always, he's just walking around in the neighborhood. But he decided Friday night he was going to go skateboarding in the dark at 3 a.m. to Waffle House, by the way. And he just wiped out completely.
Okay. But did something it looks like he landed on a spike of some sort.
Yeah, I don't understand how he lost so much of it too. And so, the part in the elbow, he fell on the grass there because I'd actually had to pull a bunch of pieces of grass out of it. And there was gravel on his side and his hand, but there was grass. So I don't know how he managed to lose that much
But
skin
it
there.
literally
Yeah, I was
looked
going to
like
say that.
one of those iron things went straight through, like he landed
Yeah.
on something. Did he pierce himself?
He said he didn't,
Well, if
but
there was gravel there, it might have acted as an abrasive and
yeah,
taken some
it's
of the
true.
skin off.
But I'd expect to see like big shreds. What I saw looked like something
Yeah,
went
the
through.
rest of his
Yeah.
body was all the shreds, but for some reason, that one spot on his elbow was just this huge hole. So and now he's basically just a mummy because he's all wrapped up. And he makes this joke to me a lot. He tells me not to. He says, stop being crippled, mom. A joke because I'll ask him to get me something like Coke or something when my pain's really bad. So I turned it back on him yesterday. We were at the pharmacy and he couldn't open his water bottle. And I go, God, Angel, just stop being crippled. He got in front of us in line, gave me the dirtiest fucking look. Oh my God, it was so funny.
I was going to say, I bet you got a few looks for that one. Oh, shit.
Well, I mean, I saw that picture you posted on Twitter of him with that sort of just forlorn, kicked puppy look on his face when he couldn't play video games.
It was so funny. Like he seriously forgot about it. And he was so excited because there was an update to his Warzone game or something or other. So he goes and he grabs the remote and he's like, I can't play. It's like, dude, consequences. Just consequences.
Yeah, that's what I
That was
have to do. I hadn't taken my drugs yet. And now I'm going to have to be really good about my drugs because I got on some extra drugs.
Ooh, extra drugs.
Yeah.
Actually, my vape is unfortunately broken, so I'm out of drugs.
Yeah, they put me
Yeah.
on a higher dose of blood pressure reducer, and I think I'm on a hemoglobin promoter also.
Do your drugs have a flavor?
Not mine, no.
Because the like anti-seizure meds that they had been giving me and that I still am supposed to be taking, but which I sort of weaned myself off of during the pandemic, taste like absolute shit. I mean, like licking gravel would be tastier.
Now, the one of the antidepressants I was on years ago smelled and tasted like mint.
Yeah, this is far worse than mint.
I have a nerve medication that I take that it doesn't really taste like a pill going down, but I always have a weird aftertaste afterward. And I hate it because I always taste it like first thing in the morning because I have to take it at night.
Okay, and to be clear, what gravel tastes like is going to vary depending on the geology of your neighborhood.
Yes.
It would still taste better than these pills, regardless. It could be one of those country lane roads that's all dirt and full of mud puddles that are also half cow shit, and it would still taste better than these pills. I'm telling you. I mean, I cannot possibly impress upon people how badly these pills taste.
Oh my, the joys of medication.
Mm-hmm.
Like, could you not give these to me in gel cap form? Gel caps taste like nothing.
Yeah, and a lot easier to go down too.
With or without that spoonful of sugar.
Mm-hmm.
Is she still around?
What, Julie Andrews?
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay.
I think so, yeah.
She's like 112, but she's still around.
Yeah.
Well,
She
she's
looks
younger
good,
than Betty White.
Yes, but Betty
Dirt
White's a
is
Highlander.
younger than.
Okay, she's 85 and she's still around. So let's see. She was born in 1935, so 20, maybe 30 years before Diana.
Yep. Well, let's see. She was born in 35. I was born in 57.
Well, yeah, but 1857.
Right.
Okay.
That makes you 5 years older than me.
Honestly, for 85, she's looking damn good.
Oh yeah.
I tell you should have seen Aaron Ross' face
What do you mean?
when Purple and I were in Kentucky.
Oh, that.
Yeah,
Yes.
and then you're older than I am. He's like, yeah.
When
it
I
was like,
met Aaron and was like, not in person and on a bad computer. And he found out I had a 17-year-old, or I think he was 16 at the time. He was like, "Were you 8 when you had him?" That was very nice. So maybe he's just not good at measuring people's
Yeah, because
ages.
he thought I was 5 years younger than he is, but I'm 5 years older.
Hmm.
No, you look damn good, Diana. You look damn gooder now too. Like again, a
Well,
million times better than you do. So
I
well,
love
thank
making
you.
people guess my age just because they always get it wrong in a flattering direction.
13.
yeah, by about a decade. Jesus, fuck you, Kate.
Everybody seems to
I
think
Seriously,
everybody seems to
I
think
used
that I'm
I
15
was
years
so
younger than I
surprised.
am.
hmm.
Mm. But you also, or
What?
you exercise and eat right and shit. Not all of us can do that.
You think I exercise and eat right? I'm drinking Coca-Cola coffee, and for breakfast I had Cheetos mac and cheese.
How well? Okay,
I
so
can
I would say,
verify.
Yeah, she was there. She saw me eating it on camera.
how is that Coca Cola? Like, I love coffee, I love Coke, but I don't know if
Honestly, it tastes kind of like if Coca-Cola was slightly less carbonated, which honestly is part of its appeal. I find that sodas are too carbonated these days to the point of pain.
Yes.
But I mean, if you
go
like
drink them from the
Coca-Cola and
cans.
you like coffee, it's worth it. But and also it's a lot cheaper than the Red Bull I usually get.
Gee, combine two things I would have never drank in the first place.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I once I was able to medically have caffeine again, I kind of went, if not actually overboard, at least a bit hog wild.
Okay. Yeah.
I would.
I can get that after the doctor told you couldn't have them for years.
Nearly a decade.
Yeah, that's got to be icky.
Oh, I was not happy about that. The sheer amount of just food that had in it the things that I couldn't have, but which I absolutely loved, was crazy. I had to spend nearly a decade not eating Asian food because I couldn't have ginger, for fuck's sake. Ginger!
Sounds like a renal
Wow.
diet, to tell you the absolute truth.
Well, I wouldn't
So
know
you
about
weren't
that.
allowed to eat redheads?
Yeah.
No. Although that was more their idea than the doctor's.
Oh.
The redhead population collectively decided that Kate was definitely not didn't qualify.
Uh
Let's
huh.
just put it that way. I mean, some people play hard to get. I play hard to want.
Shut up, Clarion.
Yes, shut up, Clarion.
Oh my! No, with me it's going to be interesting. I'm just starting to get accustomed to the diet because on a renal diet you can't have anything. Basically, tofu and cardboard, which are the same things anyway. Um, Low protein, low sodium, low potassium, low phosphorus, low fiber. Low everything for fuck's sake. And everybody tells me that nobody they know can hold to a renal diet. They all cheat. So it's a matter of knowing how much to cheat. So,
It's also a matter of finding ways around it. Like,
mm-hmm.
my father has to be on the keto diet because he's diabetic and dumb, even though he drinks a lot. I don't know, whatever. So when I was actually cooking for him, there was a lot of, digging through the internet and stuff for stuff that would taste good to Angel, but people to feed to my father as
Yeah,
well.
okay, fine.
It's
Yeah.
out there. It's
Yeah.
just you got to look for it.
Now, as far as the protein, is it all proteins or is it like more animal proteins? Are plant proteins easier?
As far as I understand it, it's all protein because the whole point of the kidneys is to dispose of excess nitrogen. And proteins are made of amino acids, and the major constituent of an amino acid is nitrogen. It's in the name, amino.
Yeah, I just didn't know if plant proteins broke down differently.
No, not really, as far as I understand it. I'm going to find out more. On Tuesday, I go to the dialysis center for the first time, and I guess that they're telling me that when I go there, the first thing I'm going to do in the chair is talk to the dietitian.
Well, there are a couple of things on this renal diet where I'd be like, yeah, we're going to have to find a way I can still have, say, orange juice.
Yeah, that's one of the things they say you can't have because I forget what's in it. Um, if it's potassium or whatever the fuck it is that.
It's probably the potassium. Yeah, it
And
says the potassium.
and then potatoes, I guess, are loaded with potassium, and I love potatoes.
It's amazing. I'm looking at this list of things you can't have on a renal diet, and it's funny how much of it is stuff I absolutely go to great lengths to avoid.
Oh, okay. So you would do good without kidneys.
Well, no, because there's stuff I do like. For example, avocados. I'd have a hard time giving those up. But like whole wheat bread, yeah, brown rice, bananas, so I'm like, I'm glad that's on the can't eat list. On the other hand, dairy and oranges, would be hard to give up. But hey, pickles, olives, and relish I can do without. Apricots, get them the hell away from me. You know, Swiss chard, spinach, and beet greens. Oh, darn. Dates, raisins, and prunes. Ugh, I hate raisins. Zombie grapes, blah. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff on the can't have list where I'd be like, good riddance.
You know what's the worst when you think it's a chocolate chip cookie and it's not? They're right.
Oh, I know exactly
That
what
so
you mean.
much. That should be a fucking war crime.
Yes.
Did you know there's an actual reason for doing the fork marks on the peanut butter cookies? I always thought it was just to let people know they were peanut butter cookies, but it turns out there's actually a real cooking reason for doing it. I forget what it is. I looked it up once, but it turns out that you actually have to do that. It's not tradition.
I have a feeling it would have have something to do with increasing the surface area over the top of it in order to dissipate more heat and keep the peanut butter itself from burning inside of the cookie. But I could be wrong.
Okay.
Or avoid the whole problem and don't make peanut butter cookies.
Oh,
well, I mean, some people say it's a warning for the folks who are allergic to peanuts and all of that, but I heard there was some actual reason that required cooking.
Allegedly, right here, by putting the fork marks in the cookie dough balls, they're being flattened for more even baking.
Yeah. So I mean, I always thought it was just some weird thing you did that served no function other than saying peanut butter cookie, but it turns out no.
Yeah,
I'm going to run with that it was a warning symbol. So, in one of my novels in the future, that fork mark is going to have evolved into the symbol for hazardous or poisonous.
That would be kind of funny, actually.
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Yeah, we can do that.
I don't know. For some reason, that reminds me of this. There's like a hospital or a medical care facility of some sort in Burlington, Vermont, where on the front of it, they have this gigantic metal red cross. Like not religion cross, actual medical red cross, but it's like a metallic sculpture. And for some reason, it's always stuck in my head, the image of that thing. And looking at the like greedy hash marks of fork marks on a cookie and picturing that being turned into a biohazard sign of some sort brought to mind the perpendicular red cross sculpture.
Mm-hmm.
What is that originally from?
What, the Red Cross?
Yeah.
Not sure.
Specifically red.
Oh, I believe.
Probably blood.
I believe it is the reverse color Swiss flag.
So you're saying that the Swiss want people to have bad health?
Something like that, because the Swiss flag is a white cross on a red field.
Well, I think more than anything, the Red Cross was specifically picked for visibility for ambulances in war zones.
Oh, well, that too.
Because it is a war crime to shoot at an ambulance.
I still suspect that it's red because of blood.
Jeez, perps. Go all logic-y on us and stuff. God.
There you are.
Uh,
Yeah.
Oh my.
Huh. I didn't know this. There are 3 different emblems that indicate the same thing as the Red Cross. I mean, we've already got the Red Cross, but there's also like a crescent moon and a red diamond with a hollowed out bit in the middle. I didn't know
Oh,
that.
I didn't know that.
But they're apparently actually part of the same organization. They're just different aspects of it. But it does say Red Cross has its origins in Switzerland, so that may be part of why it looks vaguely Swiss flaggy.
Mm. That's what I was thinking.
Ah, here we go. History of the emblems. The Red Cross is not to be confused with the St. George's Cross depicted on the flags of England, blah, 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 Barcelona, yeah. In order to avoid this confusion, the protected symbol is sometimes referred to as the Greek Red Cross, now Hellenic Red Cross. That term is also used in the United States to describe the Red Cross. The Red Cross is the Red Cross of St. George, blah, 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 but it doesn't actually say, yes, the Red Cross is the color switch version of the flag of Switzerland. In 1906, to put an end to the argument of the Ottoman Empire that the flag took its roots from Christianity, it was decided to promote officially the idea that the Red Cross flag had been formed by reversing the federal colors of Switzerland, although no clear evidence of this origin has ever been found.
Oh, okay. No,
Apparently, using the Red Star of David is an unrecognized emblem, but is otherwise used in the same way.
something I remember back when I was in grade school, and I don't know if this thing is still around. There used to be Red Cross Red Feather, and I cannot
Hmm.
remember what the Red Feather was about. I remember the Red Crescent. That was the Islamic version of the Red Cross.
No, it isn't.
No?
Russian.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I thought it was Slavic, something like that.
It says here the Red Crescent is similarly presented as being derived from a color reversal of the flag of the Ottoman Empire.
Okay. I stand corrected.
No, actually, you're sitting.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Let's see if I remember right, because I was trying to find a picture of the one in Burlington and couldn't. I believe it's on Prospect Street. Let me see here.
I don't know why they'd have one in a coat factory.
Yeah, well, they wouldn't. So that helps. Is that can't be. Oh, yeah, it can. Okay, it's
Yeah.
way the hell over here is that hospital.
Yeah, you said Prospect Street, Prospect Avenue in downtown Cleveland. That's where you went if you wanted to flag down a prostitute.
Really?
Yep.
I don't know if we have that in Burlington, Vermont or South Burlington, but I can tell you where it is in Seattle, and that would be Aurora. Aurora Avenue is where you find everything sleazy. It's also where I had my first job, which was at a video store that catered largely to the porn crowd.
Okay.
Anyway, so this right here, that's
This
the
is
big,
where you find prostitutes. It's where I had my first job.
Yeah,
That's-
there you are.
well, I said it's where you find sleazy stuff like the video store I worked at that catered to porn people. Anyway, so this is that
Yep.
giant metal cross sculpture I was talking about.
Okay.
A lot of people don't realize that pretty much all video stores came from that renting porn was the original thing.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Because even before they had VCRs, they actually had stores where you could rent Super 8 movies.
Yes. There was a bookstore on Ridge Road near the elementary school where you could do that. James Bookstore. And all the penguins at the Catholic school were, don't go to James Bookstore. You know, they have nasty things there. You know, it was way in the back behind a curtain. You didn't know it was there unless you knew to look for it.
I vaguely remember like early 80s going to the library and they had these little like these kiosks that would have these film machines and like you'd have to thread the film yourself into the little projector and the projector would project onto this like sort of frosted white glass thingy so everything looked hazy like that was the screen equivalent but
Okay.
I guess it was frosted so the light wouldn't go much further than just that and like the movies they had were obviously short little 2-3 minute Disney things for kids but it was still I wonder if they had any of those like personal porn kiosks like you guys are talking about like with that little machine thingy.
I don't know. It would be interesting to know.
I know the viewers you mean. I remember those being in the library of my high school.
God, we had film strip viewers. We had microfiche viewers. Trying to remember if we had the stuff that you're describing, Kate. Um,
Well, I wish I had a better way to describe it. Like, I don't have a name for it, and I'm trying to look it up, and all I'm finding is like modern stuff like red box kiosks.
yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to remember if we had anything with motion pictures, and it's just escaping me.
Oh, well, here's something vaguely like what I'm thinking of. Let me see here. A tab. Yeah, this right here and there. So, sort of like this kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I thought you were talking about. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, one thing I do remember having to do back in film school was edit film in my dorm room. Like you'd get these movie editing kits, and I know they had a name, and I cannot for the life of me remember what it is. But you had this little tiny screen and this little thing where you could like cycle the film through, and you had to like cut it and then tape it together and all that stuff. And it was
Yeah.
just this crude as fuck for the 1990s movie editing kit.
Yep. I had one of those when I was doing animation with the Super 8 camera.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I had one for repairing um, the Super 8 film. It wasn't a full blown editing kit, but it did have the splicing block. Remember how to use those.
I mean, it wasn't exactly this, but it was awfully similar.
Yeah, I remember seeing those in use.
And I mean, I have to say, like, having come off of editing video through high school, it felt super primitive.
Uh,
Like it seemed, I don't know, like, shouldn't we be learning on more modern gear?
I don't know. Did budget play a part of it?
Hmm. I mean, I would hope not, given what they wanted for me to go to school there.
Yeah, RIT wasn't cheap, was it?
Well, when I was
No.
in the Technical Institute learning computer programming, we went through a major high tech upgrade. We were the first class to go from using punch cards to using an 8-inch floppy disk.
Holy shit, man. That's a definite upgrade.
Yeah, I still remember upgrading to my first 3.5 drive, which is a little different, but similar.
Cause,
I remember the first time I got to see EGA graphics.
oh
16
man.
colors. Oh my gosh, 16 whole colors. It was amazing at the time.
Mm.
You know, like looking at how many trillions of colors we can get on our displays now, it feels so primitive.
Yeah, and then you're talking about discs. I remember using the Memorex six packs. You guys know the six platters atop each other, and you put it into something about the size of a washing machine, and spun the cover off.
That was quite a bit before my time, right?
Somewhat before. I mean, I was still using these things in 1980, so I mean, you existed at the time.
Yeah, but
It,
it was also obsolete at the time. So, I
not
mean,
totally. I wound up using a much larger version of those when I was doing computer operations on the VAX computers right through the 90s.
yeah, okay, but I had a proper PC back then. So, I mean, it was still pretty primitive.
Uh, if I
Let's
could
see.
find. Here we go. This might do it. Image. No, it's.
Hmm. Very weird. I thought I had a picture that I'm now not finding. Oh well. But I don't know. I mean, I
There
remember
we
one of my
go.
first PCs that didn't hook up into my television set had the two color green and black screen integrated into the case.
Yeah. Was that a K Pro?
Hmm?
Was that a K Pro
I don't know.
with the integrated screen? Yeah, I remember those. But yeah, this thing over here is the one I was speaking of.
Nope, never used one of those.
And it's a little bit more than six, but yeah.
Yeah, I wound up using those in an office environment, not on anything on the home machines.
Right.
Hmm. Maybe I have to type in vintage to find this thing. Vintage PC with integrated screen. Nope.
Hasn't your search engine just learned to use vintage with everything you type in?
No, honestly, there's times I look up things that don't exist yet. Oh wow, Commander Keen. I'd forgotten that game. That was a long ass time ago. You remember Apogee games? They used to make
Yes, I
some really
do.
cool stuff back in the day.
Yes, I remember them.
And Commander Keen was one of them, if I recall correctly. Oh well,
Back in the bad old days.
I don't know. It's weird. Like I remember loving some of these games back in the day, and I try to play them now, and they feel so just primitive and brain dead compared to what I'm used to now. It's hard to go back.
That's what I've said about watching some old TV shows I loved, that I go back and watch them and they just, yeah, better memory than a show, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Although the ones that still hold up to this day are great, though.
What's really bad is when you go back and watch a movie that you like really loved or something growing up, or a show or whatever, and you notice it's like super homophobic or kind of racist or something. And it's
Oh,
just like,
sure.
oh,
Yeah.
this
Yeah,
really
I've been
I
accused
don't
of
know.
ruining. I've been
Well,
accused of ruining a lot of people's favorite movies by mentioning that stuff.
yeah, I have to say, like, okay, um, yeah, there's a certain amount of rapiness to Revenge of the Nerds. Although when you think about
A
it at the
certain
end,
amount.
everyone's kind of happy about it at the end of it. Like she ends up with the nerd anyway. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to
No.
say like that a happily ever after was necessarily bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that kind of sounds like an end justifies the means argument.
Not so much
Yeah.
as well, but see, hmm. It's
It's
not
a,
though, and I'm not
it's
sure how
almost
I'm not sure if I can exactly articulate why. It's more a matter of, well, it turned out okay in the end, so why make a fuss, rather than like it turned out how I intended in the end. And therefore, my means for getting to that end were justified. It's not the same. It's the difference between getting the ending I intended versus a happy coincidence kind of thing. Do you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
yeah, but giving it the happy ending feels to me like it's saying that it worked out. So what this dude did was okay. but it's not.
Well, I mean, it's not something that you should do. It's not something that you should do, but it ended up.
It's also not really something that like would really happen unless
Well,
she was
that's true
super
too.
drunk. How do you not know that the dude that's fucking you is the guy you've been fucking forever? Like it always kind of rang untrue to me. But if it were actually possible, it would be wicked bad. So.
Well, it's probably for the best that it would be really difficult to pull that same stunt on a lesbian.
Okay.
I mean, dude only managed it because he was in a mask and didn't speak. But if you're going to be going down on a chick, a mask is kind of a hindrance.
Yeah, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to figure out it's not really who they think it is.
Plus, when his penis comes out, I'm pretty sure it's not a lesbian anymore.
Well, that too. But I mean, I'm saying it would be really difficult for a lesbian to pull that on another lesbian. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Most definitely.
I mean, maybe if the mask had like a door. You know what I mean? Like the rest of you still concealed. All you can do is go like, okay, can't see me from this angle. Kind of thing.
Those usually come with the zipper, actually.
I wasn't thinking of the gimp mask.
Now you're talking Mexican wrestling here, right?
I was thinking gimp, but I don't know what Purple was thinking.
I think probably close to what Kate had in mind there.
Okay.
Yeah.
The leather BDSM thing.
Well, I mean, okay, let's put it this way. I've had one or two drunken party experiences that turned into relationships, and maybe not always to my own benefit. You know who I mean.
Yeah.
But I mean, there have been times when complete mistakes have turned into good stuff. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, but
let's put it this way. I don't. What I'm saying is, I don't begrudge myself that experience just because it started badly. I'm not going to say, well, this wasn't a good thing when it began, so I'm just going to like baby bathwater throw with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but in my experience, what usually would happen is the good thing would turn into the mistake.
It really depends. You know what I mean? It depends. I like. How do I put this? If something started badly and ended well, and everyone involved is okay with it, then I think no one should bitch.
Well, for the 25 years preceding meeting my fiance, every significant relationship I had started out as booty calls from computer chats.
Okay.
That sounds terrible. Yeah. Sorry.
I wonder, like, if I was into booty calls, could I get them?
Oh, yeah. Have you seen you?
I have. That's part of why I ask the question.
Oh, yeah. If you get into some of the computer chat rooms, I'm sure you would have the opportunity.
Well, then I guess it's a shame I'm not driven by sex. Or maybe it's for the best. I don't know.
In my case, it's certainly for the better. Definitely.
I don't know. I think I've figured out why I'm feeling better about myself body-wise lately, and it is largely because I lost a shit ton of weight during the pandemic.
Really?
Yeah, like 30 pounds.
That seems, I don't know. Like, I mean, you look great, but like, maybe it's just because okay. So I've only been in the community for like a year and a half, maybe a little bit more than that. And probably maybe 6 months before that was when I, first saw you. So it was like 2 years ago. Were you roughly the same size now as then? Because I just remember you being like thinking, that you looked incredibly skinny.
A year ago, I was weighing in at 30 pounds more than I am now.
Yeah, I wouldn't have ever thought you had 30 pounds to lose.
Did you lose that from your toes? Is that what happened?
No, but I mean, keep in mind when we're live streaming, you're usually only seeing people from the rack up. So
Yeah,
Mm.
that's what I was going to say. It would have had to have been on the bottom half.
yeah, and there is less here, that's for sure. Down here in the Guttle area.
The Guttle area.
Yeah,
Yeah, sort of like the Woody Allen thing with the Chestel area.
right.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Well,
You
I'm glad.
know, but I mean, it's. I think that's part of it. Is just you can start to see the hourglass again.
Well, it's nice losing the weight. Because as everybody already knows, I lost 70, and it feels great down here. I don't want to gain it back.
Mm-hmm.
Well, with the diet they're going to put you on, you probably won't.
That wouldn't be a bad thing. The only thing is going to be the choice and the flavor and lack thereof and everything. I may end up eating Rice Krispies 3 meals a day because those Rice Krispies breakfasts at the hospital weren't too bad.
Hmm.
Well, and Diana, in your case, I'm truly baffled how you could lose so much because you don't even have couch cushions.
Okay, okay. Oh my. Yeah, this is gonna require getting used to, but it's gonna be okay.
Hmm.
You can do it.
But yeah, major
Yeah.
diet changes, it is going to be some work, but
But you do
Yeah,
get used to
if you
it.
wind up feeling better, it'll make a difference for you.
it'd be really nice if we had something vaguely Wonka-esque where you could make something taste like anything else. Because
Yes.
a lot of it is probably just simply this shit doesn't taste good. The stuff that tastes good is bad for me. Make this stuff taste like the stuff I can't have anymore.
Hey, Will, how you doing, honey?
I mean, am I
Since
right?
since being imprisoned in this room basically for the past 2 months, other than like when I get a chance to um like order out or whatever, I've mostly been living off of sink noodles and crackers, and I'm still alive, and I'm kind of used to it by now. So
Did you
you'll be
say
okay with actual real food, Diana.
did you say sink noodles?
Yes.
Yeah,
That
You know what
it's
that's like?
basically
Wait, wait, wait,
noodles
wait,
and
wait, wait,
noodles
wait, wait,
and
wait, hold on, don't tell me. I want to guess first. Is that anything like ramen? Like a
It
nickname
is
for
ramen.
ramen? It is
It's
ramen.
ramen. I
Okay,
just
good.
can't microwave it, and I have to use I
Ah,
just use the sink water to put in one of those little cups, and I have to let it sit for like 10 minutes, and then it's cold, but it's
oh, so
edible.
you're even talking cup of noodles? Because when I picture ramen,
Yeah,
I picture this styrofoam brick.
yeah.
yeah,
I've
yeah.
tried that too. That was I only had one of those, and I made it in a plastic shopping bag. I let it soak in the bag for like 20 minutes, and then it was edible.
Okay, here's the thing. One of these days, if you're of a mind, I want to hear what this hellish situation of yours actually is, because I've only heard like the edges of it. I've only heard bits of it by osmosis, and like from the little tiny bits, every now and then I hear something that just sounds horrific. Sounds like one of those locked in the basement kind of like Stephen King
It
novel
does,
sort of
doesn't
deal.
it? It
And I'm like not understanding
what she's
and
going through, I didn't think that anybody I knew would ever go through something like that. That sounds like something that you would read in the Daily Mail. Like
I can give you the it's not super okay. So basically, my father has hated me for a very long time. My father's always been abusive and stuff, but like when I left, I left NASA and then therefore astrophysics to have Angel. He didn't like that. It was a disappointment to him, shamed, whatever, and has just hated me ever since. Um, and but 5 years ago, my son and I moved here to take care of them. Has early stage dementia, but it's not really that bad. It's just he can't take care of my mother, and she's the one who needs help. She has a shit ton of health problems. In fact, she had a stroke a few years ago too. That if I hadn't been here, she would have died, and she's had falls and stuff. It's been, yeah, she's really like barely held together. This tiny little frail woman. So I moved here with my son to take care of that. and take care of their meds and their doctor's appointments and their everything, taking care of the house. I got a job that I could do from home in climate science, which has been good. I do love that job. But yeah, so I came here to do that. But he's never, even though I'm helping, he's still been awful to me. I get abused physically, emotionally, mentally, all of it. Um, up until I got sick, um, in I think it was September or October, and this was already I had had a few surgeries last year for my pain condition, that took me out. Like I couldn't help them for a month or so at a time, and had to kind of pass it on to Angel to do shit because I was literally bedbound. And then I got sick, which everybody knows now. Like this wasn't something most people didn't know that I was battling cancer. Um, but I, you know, was just given the clear this past week and I tweeted about it so I could talk about it now. But getting sick meant I couldn't help them as much again. So now I'm worthless to him and he wants to drive me out. He wants me to kill myself. I'm not sure, whatever, but he's slowly taken a cut 2 months ago. He decided he was mad and just cut off my electricity, all because we have Angela and I live on the top floor of the home and they live on the bottom. So he cut off everything except for Angel's room, and it's been gone for 2 months now. He he's changed he kept he shut down the Wi-Fi so we couldn't use it. He shut down the air so I couldn't use it. He's anytime I have food in the kitchen, he throws it out. So I have to. The only food I can actually eat is upstairs. But I'm also terrified of like just walking downstairs too near him, even because yeah, abusive. So I basically, since it got really bad 2 months ago, I've been a prisoner in this room mostly. But we had, we are leaving. We had an apartment lined up, but there was a problem with it because the people that had just moved out had damaged it really bad. So we're looking for a new place now, but that means I'm still stuck here in this insane mess, literally being terrified for my life all of the time. So
it's so weird. I don't get it how anyone can be like that with their kids. I mean, you say dementia and all that, but it's still
no, he was like this before the dementia. He's just a really terrible person.
I don't get it. I don't. I mean, how can anyone be like? Maybe it's just I got lucky enough with my own parents that they're not cruel. They're just occasionally stupid.
His mother, actually, I only met his parents twice in my life because his mother disowned us twice because she was kind of nuts. Because they had actually, my father's parents met in a concentration camp, and she just was never the same after that. And she had no love for her kid. I don't even know why they had a kid, but I don't know. I kind of attribute it to that. Like, I'm sorry your mom didn't love you, but that doesn't mean you have to treat me like this. But yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's just bizarre to me. Like I couldn't do that to a kid. I know that much.
Well, I know
like
you
I'd be
would
a terrible
not.
I'd be a terrible mother, but I wouldn't be a terrible that way. I'd just be more neglectful because I'd want to do my own shit. And how the hell did I end up with a kid? You know?
And at this point, it's not even like I wouldn't do this to a kid. Like, who does this to any human being? And he is very well aware that I have depression. I was diagnosed when I was a fucking teenager because I went through some shit when I was really young. Like, he's known this for a very long time, so he's literally doing this to his mentally ill daughter. Like, it's just.
Well, to be fair, I might do it to William Shatner.
Yeah, well, he'd deserve it though.
Well, there you go.
No, it kind of reminds me of my dad's father. And when he died, the sentiment was, thank God he's gone. And that wasn't just the family, that was the entire town.
Sounds like the song Goodbye Earl. You ever hear the song Goodbye Earl?
It sounds familiar.
It's by the Dixie Chicks. I only know a punk cover version of it, but basically super abusive husband who then is murdered by his wife and his wife's best friend, and then nobody cares. But like the police come by, they say, well, if you hear from him, let us know. And nobody ever hears from them ever again, and nobody ever fucking cares. And those two friends Well, from the sound of the song, maybe this is just my own bias, but it sounds like they end up a little gay for each other. But maybe, maybe not.
Wishful thinking, maybe.
Oh, it's the description of what happens at the end of the song sure does sound like two country dykes getting together, but that's just me.
That's kind of awesome, though.
I don't know.
So that's, I mean, before also moving here to this, the relationship I was in, the last 2 years of which were abusive, physically as well. So I have literally spent the last 7 years of my life being terrified in the place that I live.
You know how to find them. Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
But I think part of it too, though, is like it's so hard when you've been put in this situation for so long. Like when your own parents literally tell you to kill yourself, it's
Oh
kind of
yeah.
hard to have a little any kind of self-esteem at
Oh
all.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah.
being able to like say at any point in the past 5 years, no, I'm not fucking putting up with this shit anymore. This is not okay. Instead, I've just taken it and allowed it to continue to happen and happen. So I kind
Yeah.
of fucked myself in this.
I understand.
Well,
I understand
You know,
implicitly.
that's a lot of people get trapped in abusive relationships that way.
I suspect I wouldn't have been trapped in that abusive relationship because I'd be in prison for their murder, but that's just me.
Yeah.
I mean, like honestly, some part of me would have done the calculation and decided it was worth it.
Mm-hmm. No, it's so hard to find that balance when you finally, but you know that your life is worth something, Kate. You know, when
Well,
after you've been abused for like most of your life, you find no reason to like fight for it when someone's treating you like that.
thing
I
is, I
guess
know my life is worth something to my parents.
to
And
your
that
friends,
means a
to your
lot.
cats, you
Yeah.
know that we love you. It's this the thing is it's
Well,
this community though that has like up until this point when I joined, started taking part in this community, I had basically shut myself off from the rest of the world because of the situation I was in. So being able to have you guys and
Yeah.
people like John who will literally scream in my face like you don't deserve this. You're fucking worth something. Listen to me. It means something. It really
Yeah.
does.
You need that. If you don't have some encouragement, you start to internalize the negative too much.
well, I mean, let's see. How can I put this best? Your existence makes my existence better.
That's real. That's it. That's really all you have to say, and it really does make a difference. It does.
Well,
So I
glad to
didn't
be
mean
that
to
difference
like
for somebody.
emote. All you guys know, I'm not huge at sharing and emoting all over the place, but this has been a really fucking rough couple of months, and
To put it mildly.
Really.
and I wasn't like this week. I wasn't expecting to get the news that I got. Like we actually thought that the cancer had spread. We had reason to believe that. So when I went in, I had a minor procedure, and then afterwards, they were able to tell me that it was that the both biopsies were clean. It was completely the opposite of what I thought was going like they were going to tell me, and I still don't know super how I feel
Wait.
about it. Like obviously it's a good thing, but it just I don't know. Trying to
A minor
figure it out.
procedure. Isn't that what Matt Gates had?
Oy. Yeah, well,
Yes.
is man, I don't know. I
So
don't get pedophilia. Why is anyone ever attracted to a child? That makes no sense.
I don't get it. Yeah.
I mean, unless you yourself are a child, anyway.
Well, I think in most cases it's control issues. They want somebody that they can literally physically control in every way.
yeah.
So find someone much smaller and less
Smaller.
muscular than you, I say. I mean, there's no reason you have to go after a kid.
Yeah, but it's also, mentally, if it's someone who doesn't really understand and is going to believe whatever they tell them,
Like that
Well, still, it's just
that
bizarre.
that
it,
that
it's
that
sick, but, I think that's the mindset behind it.
that
Mm.
one person, I think they go by they now. I don't know their name.
What are you talking
They're
about?
not.
The ominous they?
Well, yeah, they as I don't think they go by she anymore, but they married that person who was in the Green Mile, and he was 51 and she was 16 at the
Oh, I'm thinking
time.
of somebody else. Okay,
Oh, are
okay.
Okay.
we talking Elliot Page?
No, not Elliot Page.
Okay,
No.
I never saw The Green Mile. The only thing I know about it is Tom Hanks. So,
Yeah, no, this really it's this. If you saw his face, you would recognize him, but it's not anybody who like was big or you would know his name or anything like that. But apparently, because I'd seen a YouTube video about this the other day, I didn't know this had happened. But when she was 16, actually when she was 15, they got together, and literally her parents basically sold her, and I can say her because she was her then at the time, sold her to him. They completely consented. They threw him a big wedding. They were super happy because they got paid for that shit.
Well, and unfortunately, that often happens, and why there are several states that a girl could get married as young as 13 if the
Yeah,
parents sign the form.
yeah.
Bro, I'm sorry. Like,
um,
if some fucking 50-year-old woman came up and was like, "Hey, can I have sex with your child?" I would kill her.
Yeah,
Like,
but
straight up murder.
if you
But
look at the instances where that winds up getting used, a lot of time it winds up being like the girl being married to her uncle because she's already pregnant and they don't want the family disgraced.
Yeah.
are we really talking about The Green Mile?
No, I'm
Mhm.
talking about the actual
Oh,
laws in
sorry.
some states.
No, I'm talking to Amanda about The
Yeah,
Green Mile.
I'll find it. I know who it is. I'll send it to you. Give me a second.
Okay, because that's just I'm having a hard time finding
It wasn't
anybody
a
that.
big character, but you'll when you see
Well,
him,
I
you'll
never saw
know.
the movie. Is the thing.
I know,
I
but I mean, I'm saying the
Wait a
actor
minute. A
itself.
movie Kate has not seen.
Well, it's not exactly about spaceships, aliens,
Yeah.
laser guns, and robots now, is it?
Yeah. I don't
This
know.
guy, his
I'm not even
what?
100% certain what it is about. I think Tom Hanks is the warden of a prison and people are getting executed or something. I don't know. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The story you told, was that the story of the movie and not what happened off screen?
No, no. I'm talking about what's off screen. There's no teenagers in the movie or anything. His name is Doug Hutchinson. I just sent you his
Doug
IMDb. He's super
Hutchinson. Okay.
creepy. Yeah, it's
Uh,
not somebody that you just know him by if you see his face, you know you've seen him somewhere before.
hmm.
He's super pervy. And she got like, oh, she also got enormous she has these very large breasts, okay? And there was apparently controversy over whether or not she had gotten implants while she was still a fucking teenager. And I think it was Dr. Oz, had her on his show when she was 17, and they did a fucking like MRI or something in front of the audience but behind a sheet to prove that she didn't have breast implants to a 17-year-old girl.
Jesus. I don't know,
Fucked
kids.
up. And nobody stopped and said, "What are we doing to this child?" Just because she looked like an adult. She looked like kind of, they vamped her up and made her look like she was 25. But she wasn't. She was fucking 16. They're
What are you doing
assholes.
to this child is pretty much the question for any Dr. Oz or Dr. Phil show that has a teenager on it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hmm.
I never watched either of them, but I've always known that Dr. Phil is a piece of shit. But I had the impression that Dr. Oz had some, at least decency because he was connected with Oprah or whatever. But I guess not. The more I look
Well,
into it,
no,
I'm
not
a salad human
necessarily.
being.
You know.
Yeah, I know. I'm dumb.
I mean,
I'm naive.
personally,
I
I wouldn't.
expect people to be who they appear to be. Like, I'm sorry. I expect because I'm me, blatantly me when, I do something like this. And when, and I've noticed that with a lot of people in the community as well. that are just completely different people in their, public life as they are when you talk to them in
Yeah,
private.
well,
It's very
Dr.
sad.
Oz, I saw early on that he was like trying to give credibility to a lot of woo pictures.
Yeah, that's the thing. I
Mhm.
wouldn't hit Mehmet Oz in the ass with a dead dog. Really.
Funnily enough, speaking of sincerity in people, I was actually having this discussion the other day, and Perps came up. Perps was one of those people that I said is like the coolest, most sincere, one of the coolest, most sincere people you would ever meet. Thank you for doing what so many of us couldn't do and get to Diana. Perps.
Mm. Yeah,
Man,
well,
Well, she's just too good to me. What can
she's
I
too good
tell
to
you?
all of us.
Well,
Like,
that and Perps has a vehicle. Some of us don't. I might have
well, and
considered,
Perps is self-employed, and not
a
many
bit
other people
farther.
could take a
and
week off of work.
so is the Kate, but the Kate still doesn't have a car.
Yeah, well, how many other people could afford to not show up for work for a week?
If I'd had a
Hmm.
car, I'm just saying,
And it's not that I have the money; it's just that at this point, the only money I have coming in is online sales. So,
Perps, seriously, don't downplay yourself like that. You
no,
no.
I'm not downplaying myself. I'm just saying that I had a somewhat unique situation that most people couldn't have done this.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean there are
I
true, but
hear what you're saying.
the
I
biggest
hear.
difference between what your situation and my situation is car. Like seriously, it's not that unique. I could have done
Well,
this if I'd
car
had
and
a
also
vehicle.
another 1,000 miles to drive.
there are people that could have been in the next town as Diana and had the same situation and still just been like, meh. So
Oh, I could
remember,
name one of them for you. I mean, I've known her 30 years, and she's always, yeah, you should have called me for help. And anytime I ask, it's like, well, I have to go pick my nose, you know?
yeah,
Mm,
that's funny because actually my brother lives here. My parents actually moved to Georgia to be closer to my brother, and yet he only sees them like twice a year. And because he is married and I am a girl, apparently that's the reason why it was expected of me to give up my entire life to come do this. But he lives 40 minutes down the road and hadn't spoken to my parents in almost a year because last Father's Day, actually, he blew off my father's golf match with him. And so they just
Yeah.
decided he was an asshole and didn't want to talk to them. When my mother broke her hip, and it was like 6 weeks after my back surgery, I had to do everything, including picking her up out of bed and everything, because my father had hurt his back golfing and couldn't do anything at all. And they wouldn't let me call my brother because they were so mad at him about the golf thing, whatever. But anyway, hadn't talked to him for a year. When this shit started going down and I was literally afraid for my life, I texted my brother and I said, look, I had never, ever asked you for anything for help at all. Please, I am sincerely worried about my son and my safety. He not only ignored me, he went to them about it. So they're
Yeah,
talking again.
that's.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, worst possible thing in that situation.
mhm. Yeah. My family is a bunch of assholes, like seriously.
Well,
it's weird when you're talking about the whole like it was expected of you because you're the woman kind of thing. Having been raised by hippies, there are a
Mm.
lot of like gender expectations that were never drilled into me that I never even really like realized were things that like being you internalize more being raised by like typical suburbanites that just never got drilled into my head.
Mhm.
Like apparently a lot of women are expected to defer to other people in terms of like making way on the sidewalk. You know, like you're walking and someone like some dudes ahead of you are coming the same way. You're the one who's supposed to yield no matter what, simply because vagina. And I'm
Yeah.
like, my parents never taught me that. And so when some of my friends described me as having an aggressive walk, I was like, what? And they're like, yeah, because you don't make way for people. And I'm like, I stay to the right so that I'm making a way for everybody, just like it's in traffic.
Mm.
You
Yep.
know, but it was so weird. Like that was so far outside of the paradigm under which I was raised that it boggled me when I was told.
See, I was raised to be the perfect lady, which is stupid. But I was also, but here's the thing, like it was also made very clear to me early on that, I wasn't a pretty girl, so I was going to have to use my other assets in the world. But they also wanted me to be quiet because I was a girl. So I literally had to be invisible and voiceless.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
that was how I was raised.
I'm stunned by the irony that you're describing as you were raised to be stupid and you were literally a NASA scientist.
Yeah. Well, they expected more from me because, like, I was one of those kids that, tested well or whatever, and my older brothers were dumb. So they expected me to get there, but I had to be fucking quiet about it when I did. And I could never have an opinion. If people were speaking in a room, even if it was about my, science or something that I clearly had a better grasp of, if I spoke up and corrected them, even in the nicest way, it was wrong because I had no, because I was supposed to be quiet as a proper lady. So
Man,
my
save me
parents
from other
are
people's
Trump supporters
expectations.
and climate deniers, if you didn't know.
Like, seriously, save me from other people's expectations of me. That's the worst thing in the world, is other people saying, you can't do that. You're supposed to do this because you are fill in essential quality.
Yes, yes.
Mhm.
Uh,
No.
Again, I think it's another one of the things that the autism really was a big benefit to me growing up because I didn't understand most of the stereotypes or what was expected of me.
Mhm.
Mm. Well,
Yeah.
and that's another thing I wonder is because I'm, looking at all of the symptoms and taking every online quiz and test I can, but still unofficially diagnosed. I'm still convinced I'm at least a little bit on the spectrum. And honestly, I don't understand a lot of human behavior, human expectations either. I find it bizarre, a lot of it.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, well,
and
watching you for
and
a
a
couple
lot
of years now, I would definitely say you're somewhere on the spectrum.
and a lot of people have come up with other reasons why it might be so, like there's a lot of adoptee stuff that comes up that mimics or at least overlaps with a lot of the autism stuff, and then just my upbringing. There's a lot of things I was never taught. I was never taught to be a proper this or that. I was never taught this is what you're supposed to be. I was raised with the album "Free to Be You and Me." I was raised with like the left wing comic books that espoused like racial equality constantly. Lots of rainbows on things. So, I mean, when I later started and also I was from Vermont, which, again, one of the first states to have civil unions, if not gay marriages, fairly tolerant, hippie-ish place. Um,
Mhm.
so when I got out into what I'm calling the larger world, I guess, I was like socked in the face by a lot of things I just simply wasn't taught that weren't part of my experience.
Yeah.
You're lucky. And I try, you try not to internalize it. I feel like I've always kind of bucked against what they tried to put on me because, like, I was raised Catholic. My mom, my
I'm so
my
sorry.
father, yeah, I know. My father doesn't believe, which I didn't even find out until my late 20s that my father was atheist. But my mother is very super into Catholicism, and but I never believed, and so that was always headbutting. I never bought into, like, they had a lot of casual racism and sexism
Oh
going on in the
my,
house.
yeah. I know that one.
Little things like my mother would make a comment about an Asian person's driving or some shit like that. They would never come out
Mm.
and say like the N word or something, but I still, even that, I always bucked up against it, and I feel like the fact that I was never their mirror image of themselves was such a huge problem. But when it comes to Angel, I have tried so hard not to put, that kind of pressure on him, not to put, like, I want you to do this and I want you to be that. Except he keeps coming back to it. Like, everything, he chooses a lot of stuff that I chose. Like, he decided to play the clarinet, he wanted to play soccer, he wanted to do a few things, and now even he's talking about his career path, which would basically be where I started, and I had no idea. And I've always said to him, like, I will support you no matter what. But he's I don't want him. I'm afraid that he might think that that's what I want.
No, but it's a very normal and positive thing that you have a strong relationship. He's going to gravitate towards things he identifies with you.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Yeah.
either that, or he just has a natural, what's the word I'm looking for? Aptitude for that
Mhm.
stuff, a natural interest. I mean, like follows like. It wouldn't shock me if parent and child had similar interests.
I mean,
Especially
admittedly,
especially if you didn't force it on him. I mean,
well, I was going to say, like, I did, I didn't force it on him, but it was always around. Like, I remember him being a toddler and me writing, I think
Partial differential equations.
no, it was Boltzmann's equation in the sand and
Ah.
trying to teach him about thermodynamics, which is one of the reasons I have it on my arm now. Um, and I didn't, just but like a fun thing, not as I was pushing it on him. And but except in the past few years, he's kind of gravitated toward history and he's really good at it, and I've encouraged that. And then the other night, he's like, "No, I'm going into astrophysics so I can do this and this and this," and he had a whole plan. And he never said that to me before. I had no idea that he was
Okay.
actually going to do what I started off as. So.
I
well,
mean, if that's what he wants, that's great.
I do a little bit wonder where I'd be if I hadn't been a kid in the '80s and internalized so much fiction.
Yeah.
I mean, like, because I was around my parents a lot, and my parents very much into like, preserving the environment, which I am into, but it's not like my uber passion. Very much into equality and all of that, and obviously I care about that stuff too, even though it's not my passion. My passion is storytelling. Well, if I hadn't had access to so much good entertainment, who
Yeah.
knows? I
So
might
they
be
they
like the uber activist right now.
they fostered something in you as opposed to pushing something on you.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean,
But more than that, I mean, I ended up with like gravitating towards something I really do care about a lot. But if that hadn't been available to me, where would I be? What would I have pursued if movies hadn't been so freaking awesome? I don't know.
Well, actually, I can see how that kind of played into that, if they were trying to give you things that had more progressive attitudes and that quite often science fiction is sort of a predictor of the culture of trying to promote the ideas of what's going to be coming in the years ahead rather than what's currently going on.
You give
mm-hmm.
my parents a hell of a lot more credit than they deserve. They do not understand my obsession with sci-fi at all. Like they really don't. They tried to keep me from watching Star Wars for a while because they thought it would make me violent to see the violence. So
Yeah, one of these days I'm really going to piss you off and go off on a trieste about how you owe so much to William Shatner because without the original Star Trek.
yeah, except I owe something to Gene Roddenberry, not to Shatner. Anyone could have been cast in that part.
And anyone almost was.
Uh,
Wasn't Shatner second choice?
well, the guy that played Captain Pike, I believe, was the
Yeah.
first choice.
Yes.
Yeah, because the two-part episode, The Menagerie, was actually the original pilot that
Yes.
Roddenberry pitched to the networks.
Right.
Mhm. Yeah, well, it's so I don't owe a damn thing to Shatner. Roddenberry,
Never said
maybe, but
that.
definitely not Shatner.
Now, I have to wonder, back when I was 16, 17, where I would have gone had those two not stood in the way all the time.
Hmm.
Mhm.
I wanted, what, basically, I was wanting to get somewhere into NASA. I couldn't fly, which was my original love, but do some, work there. But because they were laying off the manned side of the program, those two were, no, you're not doing any of that. We're not letting you do any of that. You can't get a job there. Well, many people I know ended up working on Viking and on Voyager and on the things that they didn't know about.
How are they going to stop you?
They the only way I could have not been stopped was to run away, and I was too afraid to run away.
But how are they going to stop you?
That's
Just
not the
just keep
easiest
just
answer.
keep deriding and bitching and everything the way they did for 50 years anyway.
My
Hmm.
father. This is not the first time that I've tried to leave. Uh, and my father, even though he wants me gone, I feel like it's not that he really wants me gone. Honestly, at this point, I think he just derives pleasure from hurting me. I don't know what else to say, but no,
Mm.
Yeah.
he's stood in my way quite a few times, and
Well, and for me, even though I've been, living on my own for quite some time now, I still have all the stuff that was, drilled into me earlier. So I can do stuff for other people. I don't get projects finished for myself. I don't get
yep,
my own space organized
Yeah, you were
because it was
talking about
drilled
that.
into me the whole time I was growing up. It was pretty much drilled into me that anything I was doing for myself was selfish and a waste of time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hmm. I don't know. I guess it's weird. Like, anytime I was told something like is supposed to be a certain way, I would usually and I didn't agree, I would usually just tell people to fuck off and do my own thing. I don't know, it's just weird that people don't.
Yeah, those.
Well, and my family will tell you that's what I've always done, actually, because
Mm.
I haven't really been as attached to the family and doing everything for the siblings that they think I should have done.
No, okay. Yeah.
Maybe that's also part of it. Is I am an only child, and my extended family only kind of a little bit talks to each other. So it really was just like me, and I
that's
didn't have
how
a
it
lot
is
of
with Angel.
responsibilities to other people. You know?
Yeah, it's a very different dynamic if it's just you and the parents and no one else your
Yeah.
age in the house.
And there also wasn't any of the like, well, our family believes this, our family does that. It's a tradition to be upheld kind of crap. That just never came up. So I don't know. I guess it all does come down to how you're raised.
Yeah, well, with those
Yeah.
two, it was they wanted a doctor slash lawyer slash engineer so that I could make a lot of money. All one word, a lot of money. And then, support them in their old age. So
Oh,
they had a plan for me, definitely. And that only started coming out later in my life when she asked, do you feel like, do you think you could move in with us and take care of me? And the only reason she came to me was my sister was dead by then.
oh. Yeah, see, my parents had a different attitude. Theirs was, are you healthy? Are you happy? Is anyone getting hurt? Then we support you. You
Mm-hmm.
know? That
Yeah.
was basically it. Is like maybe we don't get this obsession you have with sci-fi and with making movies and animation and all that. It's not our thing, but it seems to be something you can make a living at, and it's non-destructive. Have at.
Yeah,
Moo.
I just
Yeah.
want, like, honest to God, just want my kid to be happy. That's it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Hmm.
literally, I
He
should have run
doesn't,
away out of high school. Well, even before high school, I should have run away. But
and he's like me that he doesn't care about like money and stuff like that, and I have to kind of fight my way through that because to my parents it was super important for me to make a
Mm.
lot of money. I don't know why they thought working in astrophysics was going to make me a shit ton of money, but whatever. um, but I have to kind of remember that Angel doesn't care about, people can actually not care about having lots of cool stuff or whatever. As long as I'm able to feed my kid and keep a roof over her head, I'm fine. Which my
mm-hmm.
parents fucked up for me anyway, and he should be able to have that too. He doesn't need to be, super rich as long as he's happy and can support himself.
Do you follow what's her name? Like Godless Mom or something? She's Canadian, Courtney
Oh,
something.
Courtney Hurd.
Yeah, her. Cause like there was something she posted recently about like a $70 million lottery or something that's I guess going on in Canada. And she said, "What would you do with $70 million?" And I just threw my standard answer out there. I'd make a movie, and that got way more likes than I ever thought. And she herself said, "I fucking love this answer." Is it just because I would do something creative that would probably employ bunches of other people, or what?
Maybe. Yeah, probably.
That it wasn't just me saying I would live in the lap of luxury and self indulgence forever. Is that why that was a great answer? I don't
That's got to
know.
be. That's got to be most of it. Yeah, because you're looking beyond yourself.
Yeah. Well, but that's the thing, though. Am I really? It's been my dream to make my own Star Warsian thing for ages. And yeah, I'm kind of a little bit doing it right now. But if I did it with a budget, I mean, I wouldn't have thought that'd be that amazing.
I think it is mostly people responding to just that, you've got the passion that the first thing that comes to your mind is to do something creative.
I guess. I
Mm.
don't know. I'm like, as much as my upbringing was shitty in some ways, I have to admit, listening to other people, I'm so fucking lucky, and I have to acknowledge that.
Yes, you
Like,
are, and that's wonderful.
I mean, that's the thing is yeah, I wasn't exactly born to monetary privilege, but social privilege, oh fuck yeah.
Well, just that your parents were willing to encourage you in whatever you did, I think just gave you a big advantage on going forward.
Yeah. I don't know. It's hard to empathize with the people who want that 1950s Norman Rockwell existence that they seem to love so much that never
Oh, no, thank you.
existed
Oh,
at all.
gods. That's more trouble than it's worth.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, goodness knows it's not my American dream.
You know, the 1950s American dream was a very thin veneer that if you scratched it, most people wouldn't like what was seen under it.
Yep.
Probably was. I don't know. I wonder, like, my only real portal or image or whatever into that era was a lot of the Nick at Night shows from back in the day. And I'm sure those did not accurately reflect reality.
They
I
did
have to wonder,
not.
like, I look at some of the people who are just the filthiest, nastiest frat boy attitude types, the old money white guys that act in that way that make people start protests, and I have to wonder, like, what it's, how why is that appealing?
Well, and of course, most people's image of the 50s now is Happy Days,
Yeah.
which the first
Oh,
thing I have to point out is in all of Happy Days, there was only one black person living in all of Milwaukee.
I don't know. It's weird. My first thought is like My Three Sons or Donna Reed more than Happy.
Oy. Well, that's the
I mean,
thing about that era is the era Ward Cleaver was an abusive alcoholic, and June Cleaver was addicted to Valium. It's basically the way it worked out.
I
Uh,
actually
but
never
that was
saw Leave It to
that
Beaver,
was
so I wouldn't
super.
know.
That was the norm back then, though. I mean, honestly, it was the people. They act like society has all gone to shit and everything, but you know, people dealt with life basically the same way back then, except it was more acceptable to be an abusive alcoholic instead of hiding it and drinking alone or something.
The
mm.
veneer has been ripped off.
Hmm. And it was
Yeah.
very common for doctors to just throw pills at bored housewives because
Yes,
they
yes, yes.
how depressing is that? You literally your entire life has just been boiled down to
She goes running for the shelter of her mother's little helper, and it helps her on her way.
Mhm. Exactly.
Yeah, I have to admit, I've wondered like what kind of existence it must be to live in some of those ways that you see people being like even choosing to live. I mean, I can't imagine living like a nun, where your entire life is devoted to that. No way. And then I look at a housewife and I'm like, I'm so glad I don't live in that era either. I don't want to be like that. I can be so much more than that.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah.
I don't know. It's just weird to me the things people ever thought were good.
Hmm. But
Yeah,
then again, in
one
50
of the
years,
things I never quite got was why most people seem so motivated by money. That just somehow never really clicked with me as being that
yeah.
important.
Yeah, I
Well, I
don't
want
get
to
it.
I was thinking
do
about this.
things.
I was thinking about this earlier today because I was watching this show, um, or this YouTube video. Somebody was showing off their multi-million-dollar home or whatever, and I think about like, before that I had been reading something about Tammy Faye Baker and how she used to use shopping as therapy or whatever. But when you have that amount of money and you just keep buying shit, like, there's only so much shit you can have, really, unless you keep just getting bigger houses and whatever. Like, that's never going to fill any hole, just
Right.
having expensive
Hmm.
things. I don't
Right.
understand the point of that at all.
I see money as a means to an end. I mean, that's back to that lottery question that she was asking on Twitter. Where I'm
Yep.
like, I want $70 million to make a movie. I want $70 billion to start a space program. That kind of thing is like, I want money because it lets me do stuff. It has utility. I don't want
Yep.
money to have money. I don't want to be a
Yeah.
dragon sitting on top of my golden hoard.
Yeah,
Yeah.
money buys tools, and tools I can build things.
You only need a certain amount of money to be able to live comfortably. After that,
Well,
like, it's just, yeah, why? But then people that have the most money, like, want more of it, so much more than anybody else. It's fucking insane to me.
Well,
I want to
because
get
it's a
into
game,
robots.
and money is how they keep score.
Yes, I've been saying that for ages.
Oof.
But I want to get into playing with robots. I might even want to try getting into the mechanical side more than the programming side. I've got 2 robots coming soon, likely August, that are very AI centric. They have their own programming language. It's really cool, and I can't wait to play around with them. There's this whole community. This isn't one of them. Vector and Cosmo, if anyone knows robots. But they each cost, like, Cosmo cost about $200 and Vector cost about 300. And like I want to get into more stuff. There's robots out there that are really cool and really sophisticated that you can buy for home use that are like $1,300 a pop or more. I want to play around with that stuff. I want to see if I can make really cool robot stuff. Hell, I want to see if I can use that as a stepping stone to go back to school and maybe start working with those who are making the funky robots. It's Caltech. That's it. Caltech are making the really creepy looking robots.
Well, there's always
I would love. Well, but my point is that I want the money to do that. But that's why I want the money, is to do that, not to have the money.
and keep in mind there's always Carnegie Mellon. Yeah.
Okay, sure. I don't know why that's funny. I just look at those weird
Because it's
Caltech
right down the
robots
street.
that-
That's why it's funny.
well, okay, but it's those creepy looking, like the ones that do that dance and that weird dog looking thing that looks like it's a skeleton of a dog, maybe, kind of a little. The ones I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Those
I
creepy
know the one
robots.
you showed them at me.
Yeah, I mean, it might be fun to get into that, but it feels
Yeah.
like I can't afford to try. Is my point.
Did you hear the New York police bought one of those dog robots? And the public reaction to it was so universally negative, they decommissioned the thing after like a week.
I didn't hear
Oh,
that
they
part.
decommissioned it. Okay. Okay.
I didn't know about the decommissioning, but yeah. But I mean, that it's still, I think, a valid point, though, is that I want money to do fun things with the money, and I don't want to have the money to have it.
That's where those two really stepped on themselves. Now, I could see. Um, her father died when she was 8 years old, and her mother raised 4 kids alone, and they were always a little bit hungry. Him, on the other hand, was never hard up, but he was the one that always had to have money, money, more money, to where, what do you, why did you spend the $5 on this particular thing? Because that's $5 that you don't have now. And it's, well, yeah, but I have that thing. And they never got that.
Yeah. No, I know what that's like too. I've spent a lot of time without money, and like buying those 2 robots was very much a you only live once thing. Like, I'm looking at my bank account going, I should hold on to this just in case. But then I was like, yeah, but what if I hold on to it just in case and that case never happens? Let's have a little fun with it and take like a bit of a risk. And so I bought the robots, even though I probably shouldn't have. But I really internalized holding on to money just in case during that period of being poor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still do a lot of that, of not using things I have because it seems it's not the best application to it, but I should just go ahead and, do whatever project rather than holding on to something for a long time.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. I don't know. I wonder what a moneyless society would even look like, or if it's even possible. I mean, I think we'd have to have Star Trek style replicators where the actual base material that it makes whatever it makes out of is completely inexpensive, and we're only paying for energy. But then someone's going to try to start an energy monopoly just to cash in on all the energy we're using. I mean, I don't know if a
Yeah.
moneyless society is possible without removing all of humanity's wants. And I don't know if that is possible at all.
Well,
there
even more
was.
than physical resources, at least from where we are now, a moneyless society will only be possible if we first have a source of free energy.
Well, that
Well,
too.
that's sort of
And
what I
then
was trying to get.
we had a moneyless society before the invention of currency. And what was it? It was self-sustenance and barter.
Well, okay, but
The
that's
only
still
issue,
currency though, after a fashion.
Well,
the
yeah,
thing
yeah.
when,
I see your
You know,
point.
I guess what I'm trying to say is a barter-free economy.
Basically, what? Where
it's
you can have whatever you want, whatever you need. You just take what you want, and there's always some more for somebody
Well,
else
that's
to
why I
have.
said I don't think we can have it without Star Trek style replicators.
That's yeah. That's the definite point there. There's always the
I
limits of the
also worry
resources.
that without the incentive of money, there would be less progress. You know,
Would
people
there?
would be
I
less
don't know.
motivated to move.
I mean,
Not
well,
completely, but I'm sure there
well,
are plenty of things that exist that only came to be because somebody was looking to make money for it.
well, that was the argument against things like UBI, for example, that we've been having in the last year or so. But
Oh, no,
what's
no, no.
becoming,
That's not
but
this.
what?
I'm
Well,
not saying that it would get rid of it completely. I'm just saying that I feel that there would be less motivation
I'm not
to move forward in science, some certain science and technology.
disagree. I disagree because you get schmucks like Diana here who says I like to learn just for the sake of learning. So I mean,
Well,
there's
yeah,
got to be people,
no,
you
I'm
know.
not. I'm not saying it would go away completely. That would always be there. Most scientists are super into it just for the science, but there will still always be those few Elon Musks out there that only progress for the sake of what they get out of it. That's
Okay,
what I'm
but
saying.
what would be the trade off between the people who would no longer do it because they're not making a profit, as opposed to how many more people would you have doing it because they've always wanted to,
That's
but
true.
the capital prevented them from doing it?
That's true because
Yeah.
the amount of fucking money we get cut from my research group because politicians, big oil, blah blah blah, and then we can't do certain things because of it. So yeah, totally. I didn't even think about that side.
Yeah, I don't
No,
know.
I don't disagree that there will
I
always
think humans don't like being idle very much, and I think if we had a society where all of our needs and wants were taken care of, we'd still have movers and shakers.
yeah. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying,
Oh, yeah. You would have
there would
people
be a
inventing
couple
things
pockets
just
where.
because that's their art.
Yeah.
Or even just out of necessity. You know, it's like I need something that doesn't exist yet, so I will create it because I need it. And if other people want it, well, I have no profit motive, so I'll just share it with them. I mean, granted that requires us to deny certain aspects of human nature, but still.
Mm.
Well, no, because we already see some of that going on. I mean, even with the profit motive, what about all the like open source and freeware software that
Yeah, but
is pretty much like you say, somebody made it because they needed to have this and they just put it out on the internet and said, if you like this, send me a couple of bucks, but go ahead and use it regardless.
Yeah,
yeah,
I've done that.
but then I have to point at how many times this stream has crashed because Diana insists on using open source software instead of a real operating system. So you know,
Well, yeah, there isn't quite the quality control involved. I'll give you that
yeah.
one.
Well, depending on where you go, I mean, there is some very, very good open source software out there coming out of some of the major companies, but No, some of it is absolute crap. Yeah.
So you're saying that that's actually open source
Yeah,
software?
pretty much, pretty much.
Okay then.
Yeah, the stuff that somebody decided they were going to start to work on never finished, and it's been sitting out there unmaintained for, like 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
Yep.
just what you
And
want. The description is just what you need, but it's unfinished.
yeah, it's kind of like whenever I have a technical problem with my computer and I go asking for advice. And so I look on Google and all I find are other people asking the same question.
Oh, gods,
No
yes.
answers,
Oh,
just
yeah.
the same people, just
Yeah.
people asking the same question. Oh, that's a giant pain.
And some of them don't even go any farther than, yeah, I have the same problem. Me too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, sure. The first time I heard about the Me Too movement, I was very confused because that was my experience with people online saying Me Too.
Yes, yes. Oh, look at the kiddiness over here.
Well, at least the kitty has finally quit yelling at us.
Yeah, she's finally shut up a little bit.
I wonder how much of that is her missing you and how much of that is her being horny.
No,
No,
I,
it's
I
not
think
horny.
yesterday.
Have you
Yeah,
had her
I think
fix yet?
yesterday she was just panicked that she had lost Diana. So
Well, maybe, but have you had her fixed yet?
I haven't got out there yet because a lot's been going on, as you know.
Yeah, I know.
Understatement.
Um,
So it's something I've got to do before summer's over.
Summer hasn't started yet.
Well, summer
Well-
starts today.
Oh, I thought it was the 23rd. Either way, starting.
I'll look it up.
no, the solstice or the equinox. Yeah, the solstice is always the 20th or the 21st.
yeah, I usually just decide to simplify it and say, okay, June, July, and August are summer. Everything else isn't. It's just easier.
Okay. Astronomical
I know
summer.
it's not technically, globally, scientifically correct, but if you say summer and you mean June, July, August, most people will
They
at
get
least
it.
understand
They get
you.
it. But
Yeah.
astronomical
It's
summer
summer.
officially arrives at 11:31 p.m. Eastern Time tonight.
Nope.
Yeah.
The hell was that?
Wow.
I don't know, but now she's gone nuts. Like she's all doped up all of a sudden. She's just rolling around on the carpet.
You're not going into heat again, are you?
Did you bring any catnip with you?
No, I mean I was just kind of wrestling with her a bit there, and now she's gone off on her own, and she's just
My kitties have a
Never talking
stash.
about her.
yeah. I think she just got a bit overstimulated there, and she's trying to run it off.
Okay.
You see, my kitties have a stash. Wow, that's pungent.
Wow, man. Yes, dear. What?
Cinder. Come on, buddy.
I am going to get another cup of tea if nobody minds. And if anybody
We can
minds,
talk
I'll still
amongst
get one.
ourselves.
Yay.
Solid plan.
Hmm. Come on, buddy.
Oh, my. Little one, I want to get some tea. Oh, my.
Hey, buddy.
Is your cat refusing catnip? I'm so confused.
Bring me coffee.
There we go. Who's my buddy?
Actually,
Oh.
I used to joke that my cat Tasha was the just say no poster child. But since then I have read that apparently like 10 to 15% of cats have no reaction to catnip.
I don't think Columbia reacts.
This one was indifferent to catnip until she dug up all the stuff I planted in the other pot.
And about this cat, you just mentioned their purple Yar.
Yeah, actually, just because she was the long line of cats. When we had moved into an apartment, it came with a cat, literally. We brought the couch up, we went down to the truck for more boxes, we came back up, and there's a cat laying on the couch. So this was back when I had the Commodore 64 that had the huge brick power supply on the floor.
Yeah.
Well, and he got the idea that if I was going to be at the computer, I wasn't moving for several hours, so he'd always come up and sit in my lap. And then when I shut off the computer, he realized that that brick was going to stay warm for another 3 hours, so he'd wrap himself around it.
I see.
So I called him Data because he was always laying on the computer, but everybody thought that was a Star Trek reference.
Ah.
Then, when my sister's cat had 3 kittens, she brought the only male up and gave it to me. That she wasn't going to take care of it. It was my responsibility, so I called him Worf. Again, it wasn't actually a Star Trek reference, but that's what everybody took it to be. So I went ahead and I named the other 2 kittens Troy and Crusher. So by the time I got Tasha, I just gave up on it and I just went with the Star Trek theme.
Gotcha. I don't know. I always a little bit had a crush on Tosh VR.
30 seconds to go.
Till what? Oh, till your tea is ready.
Yep, heating things up.
Mm. Of course, my brain is now turning that into a Ramones reference. 30, 30, 30 seconds to go. I wanna be sedated. You know that one? No, huh? All right.
I used to. But that was a long time ago.
Yeah, I was trying to make tea here last night and I had to use a saucepan.
I don't know. I'm starting to drink a little bit more tea by an actual tea kettle.
Yeah. Although Stool wouldn't be happy with me anyway because I was still making iced tea.
Hmm. Well, you
She's
know,
just flipping out.
I don't really feel the need to keep Stool
Get home
happy.
and you've got 2 humans fawning all over you, and
Stool can
here.
keep himself happy.
Well, actually, when I make iced tea, Sloth Girl and I have taken to refer to it as poking the badger.
Oh,
There we go.
Because every time Badger has come into one of my chats, we've gone around and around about making iced tea.
so
And
do
that
people
it-
not?
Well, what we've come to apparently for him that if I make hot tea and it sits on my desk and comes down to room temperature, it's still okay to drink it. But if I
see.
make iced tea and it sits on my desk and comes to room temperature, it's already been ruined.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going through that near 0 degrees Celsius thing that it screws everything up, right? What are you doing?
Yeah, somehow if you've put it in the refrigerator, it somehow has become undrinkable.
Okay. I find that odd, but all right.
It's British logic.
Yep.
Hmm. I suppose you could have just stopped at it's British, but all right.
Well, any more British logic is a oxymoron. I mean, in this age of Boris Johnson.
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't accept that if people said something like, oh, well, because of Trump, American fill in the blank is dead. I'd be like, yeah, but I'm not a Trump supporter either. So, you know.
Well, it's not so much because of Trump, or it's not so much because of Johnson. Rather, Trump and Johnson are symptoms.
Yeah, but still symptoms of something that I oppose as someone who lives in the place where it's happening. I don't like the idea of judging us by the worst of us. You know what I mean? Judging a people by the worst of them.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Well, that's what it sort of seems like is happening if we say what you just said.
Well, if we want to get away from that, then we'd better get the rest of these people who are not the worst of us to make themselves more visible.
Or to make the ones who are the worst of us less visible.
It's all relative, yeah. E equals MC squared and all that stuff. I don't know. I don't know if there's any hope for us or not. I hope there is, but. Well, you know I'm a cynic.
Yes. I'm not even sure what hope for us would look like. I mean, hope for us to do what?
To not devolve into an authoritarian fascist regime.
Oh, that.
Oh, there's no hope for us in that regard. Nope. Sorry.
Hmm.
I mean, we're already there, basically, but
I think if we say we're already there with what we have now, when we get there for real, it'll surprise us.
Yeah. We're not fascist yet, but it is run by an oligarchy.
yeah.
I don't know if you would have told me 20 years ago that we would currently be, fighting for people's basic human rights just because of who they were, I wouldn't have believed you. And it's fucking stupid. Totally stupid.
Well, that's the
Even in
same.
20 yeah, even in 2016, I did not believe Trump could get elected. I didn't
Not
think there were enough people that stupid to vote for him.
Well, the problem is, though, that part of how people were so stupid was who they voted for against him. We nominated someone that was deeply, deeply unpalatable to a lot of people on the left,
Yes.
and that was part of the problem. Is that Trump's opponent, they, like the DNC figured, well, Trump is so terrible, we don't have to actually try.
Right.
We
Yeah,
don't we don't have to appeal to people because Trump is just that bad, and they were wrong.
yeah, and that's
And they internalized that and kept it going for Biden. And it's like, well, when are you going to actually start catering to a huge swath of the left that said things like Bernie or bust? When does that become part of your thinking?
We're not a huge
yeah.
enough swath.
Well, and that's what I've said.
Well,
That's what the DNC has devolved into. That they're more concerned with maintaining the status quo than they
Yes.
are with actually winning
Yes.
elections.
Yes.
And I mean to them, Kate, obviously, I'm not taking away our significance or our voice, but I'm just saying in general, for some reason, we're just not enough. We're not enough of a reason to change for the DNC right now. So
well, the thing is, if it hadn't been for COVID, we'd probably be looking at Trump 2.0 right now. And that's something they refuse to internalize as well.
Yeah. In which, as much as people say, he's probably going to be in jail, etc., etc., there's a very real possibility, as far as I can see, that if he lives long enough, he's going to run in 2024 and have a good shot.
and
Mhm.
Or if not
people
him,
don't-
somebody like him.
Well, the fact that we still have people like Marjorie Taylor Greene being active in the Senate, kind of shows to me that no, Trump's never going to be held accountable for anything because we're not getting rid of any of the other people who are, as nutty, if not possibly worse than him.
Yep.
Marcus Flowers, the guy that will be opposing Marjorie Taylor Greene, actually agreed to come do an interview on my channel.
Yay!
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Huh.
I'm very interested because he's not in my because Marjorie Taylor Greene is from Georgia. I'm not in that district though, so I wouldn't be able to vote for him anyway. But I'm still interested in what his policies are, and plus I like really loathe that woman to an extreme degree. So, but he's very very intelligent. He's very very progressive. Look him up. I think it's Marcus Flowers or Marcus Four Flowers or something like that.
Well, and even if you can't actually vote for him, just getting her opponent's name out there and out in
Yeah.
social media as much as possible.
Exactly. That's I would, and I want to, like, when I bring him on, while I will talk about her a little bit, what I want to focus on is his platform and what he wants to
Which
do.
is the way to go, yes.
Well, I'm
And
just
that's
a little.
the reason that Purple said is because I want to be able to get as many people that might be able to hear and do something about it, what he has to say. Because most people in Georgia have never, at this point, haven't even heard of him yet. I'm like, what are you doing? You guys know who Marjorie Taylor Greene is. You know how horrible she is. Why do you not know who this man is? He is fucking amazing.
Still, I'm a bit concerned about the Democrats that are in Congress that are acting like Republicans. I mean, I'm thinking Cinema and Manchin here. You know, I mean, they're a bit of a problem. Is like you're not acting like Democrats, or at least not what I was taught a Democrat is supposed to be, and yet you're behaving like Republicans, yet you're Democrats. This is a problem. You know.
Well, consider,
a lot of them
Manchin
that are
is
very
out.
light on that too, though. Like I'm not as hard as those two, but there are people like Schiff and even Pelosi sometimes that are
Pelosi.
God damn, it's just like, are you on our side? Like, are you, or are you guys just like, I feel sometimes like they're just secretly getting head behind the scenes from Republicans and paying them back in this way. So I don't know.
That's pretty much it, because the feeling I have is that they are very comfortable the way things are. They're making a good living for themselves the way things are. They don't want that to change, because then their pocketbook is going to suffer.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Is like they are Democrats in name only. They govern like right wingers.
Yes,
and it's in almost entirely out of self-interest. There is very little, if any, concern about the actual people.
Well, right. And this is the problem, though, is that and I don't want to like be soapboxy here, but I feel like that absolute drive and need and for power is kind of ingrained in the right, where it's not so much in the left, but you have the problem where it is in people sometimes. So you give people power, no matter what side they're on, they're going to start acting more in that way and being caring more about the power regardless of what side they fall.
Well, and another part of the problem is also that like party versus wing has gotten really blurry. Like there was a time you could point to Democrats and say these are the left wingers, and you point to Republicans and say those are the right wingers. You can't do that anymore. Like there isn't a left in the United States. It doesn't exist. It's right and right. And then when you look at the people who are actually on the left and act as if they're on the left, govern as if they're on the left, it doesn't look like the parties at all. I mean, that's one of the only reasons why Bernie ever ran as a Democrat, is because he didn't think he could win as an independent.
And he was right, as far as I can tell, because you can't get enough people to break from the two-party system to get a solid vote. This is what you need to do, as you've said many times. You need to get enough people voting third party such that the third party isn't a third party anymore. It's a major party.
But you can't get that out of people because they're too scared about the other major party. And it'd be nice to be able to get people to just like actually take a fucking risk once in a while. It didn't matter, like this last election, didn't matter how much you said, look, we need a third party, we need a new direction, because all people would say is, but Trump though. And you couldn't get past but Trump to get any kind of actual like sense out of anybody, any actual logic out of these people. It was all lizard brain.
Well, I think what we have to get is the ranked choice voting is the only way we'll make a third party viable.
Well, the problem is that we need the cooperation of the very people we're trying to oust to get it possible to oust them.
Bingo.
But the ranked choice voting can be done on a smaller scale. It doesn't have to be done on a federal level. It can be done individually, state by state, and it's easier. It's easier. Well, not good enough, but do you have another plan?
No, but it's still not good enough because we don't have the time. It's too much of a slow burn to start in states and then get it federally eventually. That's one thing that I was also having a hard time getting people to realize, to accept and internalize, is that we are on a time crunch. We don't have time for a 4-year palate cleanser with Joe Biden, get rid of the taste of Trump, because we have stuff that needs doing now. And if it's not done now, we hit points of no return. I am, of course, talking about the environment, but it's not only the environment. So we don't have time for ranked choice voting now. We had time for ranked choice voting 30 years ago. That's the problem.
Okay, but saying we don't have time for this plan is fine if you have another plan that can work faster. If you
Not
have no other plan, then don't
we're-
shoot down the only plan that's available.
But the problem is that it's not a plan that's viable, so it needs shooting down regardless.
But
No,
okay,
it
no,
needs
I
to-
see where Purple's coming
Yes.
from, because you need a place to live before you burn your house down.
But the house is burning down around us. We need a fire extinguisher. That's the problem, is we don't have time to start building up infrastructure
that's what
when
we
we're
need
not
to
when,
do.
when we're not putting out the fire.
That's what we need to do. That we need to come up with that plan that we don't have yet. Let's get some people
Well,
together and, God damn it, around the
Okay,
table.
but ranked choice voting on a level other than federal isn't something that's viable. That's the problem. It's not going to save us from ourselves. You see what I'm getting at?
The problem is I can see both sides of this argument. That's trouble.
Well, all I'm saying is that I'd be down with the ranked choice voting thing 30 years ago. Right now, we need something more dramatic, more drastic. Anything less won't
Yep.
solve the problem. It's putting Band-Aid on something that desperately needs skin grafts.
So I guess what you really need is to turn the U.S. into an autocracy with me as the autocrat. Let's get moving.
Yeah, I think we need me as the autocrat, but okay, go on. If we had you as the autocrat, we'd be spending a bunch of time rebooting the country as we switch to Linux in all government systems.
I'm pretty sure the best candidate for autocrat would be the one that doesn't want to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I know. I'm just being facetious here.
Well, yes and no. I mean, like if someone doesn't want to be autocrat and they're forced into it, they might decide, well, okay, fuck it then. I'm just going to mess everything up because I don't want the job, and I'm going to do a shit job until they take me out of this and put in someone who wants it.
Okay. That doesn't have the desire to be, is what I'm saying.
Well, I don't want to. I don't want to be an autocrat. I just have to be
Oh, I know
because
you were kidding,
I'm
but
I'm the only sane one around here. Come on. Think about that for a while.
I don't know. You're friends with me, so I question your sanity greatly.
But
there would be something to having a president who is terminally ill, who knows that they're not going to have a second term or have to worry about anybody's opinion because they'll be dead in 4 years.
Yeah, wouldn't that be
Yeah,
something?
they'll still. There's some validity to that, but they also still want to worry about their legacy, that kind of
Well, there's
bullshit.
a sci-fi story I was reading. It was actually the third book of the Rendezvous with Rama series, where there was this alien species. If they ever declared war, then when the war was over, every politician is put to death.
I like it. And I'm
The basic idea being, if you go to war, you better fucking mean it. It better absolutely be something that has to happen. Because it will mean your death regardless, even if you win.
Yeah, but if you tried to do that in our society now, you'd wind up with another Korea because then we didn't declare war. It's a police action, so we're okay.
There you
No,
go.
actually, that was one thing that was made very clear, is that you can't weasel word your way out of this one. You can't. It's not possible the way they set it up. You absolutely are being put to death if you engage in military action of any sort.
Okay, then. And by the way, I'm not worried about my legacy. The armacy is another story.
You're an idiot. You've been hanging out with Kate too much.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm better than that.
Actually, I'm worried about my kidney, but that's another story too.
Aren't we all?
Oh, man.
My broken kid is in need of help, so I must part. But I'm glad you are doing so much better, Diana. I'm happy you're home.
Well, danke schön.
Okay. Yeah, just hope you can get another apartment, get out of your situation as soon as possible.
Yes,
Yeah, we
that's
have,
what we want to see.
We
I'll
have
be
an
honest, I thought you had
application
left
to,
already.
yeah, I know. We have an we were supposed to have been. We have an application to 3 different places that we should hear from this week. So hopefully, yeah, as soon as we can, I will let everybody know. Thank you all for letting me emote and share and shit. I appreciate it. You guys are good
Yay, we
friends.
love having you here.
Well, your
Seriously.
existence and happiness is important to us.
Yes. Yes.
See, and that was my fuel for the day. Thank you, Kate. I love you guys. See you later.
Take care,
Bye.
honey.
Bye bye. Oh,
Wow, breakfast is not sitting well today.
Oh no.
Well, it's not. It's probably just a combination of really shitty food plus carbonation.
So, in other words, I don't necessarily want to run out and grab Cheetos mac and cheese.
Well, usually it sits better. I think it's just a today thing. I mean, because
Oh, okay.
ordinarily, like this is more carbonated than Red Bull,
Oh, okay.
so it's probably that.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about what I want to stuff into my pie hole, and there's not much around here actually. Maybe I could fry an egg. That would be okay,
Yeah,
or boil it.
I don't know. Like
or you got
are
somebody with a
eggs
car here, or you could actually go shopping.
Yeah,
eggs are
we
allowed
could
in
do
this
that.
diet of yours?
Yes,
Huh?
I can actually have eggs.
Aren't they like? Maybe I'm misremembering. I thought they were loaded with potassium.
I don't know.
Well,
But they served
how
me.
come they don't?
Hmm?
How come eggs don't fall under the same problem as protein?
That I don't understand, because yeah, they are. I mean, pure protein. But they served me eggs almost every day.
Hmm.
At least one meal. You know, when I was there at the. I guess maybe it's the number of eggs they give you rather than the fact that they give them to you at all.
Well, I'm looking, and it seems a boiled egg has 63 milligrams of potassium. I don't know if that's a lot.
How does that compare to a banana?
Hmm. I mean, if
Well,
if
the
you tell
egg
me
is white
that,
and round, and the banana is yellow and kind of long.
Yeah.
well, a naked banana is a little white. If you leave it naked for too long, then it goes a bit, well, rustier, let's say. Okay, according to this, a banana, one medium banana, whatever the fuck that is, 425 milligrams of potassium.
Okay, so the egg is
Versus the
definitely.
60 something in an egg.
Yeah, that's definitely potassium
Yeah, so
stars.
the egg is like 1/6 or 1/7 as much potassium as the banana.
Yeah. How many bananas do you have to eat to get your daily potassium? One third of a banana. Um,
It says here high potassium foods is anything 200 milligrams per serving or higher.
oh,
So a
Lord.
medium-sized pear is apparently 200.
Yeah, this is going to be a whole shitload of fun staying on this diet. Well, already they've told me you don't stay on the diet. You figure out how much you can cheat.
Well, let's see. I don't know. It's weird. They said brown rice was something to avoid on that other website, but here I'm looking. A half cup of brown or white rice is 50 grams of or milligrams of potassium. So that's not a lot. Why would they tell you to avoid brown rice?
I had the reason and I forgot it.
Well, I think the brown rice as opposed to the white rice, it seemed there was also kind of a theme of avoiding too much roughage.
Okay,
Well,
this says brown rice has a high phosphorus and potassium content and will likely need to be portion controlled or limited on a renal diet.
hmm,
This is from Healthline.
hmm. I don't know if there was ever a dietitian or something that would sit down with me in a situation like this. I'd like item number one. I'd be like, okay, we're prioritizing stuff by how much I enjoy eating it, rather than how much of what I should or shouldn't have is in it. Now,
Mm-hmm.
within that time frame, what am I, or within that perspective,
Right,
scope, whatever,
right.
what am I allowed to eat that tastes good and is healthy? Let's find where those two cross. Let's draw a Venn diagram around taste.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I have a feeling they'd be coming in with just the facts, ma'am, purely technical. Here's what you should be eating because it's healthy, and whether it tastes good or not is a tertiary concern.
Yeah.
I'd
Yeah,
probably
well,
tell them to go
having
to
dealt with
hell.
my fiance's dietitian, yeah, that was pretty much how the meetings went.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Well,
the
I don't know. What's the four equivalent of tertiary? Like, primary, secondary, tertiary,
oh,
quaternary,
quaternary.
quaternary.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Okay, fair enough, I guess. Quaternary. How odd. Except it's even. That's even more odd. Weird.
And then there's twaternary.
Hmm.
Did you know that when you write out the word four, it is the only number that has the same number of letters in its name?
Hmm.
Oh, okay.
Did you know that before he was in Star Wars Episode 4, Mark Hamill had never seen a single Star Wars movie?
How true, how true.
Uh,
What foods should be avoided with kidney disease? Everything.
did, did you say wet? Oh, a witch. I
Which
heard wet
foods?
when you said witch.
No,
Okay.
I was serious when I said I'm probably going to be on a Rice Krispies only diet, man. But the rice
Hmm.
they would serve me Rice Krispies for breakfast, and those were the best breakfasts I had. Rice Krispies, couple slices of French toast, um, a sliced pear.
Okay, but again, the Rice Krispies, you fill the bowl with milk, and isn't that again animal protein?
Well,
Yeah,
my question was going to be, can they be Rice Krispie treats?
I wouldn't be surprised you could do that.
Well, if you
Or,
don't have a
or,
problem with the level of sugar, that's all Rice Krispie treats are. It's basically corn syrup and the Rice Krispies.
Yeah.
or Cocoa Krispies. Can you have Cocoa Krispies?
Yeah, I used to make the Krispy treats out of Fruity Pebbles for the girls.
Hmm.
Actually, they do that at the local coffee shop. I've had, I think the best ones actually are the Captain Crunch bars rather than the Rice Krispie bars.
Oh,
The
okay.
Fruit Loops bars are just too sweet though.
Yeah, well, basically, you can do them on most any cereal you enjoy.
Hmm.
Uh,
But I think I mentioned it like last week or the week before, but I had actually bought just a bag of marshmallows and started roasting them over the burners because I have I have fire burners, gas burners. So
Now this is
um,
weird because you were saying, honey, about the numbers of the various nutrients over here. Peanut butter is a high potassium, high phosphorus ingredient, but still works in a kidney diet as a substitute for meat. Portion control is important.
hmm.
So I guess a lot of it is going to be portion control. In other words,
Are you allowed any meat?
oh yeah,
Okay.
it's just not too much meat, and then avoid the red meat as much as possible.
Hmm. Is pork red meat?
I think it's I think it's commonly thought of as white meat.
Really?
Well, I
It
think the
should
white
be.
meat,
Hmm?
yeah, I think pork, the other white meat, was just a slogan by the, pork producers.
It
I
should
don't
be a
think
red
that,
meat.
yeah, I
Hmm.
don't think calling it a white meat had anything to do with its dietary or nutritional things.
Well,
Oh,
I
okay.
wasn't even thinking of that. I was just thinking, like, because I know that there's white meat and dark meat on chicken. I know we tend to think of red meat as like beef,
Mm-hmm.
but I had never really stopped and asked myself, like, what is pork?
Well, basically, to me, I think red meat is any mammal, and with the chicken, the difference between the white meat and the dark meat is largely, the number of veins and arteries in it. That the
Mm.
dark meat is just the muscles that are exercised more and had a lot more blood vessels in them.
Yeah,
Mm,
there's a structural
but
difference to the white meat and the dark meat, but you've got pretty
there's
much. Hmm?
a definite taste difference and a quality difference, a texture difference to white and dark meat
Oh, yeah.
in
Well, the
chicken.
dark meat is tougher because the muscles have been pulled more while the animal is alive, so it's a tighter fiber structure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, but my point is the experience of eating it changes though.
And then, as far as I've gone, the white meat is consistently in danger of being dry, whereas the dark meat, not so much.
I like the light meat better. It's not as I don't know, greasy, I guess. It's not as
Yeah, yeah, I see where you're coming from.
yeah, it's more see tender is the wrong word. I don't have the right word for it.
But the reason you
Um
don't like the dark meat is the reason I do like it.
well no, but I do like the dark meat. I just prefer the white meat.
Okay. I'm going to have to see if I
It's
can have a chicken pot pie anymore.
mm, probably not, and I'm gonna guess it's like you could have everything except the shell. Because it's there's a lot of vegetables in pot pie.
Yes. And that's a good thing. I like veggies. And they are tasty and they are yummy. And they have all that nice little gravy stuff going on in there. And they have the little pieces of chicken. Pork, pork, pork.
I like pot pie as the idea of being the final episode of Veggie Tales.
Yes.
Yeah, I've never actually seen VeggieTales. I didn't even know it was a religious show until like years after I'd learned of its existence.
Oh, yeah. Just before meeting my fiance, I was with a Lutheran woman raising her three daughters.
If I ever
And yeah, I
decide to
got the
become
Veggie
religious,
Tales songs drilled into my head.
Oh,
if I ever decide to
where
become
is my
religious,
hairbrush?
if I ever become religious, I'm going to be a Lex Lutheran. But
Yeah, there you go.
I, I, I didn't like. I heard one of their songs as a punk cover before ever learning it was religious, and so on my phone is an MP3 of a punk version of the Pirates Who Don't Do Anything. But now I know that's a religious thing, and it feels a little weird listening to it.
This is interesting. I found a term I'd not seen before: phosphate binder, as far as foods with phosphorus.
It's not just how you keep track of your diet. You put the pages into the binder with all of your like dietary
I think
into
that
the
might be
binder.
the way it works, yes. Um, Oral phosphate binders are widely used for hyperphosphatemia in patients with advanced chronic kidney disease, although it remains uncertain. Dot dot dot. Um, where is? I want to know what a phosphate binder is. All you're saying is what they can do.
Mm.
Calcium based binders are frequently used. Aluminum based binders. I'm going to have to ask about that. See what happens. They seem to be pills of some sort.
Oh, I was picturing something radically different, even when I started picturing it seriously.
Yeah, I was
Uh,
hoping that it might be something you could eat along with the phosphate containing food.
I wasn't even picturing it as something that you take. I thought it was just like something natural that bound itself to phosphates that your body produced.
Okay.
Like what was that thing? There was something I was hearing about where it was like something you could inject that was like it wasn't a virus, it was closer to a vaccine, but what it did was like it went in and found these toxins and would bind itself to them in a way that the body could then deal with that it couldn't while they were still present or something.
It sounds
I
like
don't
you're
know.
talking about a chelating agent, in which case I kind of know the way it would work. Okay. Okay.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly. Also, I didn't think it was pronounced that way, but all
Is
right.
it chelating or chelating or.
I thought it was chelating.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong though.
I don't know. I don't think I've heard
Uh,
anybody speak it.
yeah, it's chelation.
Okay, fine. I stand corrected.
It's I'm looking at these how to pronounce sites and
Chelation.
yeah.
Oh man, they're talking about phosphate binders are a commonly prescribed class of drug for patients on dialysis. In Australia, the annual expense for phosphate binders has increased significantly since um, sevelamer hydrochloride and lanthanum carbonate were introduced, with the mean pill cost increasing from 12 something to $60 per patient per week. Eek! Man, when
You
you,
realize that's like a billion times better than a lot of things, right? Like insulin, for example.
for example, yeah, I mean, insulin is what, maybe a couple hundred a week?
Something like that. I think you can get up to like 3,000 a month.
It's just not doing it right here. Just have the whole
Like,
medical thing all wrong here in the U.S.
mm-hmm. Well, I mean, the problem with the US is that there are too many people who have decided that everything has to be quote unquote earned. There's no sense of the greater good. There's no sense of self sacrifice for the greater good. And the
Yeah,
ironic part, of course, is that most of the people who lose their shit at the idea of sharing with their neighbors are also Christians.
yeah.
But it's just that seems to be the attitude is I got mine and fuck the rest of you.
Yeah, Mage. This is a little while ago that you mentioned it, but yeah, if you buy it pre-made, the pot pie will have lots of sodium. I like to make my own pot pies. I
Mm.
like them a lot better than the pre-made pot pies because um, I'll make them with a lot more gravy, for example, than you'll get, and it's just much more of a taste sensation, at least as far as I'm concerned.
Seems like a lot of work for not nearly enough return, frankly. Not unless you're making a pot pie that's gigantic and will last forever.
Well, that's what I'll
Like, I mean,
do.
that was one of the things about the steaks that I had bought is they like it seemed like a lot of money, but in the end, it was like $6 for 4 meals. That's pretty good.
hmm Now I'll make like an 11 or 12-inch pot pie that will feed even me for 4 meals.
Hmm.
Yeah, and then considering what I have to do as far as probably have to eat a lot less now, so it'll feed me for even a greater number of meals. And you can have some. Yeah, the little one can have some cheeky.
I don't know. It's weird. Like my appetite when I was younger and my appetite now are kind of radically different
I take it you
and
eat a lot less now.
quite a bit less.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Uh, I don't know. It's funny. The way Manda describes her son's metabolism doesn't sound too unlike my own. I used to eat like that, like you wouldn't believe. Like there were
Okay.
times where I could not get enough food in me. It just wasn't possible. I was constantly hungry. To the point where you might almost wonder if I had a tapeworm, which I
Yeah.
didn't. I was just a teenager with a blast furnace inside.
I was not like that.
No?
No, I had a big appetite, but I did not have the blast furnace metabolism. I was always a
Hmm.
big kid.
No, you've heard me describe how people used to think I was like anorexic or bulimic
Uh huh.
through no fault of my own.
Moo. No, I
Just how I
I
was
I
built.
broke 200 at 17. I broke 150 at something like 11.
Well, it took like a pandemic and no caffeine for 10 years for me to crack like 170.
I wonder how much of it for you losing weight has been all the extra caffeine just kind of revving your metabolism.
Oh, I suspect that's a huge part of it. I also suspect that the weed is part of it. Like, despite the munchies, have you ever noticed how a lot of people who are totally into weed are really thin?
Oh, okay.
Weed revs your metabolism like you would not believe. It
Oh,
really does.
that's not just because the pot's so expensive you can't buy groceries.
Yeah,
Nope,
that was the first thing I
nope.
thought.
It just seriously, like, I looked it up and it makes you just like, yeah, you burn a lot on weed.
It's
So
too
between that and the caffeine, yeah.
it's too bad I'm afraid to smoke it because I'm afraid I'd cough a lung out.
Well, vapes help. There's also edibles, you know?
Yeah, because the one time I tried vaping, it was worse than smoking.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I've never been a smoker. Vaping is really my only experience, except that one time I tried a cigarette and said, why would anyone do this to themselves? So, you know,
I've tried the vaping, but smoking or vaping, well, weed in general hasn't had much effect on me. It's only been a couple of times, so.
yeah, I used to be like that. The first couple of times I tried weed, it had very little effect. And then all of a sudden, holy shit.
Yes.
It really depends on like your metabolism, but also the strain you try.
Yeah, well, I've tried it a couple dozen times because I keep saying it doesn't have much effect, and like people keep taking that as a challenge and coming and telling me they got this really primo stuff and we're smoking up together, and everyone else is floating away, and I'm just sitting there waiting for something to happen.
Well, next time they tell you they have some really primo stuff, just tell them to send it to me.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, Purple. I will fall on that sword. I will jump on that grenade. You give me you give me your weed, and I'll take it off your hands so you don't have to.
Well, that's basically what I've been doing just because it had so little effect on me. I just felt it's a waste of money.
Hmm. Now, I remember I was in LA with a bunch of folks from YouTube, and someone went to a dispensary and came back with this stuff that, like, I could not even think for several hours. Everything was funny. I was laughing my ass off. And looking back on it, I seem to vaguely remember we were at an Italian restaurant, and me, with a Sicilian father, was pronouncing the Italian names of the dishes badly.
Oops.
Yeah, well, what you gonna do? I was that out of it.
Oh man.
So
Okay. Rome Demon says I smoke
sometimes,
like a chimney.
sometimes things just don't affect you, and then all of a sudden something breaks, and the next thing you know, it's like you're laughing more than the Joker for several hours.
Well, the first time I tried grass, it did nothing to me. The second time, yeah, I got somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know, but again, your mileage may vary. Everyone's
Yep.
experience is different.
Absolutely.
So what you gonna do?
Yep.
I don't know.
It is the moo. That's what it is.
Hmm.
I'm
Oh, no
already
wonder I'm hungry. It's noon.
I'm already turning this place into a mess.
Are you? In what way?
Well, there's stuff strewn about that I haven't put away yet.
Oh, horrors. There's an open suitcase laying by the closet door.
Yes. Still have to put my hospital clothing away.
Hmm. Yeah, you'd be horrified at the messes I'm willing to accept in my life.
Oh no 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 no!
I'm
You haven't seen this place on a good day.
Okay.
I'm terribly concerned because she's spreading the rumor that I'm a good housekeeper, and then somebody's actually going to see my apartment.
Hmm.
Hey, this place looks better right now than it's looked in the last what 3 years. That's
Okay.
that's how long I've lived here.
Okay. So you're saying it
Honestly,
was
all I
you're
did was a
saying it was
damp rag
worse
and
when
the
you moved
vacuum
in?
cleaner, but
Are you saying it was worse when you moved in?
When I moved in, it was totally empty. That was the best it looked until right now.
Ah.
Yeah. God, I remember what it looked like when I first came in here the first time, and to look at it right now, I can't imagine it looking the way it did. But yes, it did. I've got pictures.
Well, to be perfectly honest, I don't even really know what the layout of your place is like at all.
It's rather compact, but nice. You've got a living room here, which I use as my studio. It's 11 by 16, so a little on the small side, but not uh, thumbnail size. Off
Hmm.
that, there's
Postage stamp?
yeah, postage stamp. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you. And then the kitchen is off that. There's no wall in between. You just walk from one to the other. The kitchen's about 8 by 8, and it's square with the cabinets along two walls and the appliances along, the defriginators in one corner and the electric range is in the opposite diagonal corner. Um, and then you've got the hallway going down to the bedroom, which is I think 9 by 16, if I remember correctly. And in between the two, there's a crapper.
Well, sounds better than the studio I was living in before I got that condo.
Okay. Yeah, this is comfort.
Well, literally a studio, and it didn't have a bathroom. I had to share one with the whole floor.
Oh man, I had an apartment like that once. Yeah,
well, that's not an apartment, that's just a dorm room.
yeah.
Well, did
That
describe it as a studio.
that must have been an older building.
Um, I mean, it was in Seattle. I have no idea how old it was.
Okay.
Okay, for me personally, that's the distinction between having an apartment and a room is whether or not you've got your own bathroom.
Yeah.
Hmm. Well,
When
I
I
mean, a studio is technically a room and an apartment, but it's a room. I
hmm,
mean, by definition, a studio is a one room apartment, kind of.
when I
I don't know.
when I lived in Marietta, I had a 3 room apartment, but the bathroom was down the hall. You had your own bathroom, but you had to go out of the apartment and into the bathroom to get there. Um,
But it was your own personal private bathroom, regardless?
yes, yes,
Did you have the keys to it?
yes.
Huh. Weird.
Yeah, I don't know how it turned out that it was built that way. It was an old building. I mean, it was at least what
Mhm.
120 years old or something like that.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, the building I used to live in, um, my apartment had its own bathroom, but the apartment on the other side of the hall, the bathroom was on my side of the hall, so they had to come out across the hallway to go to the bathroom.
mm-hmm. Yeah,
And that was just because it was such an old building that was retrofitted that, I think there just weren't any water pipes on the opposite side of the hall, so that was the only place they could put a bathroom.
that would make sense. Yeah, you put it where the wet wall is.
Hmm. I don't know.
I liked that apartment though. It was nice. And Marietta was a nice. It was a small town. I could never live there again. But it
Why?
because it was a small town,
Oh.
very conservative.
Ah.
Yeah, and but it had that small town charm. If you like that rustic thing, then you were okay with it, as long as you could put up with everybody in your business. Oh well.
Yeah, small town, I had the problem that everybody felt they knew their business better than I did, so I couldn't actually tell them anything that was real about me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was looking at the street I lived on. Um, Went to Google Street View and everything, and sometimes I think, what would it be like to live there again? But well, number one, there's no work there. Not that it matters with me. I'm on disability. But then the other one is it's very, very red, and I couldn't do it.
You did, Papa.
Moo?
Nothing, I just, I'm bound to be ticking a lot. I'm out of my
Oh,
environment.
oh,
I
oh,
don't,
okay, okay, okay.
yeah. I don't have my safe space. I don't have my kitty to cuddle. So I don't have any of the things that would normally help me wind down. So I'm just going to be ticking a lot until I get home.
Well, if you need a safe space, maybe I can put you under the desk. No?
Yeah, it's a running joke for things like that, but I used to do a lot of things like that. I literally slept in a closet for about 3 years.
Oh, I remember I had a period where, yeah, if I really needed to, I would go into a closet and just sit there with the door closed.
Yeah, it makes coming out of the closet mean a rather different thing for me.
Sure does.
Of course, I've had to come out of so many closets in my life.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Your closets have to come out of a closet. You got any more going on there, or are you pretty much finished with them now?
Oh, well, still got to do the trans thing to my family and a bunch of people like that. And
Good luck,
I
honey.
kind of skipped over the whole thing of telling people I was atheist because I told them that I was pagan over 30 years ago, and they still don't seem to have gotten the memo on that one. So I don't think changing religion again is going to make any difference.
Ay,
I just think that one would be fun with my older brother, who's a born again.
wow.
I got good news and bad news. Good news, I'm no longer pagan.
Yeah. Sounds like the dynamic between me and my sister when she was still alive.
Well, this is another way where I feel pretty lucky. My parents being raised by hippies. You go, Mom, Dad, I'm a lesbian. They're like, okay, thank goodness, just as long as you're not a Republican.
Yeah.
That makes it really easy to come out to your parents when they're like super left wing.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that was the interesting thing with the slimy bastards. I registered as a Republican in 1976 to vote for the first time in the presidential election. They gave me all kinds of shit that I was doing that only to give them a hard time because they were registered.
Ah, yes, it's all about them.
They were registered Democrats at the time. So what did they do? In the era of Ronald Reagan and beyond, they switched to Republican. So, should I have given them a whole bunch of shit for switching to my affiliation? Because I didn't switch out of Republicanism until, what, about 2001?
I don't know. I mean, the fact that they did it just to spite you, I would use that against them myself.
Yeah, I had thought of it, and then I had thought that okay, it's just going to be more trouble than it's worth. It always is. Um,
Well, I mean, you could use it against them. You could start telling them, oh, that thing that I secretly support is actually a people you hate idea, kind of, or whatever, or people you
yeah,
love idea.
yeah.
I mean, if they're going to just be contrarian, then tell them you support all the things you hate and watch them vote for you. You know what I mean? Or vote with you. Yeah.
I've wondered how that would work if you could be a sheep in wolf's clothing, a Democrat and run as a Republican, and then say, "Oh, surprise!" I don't know.
I've wondered about trying to do that sort of thing. Now, obviously, I've been publicly left enough that no one would buy it. I would have to have some sort of weird come to Jesus moment where I pretend to not be a lesbian anymore, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and I don't think anyone would ever buy it, not out of me. But even so, the thing that would worry me the most is becoming what I pretend to be.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
So I'm not sure I'd even want to try. Besides, what if the left didn't believe me anymore? When I finally find myself in a position of power where I can start, moving and shaking things and start being an uber lefty, how many would go, I don't buy it?
Yeah,
Well, that is a problem you would run into because even if you started voting for the Democratic issues, a lot of the other Democrats would say that, but you're a Republican, so I can't support that.
Well,
yeah,
but that's the thing, though, is I'm not sure they would necessarily. I know a lot of a lot of Republicans who'd be like that. Like how many of them turned on Romney Care when they renamed it Obamacare. And for those who don't
yes,
know, yes, Obamacare was originally a Mitt Romney proposal, right?
yes,
But I've seen a lot of Democrats watch right wingers be like they start supporting left wing shit for right wing reasons, and it's like, let them. I don't care
Oh,
if they're doing the right thing for wrong reasons. They're doing the right thing. So I'm not sure that a Republican starting to act like a Democrat would get Democrats to go mulish against them.
speaking of the right thing for wrong reasons category, did you
Yeah,
hear yesterday that the Supreme Court upheld Obamacare?
yes,
They struck down the Texas challenge to it, saying the state of Texas has no standing to bring the case.
I
yeah.
did not know. Hmm.
Yeah, and there were some people wondering what effect that was going to have on any case heard that would challenge Roe v. Wade, and my first reply was not much, really. But I don't know if I'm full of it or what.
What I
I
wonder, like I forget if it was Florida or Texas, but one of them just passed a prayer moment in schools bill,
Right, right.
and I'm wondering, can the federal government step in and say that's unconstitutional?
Well, the
They're
way
gonna
it
have
was
to.
worded is that it's not a prayer
Well,
moment; it's giving the
word it
students
or
a
not,
moment of
that's not
silence.
that's not the point. That's not the
Yeah.
point. The point is federal versus local. Can the federal government step in and say you kind of stepped over a line you can't step over?
Yes.
I suppose they
Okay.
could, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if the suit would be successful, but they could.
Well, I mean, that's been done many times before about them trying to bring religious issues into public schools. And the federal government says, no, you can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
But on this one, as you were starting to say, I think they didn't push it as prayer, they pushed it as a moment of silence and meditation or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, then I would want to be like I'd go, look, I can't meditate. That goes against my religion. I worship chaos.
Well, and where the federal government has generally drawn the line has been to say that as long as it wasn't the staff or faculty promoting some particular religion, that it was still okay.
Mm,
That as far as if it was a group of students on their own praying in a public school, that was all right as long as
Yeah.
it was not led by a staff member.
Right.
but I mean, it seems to me that saying the school has to
Yeah.
allow for this moment. I mean, it may not be like a teacher leading us in prayer, but it's still the school saying prayer moment. So, I mean, like I know that they're trying to weasel their way into having it be allowed, like they're trying to be technically
Hmm.
correct, but it's still obviously a weaselly way of getting your foot in the door to prayer in school.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's a matter of the interpretation, which is largely going to come down to who's going to be the judge to hear the case.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And we all know who appointed a shitload of those.
Yeah. Well, and we all know why they were allowed to. Because certain people didn't have the courage to actually vote for a real lefty. Fucking, I don't belong in this country. I really don't. I belong in a country that has an actual left, where I am not a radical, crazy lefty, but rather a reasonable moderate. Because there are countries like that exist where someone who was raised by hippies like me is like some weirdo conservative.
Yeah. Nerdy's
And
got,
I'd like to live in one of those goddamn countries.
Nerdy's got it right. We need Cthulhu in schools.
Hmm.
I have been promoting the Church of the Cephalopod.
Okay, then.
It's basically what you would get if Cthulhu was a pacifist.
I like it.
So, like, the prayer broadcasts would actually be cephalopodcasts?
Yes.
Okay. Also, by the way, Diana, I know you love pronouncing things certain ways, but it is Cthulhu. It is not Cthulhu. It is a TH sound.
Oh, okay.
That's official.
Move beef. Is it schools or is it shuls?
Right.
Oh, shit.
Okay, do you know when to use fish and fishes?
Yes.
Well, fishes is when you're talking about the various species, isn't it?
No, it's
Yeah.
the act of fishing. He fishes from his boat.
Yeah, that too. That's it.
No, actually, Diana has it that if it is a school of all one species, it is fish. If it is a group of mixed species, then it is fishes.
Okay, then.
How often, like do fish intermingle? I wonder.
Often
Actually,
enough.
How tribal are they?
No, it actually happens a lot, in different environments, especially around coral reefs,
Yeah.
that you tend to have groups that are, 5 or 6 species mixing together.
Oh my. And then wait a minute, what do we have here? Oh, Nerdy says badoomts. Okay.
Right. Well, just so long as we all agree that today's fish is trout a la creme. Enjoy your meal.
Yay. No, actually, I actually had the idea that fish might not be a bad idea in case we do go shopping, honey. Get a bag of pollock or tilapia.
Yeah. Well, it was sounding with the diet restrictions that more fish and chicken is really the direction you need to go.
Mm-hmm.
It's a shame, really, because, like, fish is very hit or miss with me. I mean, there's only one kind of fish I like to eat. I have to obligate. I'm obligated to say, but just with regular old seafood, I mean, I really wish I had words that described tastes, more words that describe taste, because I don't know how to define why seafood tastes different from other fish, or from other food, rather, from other meat, even just. It like there's some different quality to it that I don't have the words to define it.
Okay, I get you. Yes, I do.
Yeah, it's like the way that beef clearly tastes different from pork, but I could never tell you how.
Mm-hmm. Well, that might have
So
something to
I
do
don't
with
know
the
what
fat
to say
content.
about but I don't know what to say about seafood that explains why I like it less. I can't say because it's too this. The closest I got is fishy.
Yeah.
But that doesn't tell you anything. That's a tautology. So,
Well, yeah, and there's clearly a difference, like between the taste of catfish and trout.
Oh yes.
that too.
Well, definitely most people will tell you if they are given the chance between freshwater and saltwater fish. Um,
Mm.
my ex, um, or one of my exes, could not eat saltwater fish at all. I'm sorry, could not eat freshwater. She could only eat saltwater. She couldn't
You may
stand
want
freshwater.
you may want to also be moderate on the fish because apparently kidneys and mercury can be problematic.
Oh, that too. Yeah. Um,
So,
I wouldn't want to catch all of my own fish.
well, and another thing that is a problem I've noticed is you can't get microwave fish. You have to cook it all in the oven or
Yes, you
on
do.
a pan or something. There's microwave fish doesn't exist.
Yes, that's true. That's very true.
When I was thinking about trying to expand my diet after I was able to, thanks to the seizures not being an issue, I went looking at fish and said, well, none of this is convenient, so I'll just stick with the stuff you can cook in the microwave if I gotta. Like if I want something fast, if I'm in the middle of a project and I just want to fill the empty spots, I can't just zap up like a thing of fish sticks. You got to cook them,
Right.
and that's going to take a while. There's no eat and go food for seafood,
Yeah, that is true.
except sushi, I suppose.
Right. Right. What I'd like to do, I'll do it sometime this summer, is go down to the Strip District, down to Holy's Fish Market, and see if I can't get like red snapper or some of the other whole fish,
I don't
where I
know
could
if the snapper's red, it might be an infection. She should get some Vagisil or something.
something like that. Yep. But it's been a long time since I baked an entire fish, and I love that stuff. I really do. And if I'm going to be eating a lot more seafood, then that might be the thing to do. I've got to figure out, see if I can get more food stamps because eating is going to be more expensive for me. It is.
Freshly caught fish is always a problem for me too, because I'm always just living in fear of that little toothpick size bone that you just don't see because it's the same color as the meat. You know
Yes.
what I mean?
Yes.
I assume it's a rib, but it looks like a curvy toothpick, and you just don't see it until it stabs you in the gums because you took a big old bite.
Yes.
It's very frustrating. I hate that.
Yeah.
There's no
Again, that
bone.
depends
There's
on
no
the.
bones in steak,
Yeah.
unless it's one of those big, one of those deals. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
What is that? Is it a piece of spine or something? I don't know what
Yes,
that.
that is what it is. It's half of a vertebra.
Mm.
Yeah, and a T-bone steak is the one you're talking about, right?
Well, it's
Yeah.
not just. It's not. No, 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 no. It just doesn't the T-bone literally have a bone the shape of a T?
Yeah.
No,
Yes.
this looks like half of a doorknob.
Yeah. When you've got just the little round bone that is part of the vertebrae.
Yeah.
What you've got in the T-bone, I think, is actually part of the scapula from the shoulder.
Oh, okay. Okay, fine.
Yeah. I'm
You're,
not sure I've ever had one of those steaks with the bit of spine in it. I know I've had a T-bone steak. That has happened, but I don't know about the other one.
I've had just about every steak you can cut. The T-bones, the porterhouse, of course, the steaks that don't have any of the that are trimmed away from the bones, the filet mignon, and I've got the strip steaks up in the freezer now.
I'm curious about the Kobe beef. Like, is it really as good as people say?
I don't know. It just could be a fetish thing, as far as I can tell. Just the name. You know.
Mm.
Yeah, I think it's much like, Angus beef was built up to be a big thing, but how many people actually could taste the difference?
I can't.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't get it. It's kind of like those people who can identify the region of France that the grapes came from tasting the wine and all of that crap. It's like, can they really?
Yeah. Although,
I
thank you
don't.
for reminding me, I do have a lamb breast up in the freezer. I may have to
Hmm.
prepare that.
I could actually see more of a difference with the wine argument because in different regions you would actually have, different varieties, different breeds of grapes at least.
Well, but there's different breeds of cows.
Moo.
Yeah, but I can see in fruit that the differences would be more pronounced as far as the flavor.
Hmm.
That Concord grapes do not taste the same as the regular Greek grapes you get in the store.
That's true.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'd have to give it a try.
And I used to love Concord grapes because those are the. Yeah, you used to slip them out of the skins and eat those. That was something I loved to do when I was a kid. I love weird shit.
Well, it's another question I've often wondered is like, is there any appeal to peeled grapes beyond just you made someone spend the effort to do it and thus you have power?
I think that's it. I
That's the
can't think.
single solitaries because I look at a peeled grape, it looks like an eyeball. It doesn't look
Yes,
appealing in any way. And granted, yeah, the skin of the grape is sometimes okay and sometimes not, but really, is it worth it to have it removed?
in some cases, I suppose the tannins are either in or just under the skin, so you might remove some of the bitterness from some of the bitter grapes. Other than
Well,
that, I can't think of anything.
I don't know.
I,
For some
I
reason,
think
it just
also a big
it,
part of it is the agriculture and the selective breeding. That the grapes we have now have been bred to have a thinner and you know um basically a less tough skin.
well,
Whereas if you compare them to the variety of grapes 500 years ago that had a thicker and tougher skin, that it would
mm,
definitely be at least a texture difference.
I
Yeah, like
guess I don't know. I guess it reminds me of the like the whole thing about making people do it just to make them expend the effort because I can kind of thing. Reminds me of the
Yeah.
joke from Babylon 5, which is how many centauri does it take to screw in a light bulb? Just one. But in the great old days of the Republic, hundreds of servants would change 1,000 light bulbs at the slightest whim. Kind of thing. It just has that same flavor to it,
mm-hmm.
the same energy.
Yep.
It's very
Mm.
common in people in Japan to peel grapes before eating them due to a perception that the skins are dirty and or bitter. Okay?
They can be bitter.
Yeah, again,
Although I sometimes wonder if that's a pesticide thing.
I don't know. I'm thinking that with the grapes that have the tannins are usually under the skin or in the skin. So
See,
that
nerdy,
might
I
be it.
actually like apples that aren't peeled. I actually like the crunch of the peel when you pierce it with your teeth.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of the way that pineapple chunks will break up into fibers when you bite them just right. There's something appealing about it, and I don't know why.
Well, that's to some people, the texture of the food can even matter more than the actual flavor.
Hmm.
And that is something particularly that a lot of autistic people run into, that the texture of the food is very important.
It's just another one of the reasons I think I'm probably on the spectrum. Because honestly, there are a lot of foods I eat for the texture. It's true.
Okay, then
Yeah.
there are some foods I don't eat for the texture.
Well, that too.
You know,
That
like
too.
boiled spinach. I
Yeah, if you get into talking to people in any of the autistic groups, you'll find a lot of that about people just commenting that they like or dislike something just because of the texture and won't say anything about the flavor.
Well, it's one of the reasons why, I mean, you and I have gotten into this, Diana, over potatoes. I don't like the steak fries because of all of the grainy filling. It,
oh
it
yeah,
actually
okay.
it feels like it's hard to breathe when I'm eating, like, say, a baked potato, for example. There's a quality where, like, I swallow, say, a forkful of mashed potatoes, and all of a sudden I'm like, like that. But if you give me like shoestring fries or potato chips, I love them so much, or stuffed potato skins or something because they're crispy. They don't have that foam mattress quality. Like the stuff that's inside a steak fry might as well be tofu for me. I mean, you
Yeah,
laugh, but
okay.
I'm dead
No,
serious.
I,
It's
I, I laugh because you're serious and
yeah,
because you have a reason to be. Yeah.
yeah. So I mean, texture has a lot to do with it. Now I kind of want to go out and buy steak, though.
Oh, this is interesting. Certain
Hmm.
high potassium foods, such as potatoes, can be soaked in water to reduce their potassium content for people on the kidney diet. For years, renal dietitians have instructed patients on low potassium diets to cut up and leach or soak potatoes to reduce the potassium load.
Can you boil potatoes and get the same result? Like, can it happen while you're cooking them?
I wonder. I have to look because if I can do that, then maybe I can still have potato soup. And I love potato soup. Can't get enough of it.
Yeah, if
Hmm.
boiling potatoes would change it, because you can do a lot of things with the boiled potatoes that way.
Yeah.
Another thing that I'd wonder, hadn't thought about with some of the dietary things, is how many foods would that be changed by peeling them?
Yeah. Okay, here on
Hmm.
this question that they have on the Google page, how do you cook potatoes for kidney disease? Peel and dice potatoes into 1 centimeter cubes. Bring to the boil in 10 times as much water as potatoes. Cook until soft. When cooked, drain and measure your allowance. Okay, I might
Okay,
be able.
there's something on my Amazon wish list that you might need to get. It's this like just I don't want to call it automatic because you do have to do it yourself, but it's a vegetable slicer, and it sounds like it's perfect for making those diced potatoes.
Is this the one where you slide the vegetable back and forth over a blade?
Nope, not even a little bit.
Okay,
Hold on, let me tab share here.
sure, sure.
It's this bad boy.
Oh, I remember that. I remember
Yeah,
those.
and and you can see it has all these different grains, for making them thicker or thinner, whatever. It
Yeah,
it seems to me you might want to invest in one of these bad boys.
I just might. And it's only $25. Now, where am I going to store it? We'll work on that.
Oh,
Uh,
hush you! All of this oh no, whataboutism stuff is getting in your way a lot. It's part of why you didn't even go to the hospital for so long. What if this? What if that? Take a risk. Have a little bravery.
well, I guess I'll just have to find the right cupboard to put it in. That's all.
There you go.
Because he's not
Oh
this.
no!
Apartments in Minneapolis have more cabinets in the kitchen, just saying.
Now I
Notice.
kind of want to just buy this instead of hoping someone gets it off my wish list. I want to start making vegetables more. I don't eat enough vegetables.
Vegetables are yummy. Oh, and by the way, that's the other thing. They had the big no-no on a renal diet is canned foods, canned vegetables,
Hmm.
because of all the
Saw that on
sodium.
the website.
Yeah. So
Oh,
it's
and what's
hmm?
Colleen is saying that also if you cook pasta and let it cool down, it can reduce the carbs.
Oh, really?
How?
Yeah, that was going to be my
Yeah,
first.
I don't quite get that either, but
I mean,
you know,
I
that's,
mean, I know things change a little bit chemically when they heat up or cool down, but I can't imagine they change that radically.
well, yeah, they're saying if you let it cool down and then heat it up again, it reduces the carbs.
I
Hmm.
wonder how. That would be great to find out.
I always want to take words like carbonate and turn them into weird adventure teams. Like now fighting for justice, the Carbon Eight. And there's eight of them, and they have
Yeah.
carbon powers. I don't know. It's my brain is weird like that. You should see what I did with Zygote.
Oh
Yep.
no.
So each one of the carbonate is going to have a different property of carbon. So one will be graphite, one will be diamond.
Something like that. Yeah.
And we're getting to the number of allotropes to, yeah, you might eventually have eight. Because what do you have? You have diamond, you have graphite, you have nanotubes, you have graphene. Yeah, God.
Yeah, well, that's to say nothing of the blasphemer. I'm always turning stuff into stuff like that. You remember
Yeah,
before I was saying, like an atheist worships the funds.
There you
You know,
go.
like seriously, I could just look at my shelves full of DVDs and come up with 1,000 of these, like utterly involuntarily. Sometimes I wonder if there's a way I could turn that into money.
I get a lot of the same things running through my head, and yeah, I've come up with characters and like entire races of aliens the same way.
Mhm. Oh, yeah. Like, seriously, with my pun brain being what it is, and given how many video stores I've worked in to see that this is definitely part of the porn industry, I could come up with amazing porn titles. Like, not even necessarily titles that have been made, just, some wacky pun that sounds a little bit X rated, and then, like, give this list of puns to porn makers and say, here, build a small set for $15 and make that.
Yeah.
You know?
Sort of like the BBC working on Doctor Who.
Maybe, but like there was an episode of How I Met Your Mother where like Barney, of course, is into like all kinds of sex. He has a whole list of the hundreds of women he slept with, that kind of thing. He's a womanizing bastard, ironically enough, played by a very gay man. Why are the best womanizers in Hollywood played by gay men? It's weird. But like I was going somewhere with this. Oh, yes, he ended up working very briefly on the set of a porn movie because one of the actors in the porn movie had the same name as Ted Mosby, the main character. And at one point, like they're watching the porn, and it's set on an airplane. And Ted is like, nope, that's clearly not the sex captain. That guy has like not enough rings on his uniform to be a captain. That guy's a lieutenant, that kind of thing. And it's like, do you really think that the porn industry decided to slavishly devote themselves to getting the captain rings right on the uniform in a porno? Really?
Mm.
It's that kind of thing. Um, I don't know.
And
Oh my. Okay, Nerdy Rodent. All you needed to do is add another syllable. Debbie does Whoville.
But then it's a Dr. Seuss porn.
Yes.
Okay. Sure.
well, every time we get to talking about porn, I remember when we went to Niagara Falls, that the motel we stayed in was the set for every porn movie filmed in the 70s. Everything was pink right down to the bathroom fixtures.
Was the bed heart-shaped and vibrated?
It wasn't heart shaped. It did have a vibrator that you could put quarters into.
Mm.
And I just was having this weird idea that should go back there, and get the vintage clothing and make like an exact 70s movie filmed in 4K.
Well, I wish I'd been a little
Get
bit
one of the guys
more.
with the rainbow afro wig and
I wish I'd been a little more awake and better able to think it through when my neighbor's headboard was thwacking against my wall. Because instead of just pounding on the wall to make him be quiet, I should have opened up my laptop and got some 70s porn music and just
Yeah.
blasted it as loud as I could. I'm seriously hoping that their headboard starts thwacking again, that they haven't come up with a permanent solution so I can do that this time, next time.
What is it?
And yeah, I'm actually nerdy. I don't know what is with the vibrating bed. Did that enhance, like, I'm assuming sex
Don't
in
look
any
at
way?
me. I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm
mean-
guessing it was more for people who were having to stay in the motel alone.
I suppose it's possible. I don't know. It's weird how many things that are just accepted as part of like sex, or especially filthy sex, that really would have no use for a lesbian.
Yeah.
I mean, like, unless you're doing some really interesting, like, Cowgirl 69 type stuff, a waterbed is useless.
Right.
It would really get in your
Yeah.
way more than anything else.
Honestly, most of the stuff from porn from the 70s and 80s had no use for straight couples.
Well, I
I
mean,
don't know where a lot of the stuff came from. It just things like the satin sheets, you can't get any traction on those.
Right.
There's no way you can do anything.
What I want to know is what is the deal? I mean, as far as the head couples and everything, with things like the sex swings. I mean, how do you go about trying to? Wouldn't that be more trouble than it's worth?
well, there's a bunch of sites that talk about these sorts of things, but I remember seeing one on Cracked, if you remember Cracked,
Yeah.
where they were talking about how, like, a lot of things we see in the movies for sex scenes are just not practical in any fashion. Like, unless you are the right height proportion, sex in the shower is just going to be a giant pain.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I can tell you from personal experience.
You
it's a good way
know,
for people to get hurt.
it won't hurt or not hurt. The fact is that like, well, consider that most guys are probably a hell of a lot taller than the women they're with, and so you would have to pick up the woman and then, much like a ring toss game, position her over. I mean, can guys do that? I mean, unless the girl is like one of those petite, wispy, like 98-pound soaking wet
Yeah.
types, it seems to me that's going to be a lot of heavy lifting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and again, this is kind of the magic of filming that a lot of these things you kind of see them getting in position, but they only hold the position for less than a minute.
Well, either
Yeah.
that or they use a lot of steam, and all you see are, like, butts pressed up against glass, like shower doors, and that's all you can see. So you don't really know what's going on. You just know sex in the shower.
Yep.
You know, but I mean, like I'm just picturing when I moved to Seattle. You know, like, I'm not small, and Kylie was not small, and she's Nordic, so she was built along, Viking lines. If either one of us had been a dude and we were trying to have that kind of sex, it would have been impossible.
Okay then.
I think the only way to do it would be to have a short guy and a tall chick, so that you can both do it standing up. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it looks hot in the movies, but in real life, it doesn't work, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think most of that stuff just doesn't work in real life.
And is there any appeal to a butt plug, really?
I have no idea.
I mean, I guess
Not to me, but apparently some people like them.
And it's weird how, like it seems like everyone's into them now. I thought it was a gay guy thing, and it did something to the prostate.
Well, I always knew it was a fetish thing, both men and women. I never understood what it was supposed to do.
I don't know. Maybe it's just one of those power things. Look what I got my bottom to stick up their bottom.
Jesus, yeah, okay.
Well, I
You
thought
know.
on some level it has something to do with kind of, stretching it out to prepare them for anal sex, but
Mm.
Well, there's
where
the
that's-
other one. I don't understand the people who put all sorts of, like a bowling ball up their arses. It's like, why?
Mm.
'Cause many of them destroy their anal sphincters, so can't hold their shit in. They're constantly wearing diapers, and you just kind of, I'm thinking you kind of wreck yourself, and what's it all for?
until you just said that, it had never occurred to me that that might be where the diaper fetish came from. That was another one I could never understand is, grown adults wearing diapers is a sexual
What?
thing.
I think another part of that is just simply power. Is I can make someone do this for me, or someone is willing to do this for me.
Well, yeah. Yeah, an awful lot of the fetish stuff all centers around the power exchange.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's some folks I know in Seattle, again, goth scene, lots of fetish going on in there, where, like, some of the fetish stuff isn't even sexual.
Mm.
people just sort of enjoy, feel good about having a certain power dynamic where one person
Yeah.
dominates the other, and it doesn't even have to go into the bedroom at all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because that is something that I had to learn. Because when I was not in the goth community, I didn't know shit about fetish stuff beyond lots of leather, whips and chains, etc., etc. But then I had so many goth friends who were into it that I had to learn beyond the stereotype. So, and even now, I've never done any of it, so I guess I'm a novice. I just sort of know enough to not be quite so Dunning Kruger as the rest of the world.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
know?
I've been to a number of fetish parties, and it's like, yeah, awful lot of stuff I would never get into myself, but I've observed people doing it.
Hmm. I
And
don't know.
yeah, um, I have known a couple of people that way that, like you say, it was just they got off on the power exchange, even if they didn't actually have sex with each other.
Hmm. Or even if sex didn't enter into it at all. I mean, I know that there are people who they're like, I want someone to tell me what to do and to punish me if I don't do it,
Mm-hmm.
and that's it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
That is anathema to me. I'm sorry. I just can't. No, no way. I
Well,
can
but there's
neither.
other people
I can
who
neither
want
receive
to
nor
do the
give.
punishment.
Yeah, I'm. I can. I can't do it either way. I can't. I can't receive. I can't give.
Hmm. I think I could learn to give if someone wanted, but I'm not sure that I would ever learn to enjoy it the way someone who's actually a dom would. Like it might be one of those things I will do my lover a favor in the bedroom, but it's just not my thing.
Okay. Okay. I can
I've
see
had
You
that.
know?
people ask me for it, and it's like, you know, if it's something that somebody I'm with really wants, I can play the part, but that's it. For me, it's role playing. I'm just playing a character. It's not at all who I am, and I'm personally not getting anything out of it other than seeing that the other person is enjoying it.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, any good relationship will probably involve that kind of give and take, maybe not to that degree, but still.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and that's why I could do it for like an occasional scene. It's not something that could be part of really a long term relationship for me.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
I'll be
have.
right back. I desperately need food. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's almost 1600 hours here. So we've been going almost 4 hours. So yeah, it might be time for food for Kate. Oh, boy, she.
I don't know. Rather than actually cook, I think I'm just going to open this can of pineapple chunks.
There you go.
It's funny. There was once not too long ago, fairly recently. I opened a can of pineapple chunks and was like, "Wait a minute, did they mislabel this? It's rings." What I didn't realize was that the chunks and the rings are the same until you break them up.
Yes.
Like if you
Yep.
don't if you don't shake the can, it comes in ring form. It's weird.
Well, yeah, it depends on the brand, but yeah, it's pretty much it goes through the same ring cutter,
Mm-hmm.
and then the chunks thing just gets another cutter that puts it into wedges.
But I mean, that's not something you necessarily see unless the
Yeah,
circumstances are correct. So, I
no, I know
found that
what you
out
mean. I
only
remember the first
recently.
time I ran into that too,
Yeah.
because there were some brands that when you get them, the chunks are just randomly thrown in there.
Mm. Well, not Dole, apparently.
Okay. Oh, there's a Xander kitty back there.
Mm. Oh, he heard the can and he thinks it's cat food.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. When I was growing up, that anytime anybody hit the electric can opener, all three cats immediately materialized.
Yep. Well, I keep their kibble in a cookie jar the shape of a companion cube from Portal, and every time I rattle that, like if I can't find one of the cats, all I have to do is rattle that cookie jar lid,
Uh-huh.
and I'm like, okay, there you are.
Yeah, well, that's like for Petunia, these cat treats that I get for them, are in these like stiff polymer Ziploc bags,
Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
and that's, yeah, anytime you take that bag out of the cupboard, no matter where she is in the apartment, she hears that. She just hears the crinkle of the bag as soon as you pick it up.
Yeah, for a while Xander would come running when you hear a bag crinkling. Now he's realized it's not always kitty treats.
Well, nothing
Mhm.
else seems to come in a. No other food thing, at least, comes in a bag that's that same kind of stiff plastic.
Yeah,
So that one's
okay.
still reliable for her.
Mm. Is Dole the pineapple company related to Bob Dole, the
I
politician?
do believe so.
Hmm. Makes me feel a little bad buying this stuff then.
I actually met him. He was an interesting character.
Hmm. It was irritating. Like, there was a Coca-Cola boycott a little while ago, and they are like they own the company that makes the orange juice that I usually get, and I was
Oh,
like,
the Minute
well,
Maid?
and I had to switch to another company, and I didn't like it. They're for some reason their OJ tasted different, and I well. I started asking around, are we still boycotting Coca Cola? No one answered. So I said, okay, fuck it, and just switched back.
Mm.
Well, is kind of the point of the boycott, isn't it? That you're supposed to be making some small sacrifice to help the movement.
You'd think, but the movement seemed to die. And I'm like, well, if no one else is doing it, then really, what difference can I make?
Unfortunately, that's most movements these days, is that they get a bit of press, so they get a bit of public attention for a little while, and then after a while they just kind of peter out and people go back to the way they were doing it with nothing really changing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I may have been one of the last holdouts, but after a while, I was just like, well, this isn't helping anybody, and it's making my life minusculely worse. So fuck it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. I'm willing to make a sacrifice for a difference. Not willing to make a sacrifice for the sake of itself. Not really.
No, that sounds too Catholic for me.
How do you figure?
Oh, the Catholics loved sacrifices for the sake of sacrifice.
Oh,
Self denial, all that shit.
sorry. I thought you meant that what I said I would do sounded too Catholic.
Okay, okay, yeah. No, it's I remember one day in one of the classes in Catholic school, the teacher's talking about she stubbed her toe and she's, yelling in pain and says, I offer this up for the poor souls in purgatory. And I'm yeah,
Mm.
I'm sitting there in the room listening to this, and what's wrong with you, lady?
Well, isn't
Well,
that pretty much the whole thing behind the giving something up for Lent?
Yeah,
It
mm,
doesn't affect anybody but you. It's just you making a sacrifice for the point of showing you can make a sacrifice.
yeah,
yeah,
really.
and that is why I've always hated sacrifice. Is it seems like I wasn't able to explain it for a very long time, but the very notion of I'm going to make my life worse and that will somehow magically make other people's lives better, or it'll show my dedication to this thing that probably doesn't actually exist. What's the point?
Yeah,
You know,
it's not
I
like.
mean, can you show a material difference? And if not, why do it?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's not like the war effort where people at home were doing without certain things so that they could be sent to the troops on the front line.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Not that that would happen today. If World War II happened today, my freedoms would become my hubcaps.
absolutely,
Yep.
absolutely. Yeah, and then you had during the war, you had people giving up kitchen equipment for the war effort. Yeah,
Yeah, that
But it's so
you know,
weird. Like, I know that the Southern strategy flipped the parties and everything,
right.
but back then, were there people objecting? I wonder, and if so, how would they align politically today? Like, if there were people objecting to scrap drives back in World War II, would they be conservatives today, or would they be? And I don't mean would they evolve into. I mean, are they the equivalent of today's conservatives or today's liberals? Which would they be closer to politically?
My thought is that at the time they probably would have been regarded as communists. So
Not my question. I'm not asking how they'd be regarded. I'm saying based on how we define Democrat, Republican, left, right, where would they fall on the spectrum? Like not
yeah,
would
well,
we call them like filthy commies? I'm saying what is their political alignment in terms of left, right, not in terms
well,
of party.
yeah, okay.
Because
maybe more left. I'm thinking because the general uh, what's the general what's the word I'm looking for?
consensus,
That
vibe, energy,
yeah,
what?
the general energy might be one of more conservative. The normal energy. So the people who
Okay,
were
that's
bucking the
still not what
normal
I'm
might
asking.
might have been more liberal.
That's still not what I'm asking. I'm asking about their values. Are they a conservative or a liberal? Are they left or right? Like are these the same people who would say not in my backyard, or were they objecting to the war based on pacifism and thus weren't supporting it with their scrap, or like were their motivations
Well,
left wing or
I
right
think
wing?
most of the people who were not supporting the war were doing it out of a sense of national isolationism.
That
Mm-hmm.
would make them more conservative then.
Yeah, that they just thought that the US should not be involved in the war. It's happening across the ocean. It's not our concern.
Hmm. Well, but then that wouldn't be a Ma Freedoms or Ma Hubcaps idea. That would be more of and I don't support this idea. It's not the same.
Well, I think it would fall more under the idea of, kind of, my freedoms, why should my life be inconvenienced over something in another country?
Okay. Hmm. I don't know. Definitely sounds well, but then there's none of that. We have to get them over here before, or get them over there before they get us over here mentality to that. I don't know.
Well, that was really the government's pitch.
Well, yeah, but I heard it from enough people who weren't in the government. Hmm.
Here we go. I found a nice little menu card here, so I might try some of these.
Oh, that sounds the printer. Oh, it sounded like compressed air or something.
Oh, okay.
It had kind of a sound to it. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you saying you don't have a pneumatic printer?
No pneumatic printer. No.
So it's an old Matic printer.
Yes. I hate the way this thing.
Hmm.
Paper press. Okay, come on. There we go. Oh,
I
for
see a
fuck's sake,
kitty.
this is tiny. Hi, kittiness. This didn't work at all.
Why is it not readable?
This is kind of hard to read.
Well, yeah, with the camera out of focus, it definitely is.
Yeah, it's about 2 inches square. just don't know about this stuff. Gets on my nerves. It is fufu. That's what it is. It's fufu.
Hmm.
I'll try printing the. No, that's not. That's not doing it. No, 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 no. Get over here, you. Okay, I'm gonna try that and see if that works. Oh, Lord. Hi, you. There's a kiddiness.
Hmm.
Well, that didn't
I gotta
work at
break
all.
Columbia of the habit of sleeping on the computer.
Okay.
Well, because I mean, sure, there's screens and everything to keep the cat fur out, but I mean, well, they're not perfect.
If not for sits, why is it made of warm?
No, this is just not.
But if not for sits, why is it made of warm?
Yeah.
Actually, it's not. That computer's off. No, the like that computer's over there, but the computer I'm using is over here.
Hmm.
So, yeah.
So that's not working. I'm not going to worry about that. I can just go back to it whenever I feel.
Oh, hey, Von Rick.
Hey, Vonrick, honey, how you doing?
Oh, I thought you were already here, Von Rank. Maybe I must be thinking of someone else.
Well, and
Anyway,
everybody was
hi.
giving me all of the kudos for making the trip, but Von Rick paid for all the fuel for me to get the round trip. So
Right on.
yeah,
Use,
made
use a
quite a
good
generous
Vonrick.
donation there.
Use a
Well,
very,
you
very
know,
good Vonrick.
if I had to come up with qualities that describe Von Rick, generous would definitely be on the top of the list there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Arrowroot cookies. Okay. For lunch on day 1, 2 to 3 ounces sliced chicken on 2 slices of white bread with lettuce and cucumber, 2 teaspoon mayonnaise, half cup coffee or tea, half cup, get out of my, 2 digestive cookies. Oh, jeez, man.
Hmm. I don't know. It seems weird putting cucumbers on a sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of I've never like even if I liked those weird little pickle slices they like to put on hamburgers, it always just seems weird that it's there. Like you can't bite into it, bite it in half and have it stay where it is, but it's too big for a single bite.
Yep.
So basically what you've got is something that is not going to really cooperate food wise. It's like when you buy onion rings where the onion comes out of the breading and slaps you in the chin.
Yes. Yeah.
It's or like when you go to Five Guys and you buy a burger with onions on it, but they don't give you onion slices. They give you a mess of like chopped up onion that's been cooked.
Mm-hmm.
So it's more like little onion cubes, but flat, all over a burger. You bite into that, and the next thing you know, it's just like onion everywhere. I like cooked onions on things like burgers, but I'm not buying it at Five Guys because it doesn't stay on the burger. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, what you gonna do?
I don't know. I'm thinking here. How would cat burgers taste?
Hmm. Probably not that good. I'm told predators don't taste good.
Too gamey?
I don't know. I'm just told they don't taste good.
You know, they're usually said to be a lot tougher and a lot stronger.
Hmm. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's that the meat is tougher. I don't know.
I love venison, but that's not a predator.
But you know that's in general any wild animal is going to be far tougher than any farm raised animal.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, Columbia is house raised, and she probably doesn't taste all that good, do you, baby?
Well, she's a little old and stringy by now, right?
Well, but even Xander won't taste that good, I'm sure. And he's almost ripe.
Okay. They grow
I'm
so
told it takes
fast.
like what 2, maybe 3 years for a cat to be fully mature, to be fully an adult. Um, but Xander's purr still is very quiet. Sometimes cats don't get their purr at all, as I understand it, but sometimes it takes until they're fully an adult. And Xander, you can barely hear his purr unless you press your ear against him, and then it's there. So I know he still cares, but it's like it's not as readily apparent with Columbia, who purrs like a motorboat sometimes. So
She's definitely noticed me purring.
Well, it does definitely depend on the cat's experience too. That Petunia was clearly abused in whatever her former house was, and we didn't hear her purr for more than 2 years.
hmm. Well, Xander was homeless. He was stray for 4 months before I got him. So, but even so, you've had a long time to acclimate, boy.
Mm. Well, Sylvia had a home this morning because she was curled up with me, pressed into my back. So, I guess the human's home.
Oh, hey, Randy.
Oh, Randy, hi, honey.
Yeah, sorry, folks. I can't watch the side chat much. I'm still trying to get my back in line again.
Hmm. Yeah, I should probably be paying better attention. I have no excuse. I've got like 5 monitors. I don't need to keep it on my main screen.
Well, all I've got is the laptop, and the cables aren't long enough for me to move it off the coffee table here.
So you do have an excuse. I don't. So, I should be I should be reading this.
Just pisses me off. I got rid of a whole bunch of long cables a while back.
Well, like I said, I've got them at home. It just didn't occur to me I would need to bring a longer one with me.
Mm.
Hmm.
Randy, you're speaking at me. Yeah, I'm doing okay, more or less. Um, I'm not hours away from death, if that's what you mean.
Although, for enough money, you could be.
Yeah, there you go.
Too bad we can't work that the other way around, because if she had enough money, she wouldn't be worrying about the cost of all the medical stuff, and she'd go in for the treatment.
Yeah, actually, you've got a point there.
I don't know. The way I see it, if I was like, I don't know, let's say of a certain age and of a certain income, I'd probably be like, well, you can't get blood out of a stone. What are they going to do?
That's been my attitude about it. It's like, go ahead and sue me. It'll cost you more to take it to court than you can possibly hope to recover.
So,
Yeah, I don't.
of course, that's also their attitude: is we're going to sue you, and it'll cost you more to defend yourself than it will be to settle with us.
There's no debtor's prison. They won't get any money out of me regardless.
Mm. Yeah.
What are they going to do? Repossess a 17-year-old car?
Right.
Yeah, sure, why not? I could just see somebody doing that just for spite.
Well, actually, they can't, though, because, even under, the debt collection laws and the bankruptcy and everything, you're allowed a certain amount that basically they can't push you out of your primary home, and you're allowed a certain amount of assets, up to whatever $20,000 or something.
Well, I
Jesus.
do still have student loans that are nowhere near being paid. So, I mean, I have to wonder. Like, the thing is, if my income stays the way it has been, those will just be canceled when I'm like 70 something.
Yeah.
I can't count on Biden to actually do the right thing and cancel student loan debt. So there's that. But the way I see it, like, since I can be on economic deferment, there's no reason to even think about my student loans until I have to deal with them.
Yeah, the interesting thing is once they forgive the student loans, you're now responsible for the income tax on that forgiven student loan, which is now counted as income.
They're not going to pull that shit.
Oh, yes, they are.
It, no, they're not. If they're going to cancel student loans, they're going to cancel student loans 100%. Just, this is now null. It is not income. It is not outgo. It is gone. It is a non existence thing.
I can see that going either way. It all depends on how the bill is worded.
Well, if it's not worded such that you no longer owe anything, it didn't cancel student loan debt.
Right, which is exactly the type of bill that a lot of congressmen would pass, because then they could say they passed a law to cancel student loan without actually doing anything that would take any money away from the people who are giving them lobbying money.
Well, I mean, they can say it all they like, but we know the truth. And in this day, so that's one thing I don't think politicians have quite digested yet, is that we can fact check their lies now within hours, or at least the internet collectively can. And I think a lot of them think that they can still get away with the same shit, that the same tricks will keep working that worked when we didn't have the internet, when it wasn't so common.
It's apparently still working on enough people because how much did Trump?
Your microphone isn't working, Perps.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
There you
apparently
go.
working on enough people because how much of Trump's stuff got fact checked and how much good did it
Well,
actually
but
do?
that's not working on people. That's working on morons in people-shaped form.
Right, but that's the problem, that it is still working on roughly a third of the people. And as long as a third of the people don't bother to show up for vote, having 35% wins an election.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is that, I mean, it depends on what's being elected at this point. I mean, if it's a congressperson thing and not a president thing, as far as like, look at what I voted for, look at what I did or didn't do, then like that's not as relevant that it's that many people or whatever. I mean, it's not the same as having to deal with the electoral college. And I almost said electrical college. I don't know. But I mean, that just does seem to be something I'm seeing a lot, is a lot of politicians, especially like oldsters like Joe Biden, don't quite seem to get that the internet can fact check them really quickly. It's not one of those things where it's like, oh, this had to go over the wire by freaking Morse code, and it can get spun 1,000 times before the New York Times gets hold of it. It's not like that anymore. That's not the world we live in, but they're acting like it is.
Well, but what I'm saying is for the ones who rely on the evangelical voting bloc, they know that being proven factually wrong will not hurt them as long as they can say, but I'm for God.
Yeah.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that we can't get like student loans by shaming the people who didn't vote for it, who aren't evangelicals.
I know. I'm starting to wonder if the vote shaming stuff doesn't backfire, though, because the people who didn't vote the way you wanted to vote, then you start shaming them, and they just say, "Okay, well, screw you. I'm officially going over to the other side, or
Well, when I
going
say
over to
vote
no
shaming,
side at all."
when I say vote shaming, I mean the politician who voted in Congress. That vote shaming.
Oh, well, they don't care about that. They're already settled.
Well,
They
but
have their their
but
donors paid them off and everything else. That's fine. They don't give a shit.
Right, but they still have to win elections, and so if they do what their voters or what their donors say, and then they go out to the public and say something else entirely, that is very quickly debunked in this day and
Yep.
age, where it didn't used to be.
Well, and I
At my
think the
point.
problem is what you're saying will generally work on the Democrats and generally not work on the Republicans.
Well, but that's again the problem is that Democrat and Republican, those designations have kind of become meaningless in this day and age, because the Democrats are basically Republican light, at least as far as the politicians
Well,
are.
I'm not
And
talking about the politicians, though. I'm talking about the voting blocks.
but the politicians are the ones who are running. The politicians are the ones being voted
Right.
for by the voting blocks. So when we start talking about Democrat and Republican, it doesn't really say anything because I don't consider myself either one at this point, and a lot of people don't. But we do consider ourselves on the left or on the right. But we still have to vote for politicians who claim to be Democrats or Republicans because you can't win if you don't claim to be one or the other. Usually, it can happen, but it's rare. But the point being that while they may call themselves Democrats or Republicans, a lot of people are voting on issues, on values, on what they're gonna do, regardless of party. It is entirely possible that I might vote for someone who doesn't have a D or an R next to their name, or maybe even someone who has an R next to their name who cares about the right things. But I'm voting on values, on policy, and I care whether the politician did the right thing in the moment, and so do a lot of people. So, like, I think dividing this all up on party lines is a mistake because it doesn't really paint a picture of reality. Not anymore. It used to. Not
Yeah,
anymore. The world has changed too much.
The point I'm trying to make is that division makes a difference on one side and not the other.
Well, but my point is I disagree quite a bit because the world doesn't work the way it used to anymore.
Okay, how many Trump supporters had their opinions changed by being proven factually wrong?
Okay, but how many non-Trump supporting Republicans went along with the Trump supporting Republicans because of party loyalty and because Trump was the only choice in town? If it weren't for Trump, those Trump supporters have very little power. So I don't think it's an equivalent or a reasonable comparison. I just it's
So do you think that people who identify themselves as Republicans,
hmm.
do you think any significant number of them will be influenced to vote for someone other than the Republican candidate just because you can prove the Republican candidate has lied repeatedly?
Well, it depends on where we are in the election cycle, doesn't it? It depends on whether it's a nomination election. It depends whether it's the presidential election, a congressional. I mean, you can't just give a yes, no to that. Circumstances matter.
I think on the Republican side, you largely can. I think it would be a very small percentage that will have their opinion swayed at all by proving that their candidate is a liar.
But you might sway other people who are undecided, but are going to vote Republican one way or another. I mean, if we're in the nomination segment of, say, a presidential election, the choices are huge until they get weeded down during like the debates and shit, during after states vote in the primaries. And so people who might have supported someone once may still switch until we get to the general.
It may have some influence during the primary cycle.
When party loyalty kicks in, because that's one major difference between the Republicans and the Democrats is party loyalty matters. A lot of Republicans, a lot of right wingers will like say, okay, I may value this, that, or the other thing, but I have to vote Republican, even if the candidate is not doing what I want them to do, where that's not the same on the left. So, I mean,
well, and that's my point, that it's not the same on the left and on the right. That what you're talking about will work for people who are more left-leaning. It's not going to work for many people who are right-leaning.
I disagree because, again, if we're talking about a general election for president, you might have a point. But when we get to the part where we're nominating people, that's another story entirely. You could easily say, you should switch to nominee A because nominee B, who you support, has this, that, and the other like skeleton in their closet, and so does candidate C and D, maybe to a lesser degree, and the less said about E, the better. You might be able to sway people then, before it's all or nothing against the Democrats, because a lot of them want to stick it to the libs
Yeah.
more than anything else. So it's just not an equivalent situation to point at the general and to point at the nomination and to point at non-presidential races and act like they're equivalent. You can't do
And
that.
I already conceded that during the primary process, it may have some effect.
Well, there you go. But I mean, but the point is that if it does have some effect, then trying the same old tricks and continuing to try them even after they don't work anymore because they relied on people being ignorant of people not having access to information as readily as we do now. I mean, that's biting a number of politicians in the ass already. So, I mean, I think that we're not going to see a lot of progress until we get the old entrenched establishment power people out, so that like people closer to, say, my generation who aren't quite so doctrinaire might actually have a shot.
So, in other words, we've got about another 20 years to go.
Which is going to be way too much time.
Right.
The planet has probably already crossed the point of no return as far as the environment is concerned, which is why I kept trying to get people to not vote for Joe motherfucking Biden, who's going to do nothing about the environment and will ultimately end up killing us all. Just because y'all wanted a big old palate cleanser after Trump, you wanted boring old do-nothing guy. Well, okay, great, but you just killed your grandchildren.
But if we had gotten a third-party candidate elected, who neither the Democrat nor the Republican representatives in Congress wanted to work with, then we would basically had 4 years of a lame duck who would have gotten nothing accomplished anyway.
Which we're already getting because of Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema. All of the obstructionism with Joe Biden. Yeah, have you seen how he's abandoned almost all of his campaign promises by now? We're going to get nothing done with Joe.
Well, of course, we knew that.
Well, I knew that, and I kept screaming it from the rooftops, but no one would fucking listen.
It wasn't a matter of people weren't listening. People heard what you said, just nobody saw a better way to do it.
Well,
there was no viable other plan.
Well, that's part of the problem, is people kept going viable, viable, viable. Well, we need to take a risk once in a while. That's part of the problem, is that people wanted a safe option.
No.
I mean, how many times did we hear about electability with Joe Biden? People just wanted to get rid of Trump. It was all Trump derangement syndrome. That's all the last election was.
It's not a safe option. It's a gamble no matter what you do. But it's a question of, are you going to gamble your money on something that you have a 10% chance of winning? Or are you going to gamble your money on something that you have a roughly 50-50 chance of winning?
I reject your framing entirely, frankly. Again, Joe Biden would have lost if it weren't for coronavirus and Trump bungling it. There are plenty of studies that show that. We did not pick a safe 50-50 option. What we picked was what we're familiar with. We didn't pick the inspiring bull in a china shop dreamer with attitude that we needed. And I think that if we had chosen a more inspiring candidate, we might have actually seen the landslide we expected to see in 2016. But we keep picking the same boring establishment types, and there's a serious enthusiasm problem on the left because of it.
Well, Ox asks, so you were okay with Trump tearing the country apart. Isn't he still doing it?
Where is, so you were okay with Trump tearing this country apart? As if that's a given? I'm not okay with Joe Biden abandoning climate change, abandoning student loans, abandoning a living wage. I'm not okay with any of that either. And the environment's the one that's going to kill us, right?
Well,
so if we were going to go for a rabid and screaming environmental warrior, we're basically signing our own suicide by atmosphere pact. And I'm not okay with that either. So if Trump was going to be tearing up the country, but we decide to come up with a solution that's a non-solution because it'll still kill us. It's just a slower and less dramatic burn. Well, we're still working against our own self-interest.
And what I'm trying to say is this country is still being torn apart.
Well, because we went with Joe fucking Biden instead of someone who was actually on the left.
Well, my biggest concern for this election was that what we're still seeing with the Republicans is they're pushing everything they can to make sure that we can't have a fair election again.
Well, that was going to happen anyway.
Well, but if Trump got back in, it was virtually guaranteed we'd never have a fair election. If
So we
Trump
might
is
have-
not there, there's at least a chance that some of these laws can be thrown out before the next election.
Well, I still say that's winning the battle but losing the war because Joe's not going to do what needs doing with the environment. And right now, that is the biggest concern. That's what we should all be concerned about is the atmosphere is going to kill us eventually. And it's because we're not doing anything about fossil fuels. Joe Biden wants to go green by 2050. We need to do it by 2030. Hell, we needed to do it by 2000. So, I mean, sure, we may have a free and fair election in 2024, but for what? I mean, we're just like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic at this point. So, I mean, we really needed to be bold in this last election, and instead we went timid and safe.
Given what we've got here, we're doomed. And you're gonna
Basically.
you're gonna jump on me and say I'm a cynic, but sorry, that's what I see.
Well, no, we are doomed because we're not doing what we need to do to save our own asses. We could save ourselves from ourselves, but we're not doing it because we're so shit scared of people like Trump. You know, I mean, the fact is that we have to take a risk. We have to do something that may result in disaster, but may not. And we're just plain unwilling. Well, some of us, we're collectively unwilling.
And the problem is the collective, that we can't do anything because there's a significant percentage of the population that we cannot convince them this is even a problem, let alone something that's worth making a sacrifice to do something about.
Nah, see, they're not even part of my thinking. They're far too gone already, or too far
And
gone
that's the
already.
problem. They're not
No,
part
but
of your
no,
thinking,
but
and that's
no,
why
no,
they're
no, no,
never
no, no,
part of
you
any
know
plan.
that? No, not what I mean. Not what I mean. I mean they're not part of my formula for victory because we're not going to win those people anyway. They're too far gone. What's part of my thinking are the people who might be persuaded on the left to do something bold instead of safe. Or to point out to the people on the right that their favorite politician is doing stuff they themselves don't approve of, that kind of thing. To start changing hearts and minds, to use, was that George Bush who said that? I don't know, whatever. But to get people to start seeing the problems and what to do about them, if they're at all persuadable. The people that would have supported Trump were never persuadable, shouldn't even try, you know? But there's other people who might have been. And we didn't really bother that much. I mean, hell, look at Hillary Clinton back in 2016. She didn't even campaign in the Rust Belt.
Oh.
I mean,
Yeah, well,
we can't keep doing things the same way we've been doing them is part of the problem. But the people who keep trying to do them the same way won't listen when you say it's not going to work anymore because we have the internet and we can see your shit.
Oh, Randy, you're saying there has been a third party candidate. There's been Jill, whatever the hell her name is. The thing is, though, that's one person in one office, and that's not enough to do anything.
well, as far as one person in one office, there definitely is value to people electing third-party candidates to, lower offices,
Yeah.
even state offices, so that they can then put pressure on the state's federal representatives.
Yeah.
Well, this is why I say there was value in that literally decades ago. But right now, we don't have time to wait for people to be influenced. We need bold, dramatic change right the hell now is what we need. And we're not going to get that incrementally. I mean, that's basically what I've been arguing against here is incrementalism. Incrementalism
Yeah.
leads to disaster because it's not fast enough. We need something fast now. We could have done incrementalism when I was born. It's too late for that.
I'm not arguing against it being too late, but I don't see any way to get the kind of sweeping changes you're talking about that doesn't involve some kind of a terrorist.
Well, I do, but it involves getting the voters to stop being such complete wuss bags and actually take a risk once in a while. I mean, that's what it's going to take is for the voters to stop doing the same thing they've been doing over and over that hasn't been working. That's the solution.
That's the whole
That's the
thing.
solution. Yeah. That's the solution, assuming you can get 7 million people to act cooperatively.
That's it.
Well, but that's the thing. The right does. That's part of my point. The right wing has that party loyalty thing going on, where there were people who were campaigning vociferously against Trump, who, when he was the candidate, were making phone calls on his behalf, right? The left doesn't have that, or at least not to the same degree. Now, if we could get the left to coalesce behind a Bernie-esque candidate, we might actually get good shit done. But we had way too many people going, oh, I'm so scared of Trump. We have to get same old, because we know same old can get elected. And he almost wasn't elected and only won because of Corona. Clearly, the same old ain't working without like extraordinary circumstances. We need to change what we do, but too much of the left is being all stick in the mud about it because they were scared of Trump.
Well, because also the left is not as much one unified thing as the right is.
Well, no, that's the thing. The right isn't that. They just coalesce because they want the party to win regardless.
But that's what I mean. They at least have something that they can draw everyone together for. On the Democratic side, we don't have any one thing that we can count on everyone getting together on.
But the right isn't getting together around one thing, except for party. That's the only thing. R next to the name equals Republican vote, even if they don't agree with the candidate, because the party, and now more recently Trump, matters far more than one's own personal political views on the right. Whereas on the left, we come in with an agenda and we support the candidate who supports our agenda. And unfortunately, a lot of us, the Bernie or bust types, couldn't get the rest of you to take us seriously when we said Bernie or bust. And it was like, oh, you'll all fall in line. Well, I didn't. A lot of people didn't. You know, maybe if the left started being catered to by the Democrats, we might start winning elections more. But they keep trying the same shit that used to work in the past, but we live in a different world. And we need to start adapting, and a lot of people are refusing.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying that you can't get everyone on the Democratic side together like that, because there are a lot of people on the left who want radical change, and there are still a good percentage of people on the left that are afraid of anything that would be too radical.
Well,
so you're not going to get them all together to get something really radical.
Well, but you're also not going to get them together to get something that's middle of the road either. I mean, it's just, you know, you've got to start realize, like, the compromise always seems to go to the right when it's on the left. There's never compromise to the left.
Yeah.
And that's not okay anymore. And if the only way to do anything left, anything progressive, is to be a bull in a china shop, it's time we started. We need to start adopting right-wing tactics to achieve left wing goals. Because left wing tactics, I mean, honestly, like, as much as I want to be the tolerant egalitarian type, we spend so much time arguing over what to call ourselves half the time. You know, oh, you're not allowed to use that term anymore. It's become offensive after last week. So now you have to have this like 12-word long title to describe yourself, kind of thing. You know, and we have these big arguments with each other about it, these internal arguments just about those little virtue signal dog whistly things. I mean, we are our own worst enemy on the left. We need to start fighting the right instead of each other. You know, we have to stop being
Yeah.
so pure and doctrinaire. It's frustrating as fuck.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. That for it to work, you have to find some way that we can get, like I say, you don't need 50% of the population to win an election. You need like 35%. So you need to get 35% of the population to agree to support one candidate and make sure they all get out to vote.
Well, you're not going to do that when you tell a bunch of people to basically go fuck themselves, which is what the left was told. Basically, we were handed our hat and told, no, no, the Democrats are the like slightly left moderates now. We are not like the Democrats are now Republican light, and a lot of us said, well, fuck that. And it's time that we started having Democrats, like especially the elected Democrats, embrace the left instead of shun us. And I'm sorry, but if the only way to win these elections is to get other people to change their minds and start voting in a more progressive direction, instead of resisting that, it's time to start with some sort of propaganda campaign, because it's the only way to get where we need to go, apparently. I mean, we're not going to get where we need to go by electing Joe Biden's. That doesn't get us where we need to go.
Well, what you've said about a number of other things, it's like I agree with your objectives. I don't see a plan to get there.
Well, the plan to get there is to, like I said, adopt right wing tactics to achieve left wing ideals, because the right wing knows how to campaign. They know how to strategize. They know how to coalesce. And we spend all of our time arguing over what our pronouns are. I mean, after a while, it's like maybe we should start fighting the actual enemy instead of each other.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And that's why I was saying that just on the left side, we can't get people together enough, to work as a single unit against the single unit on the right.
And I just said if we use right wing tactics, we probably can.
But part of the problem right there is that using right wing tactics is going to disenfranchise, maybe a third of the people on the left because they'll feel scuzzy about it.
We're already disenfranchised. That's part of the problem. And you don't have to sell right wing tactics as right wing tactics either. So, I mean, there's ways of saying like here's how to do what we need to do, and never mention the right wing. That I was just bringing it up because it was easier. It was shorthand. But the point is that I mean, yes, we can do it. I already feel like I don't belong to any political party in this country. I already feel disenfranchised. And right now, neither party is doing anything to get me into their ranks. Maybe if they started, we might be able to get somewhere. But it seems like the left has said, oh, well, if you don't think we're left enough, just go away and find some other party. Gee, thanks. Way to go with the unity. And Diana's falling asleep.
She's here.
I don't think we can keep doing this by trying to play nicey nice all the time, which is part of the left's problem. Is we're trying so hard not to offend anybody that we're stepping on our own toes.
Well, the problem there is that, okay, yeah, you cannot play nice. You've got to play hard. You've got to play dirty. And unfortunately, that means that we might have to stage our own insurrection.
That's not.
Yeah, that's the
That's.
problem. Yeah,
Hmm. Well, that's a last resort if it's anything.
yeah, that's the problem
But,
right there.
but the thing is, I mean, we really do have to find a way for us to get along on the left where it's like, okay, maybe I said the wrong thing, expressed myself the wrong way, but if you understood me and you know my motivations, then shut the fuck up about exactly how I expressed myself. You know?
The big thing is we've got to change minds somehow, and the changing minds is the really really hard part. The the left, such as it is well, the Democrats, let's put it that way, are firmly ingrained in their position. They don't want to change. They need to be given a reason they must change, and I haven't seen one yet. That they will accept as a reason they must change. I know there
Well,
are many
I
reasons.
don't accept their reasons. Get the hell rid of them. That's the thing. I mean, we vote for the same old too much. Literally, literally the same people we elect. Even when we say we hate them, we still elect them
Mm-hmm.
because I guess they're familiar or something. I don't know, but it's just I don't
Well,
know. It's just like
the other thing
but
is,
all my point here has been that the same old stuff isn't working, and we need to shake it up. And I'm not hearing anyone who isn't really far on the left even suggesting any way to change things up.
I mean, do we really? Okay, let's try this again. Do we need to take it to the streets? I mean,
Not yet.
it seems to me that some of these people are going to listen only when they are slapped in the face with it.
Well, but who are these people right now? Because who do you think is going to be convinced by a riot?
Well, the problem is you don't convince anybody with a riot, you replace them.
Yeah, see that then it's never going to work. What we need to do is get all of the Biden supporters who wanted a safe candidate. And the only thing they wanted was getting rid of Trump. Because I seriously heard a lot of people, we don't care what policies he might pass.
Right.
I would vote for Hitler over Trump.
I
I
heard
heard a
that
lot.
as well. I heard that
And
as well.
and that those are the people whose minds need to be changed. Those are the people who need to be told, look, if you really want a non-Trump, then you have to go hard ass left.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that's what needs to be shown is that the left needs to be advertised as the solution to Biden and Trump.
And they're so entrenched in their position. I don't know what
Well,
it's
again, you
going to
say
take.
they.
The,
Which ones are they?
the corporate Democrats, the people who are the status quo, are so entrenched. They're not going to move. They're not going to change their position unless it's made clear to them that they have no choice but to do it.
But again, are you talking about the politicians or the voters?
Voters.
Okay. Sorry, it's just sometimes you say they or it, and there's so many things it could be. I need you to narrow it down so I could understand.
They are so well convinced that this is the only way to go.
Well, but that's the thing. I'm not sure that they are necessarily, because for a lot of them, I mean, some of them are the same people who refused to vote for Hillary back in 2016 because she wasn't left enough, because she was the entrenched power. Some of the people we need to convince are also even like there were Democrats who switched to Trump in 2016 because they wanted to shake up the status quo. There are a lot of very persuadable people out there. We're just not giving them the opportunity because the candidates are all the same people.
Mm-hmm.
It's like look at how people gravitated towards AOC, how hard they gravitated toward the squad because we wanted someone who was what they claimed they would be. Now she's basically giving Biden a daily tongue bath, so it's not like, excuse me, she was the progressive she should have been. But people are hungry for that kind of politician, someone who will actually be what she claimed she would be.
Okay, how about a different strategy? That if we acknowledge that, okay, if we want to run a third party candidate, they're not going to get 30% of the vote. They're probably just going to mostly split the Democrats in half. So, can we get somebody elected with only 20% of the vote if we can manage to split the Republican bloc?
Well, who says it has to be a third party candidate? I mean, there were plenty of us out there who would have voted for Bernie as a Democrat.
Right.
And I have a feeling a lot of the Biden supporters, if the nominee had ended up being Bernie, would have voted Bernie anyway.
Yeah, well,
because
that's why
he,
I'm
because
saying.
he was not Trump.
Yeah, well, and that's why I'm thinking that you wouldn't have gotten as many votes as Biden got.
See, I
You-
disagree. I completely disagree with that premise. I think Bernie might have gotten more votes, frankly.
Well, he might have gotten more votes by bringing more people out even more people out to vote than did
Well,
happen.
that and the Democrats would have gotten my vote. I didn't vote D or R in the last election. Hell, I'm practically pondering not even bothering to vote in the next one because, frankly, there are no candidates who represent me. So, I mean, if Bernie had been the nominee, I'm sure there's a lot of progressives out there who like voted Howie Hawkins or Jill Stein or whatever, who would have voted Democrat because the progressive would have been the candidate. So the Democrats are already split because the DNC is not left enough. They're too establishment.
Yep.
So if we bring us all together with a progressive, genuinely progressive presidential candidate, I think you'll see a much bigger turnout than you suspect.
Okay, but my point was that you're not likely to bring all the people on the left together under any one candidate regardless. So a more viable strategy, I think, would be to find a way to break that Republican base that not all of them would be voting together, which could happen if Trump decides to form a third party and the Republicans don't endorse him. That would
Well,
probably be the best case scenario at this point for
It would
getting
be, and
well, hold on again, disagree. Because remember, we do have a President Biden right now, and Hillary did win the popular vote. All we had to do was get people like me, the progressives, to make it less of an uncertain thing for Biden. Right? Now imagine if the candidate hadn't been Biden, had been someone a bit more to his left, or quite a bit more to his left. Imagine if it had been Bernie. I suspect a lot of those never Trumpers who voted for Biden, coupled with the Bernie or bust folks, would have made that a much more solid Biden victory. So, I mean, I disagree with this premise that seems to be, from the vibe I'm getting, is that a Republican victory is all but assured unless something is done. But we have President Biden right now. I think what needs to be done is to bring in the left wing folks by the DNC moving left to attract us to them. You see, that's the strategy, is move left. The strategy will always be move left. The DNC, the establishment types, they'll either come along or they won't. But I think we'll get more than we lose by being more progressive.
Yeah, I think I'm done here because I was never arguing against any of those points, but you never let me finish my premise, so I'm over.
Okay, it's just, it sounded like you were arguing against it. It sounded like there were a lot of like basic premises that were built into your position that I very explicitly don't accept.
I was explicitly trying to talk about breaking up the Republican bloc regardless of how the Democrats vote, and you keep going on about how we're going to bring all the Democrats together, and that's completely beside the point I'm trying to make.
Well, I think what I'm saying is that it's what you're trying to do is unnecessary because we can bring the left together. I mean, we can do what you're suggesting too, but I don't think we have to, is my point.
I don't know if it's possible. I mean, about the only way to do it would be if Trump formed a third party and the Republicans refused to endorse him. But I don't think the Republicans would refuse to endorse him.
But why is that necessary? I mean, given what I said about how I think a lot of the Bernie or bust types would have been on board with a Democrat candidate if they'd been more progressive, and Biden's victory would have been even more assured than it was now. That it ended up being. Why do we need Trump to form a third party that the Republicans don't endorse?
Cut the plank from both sides.
Well, sure. I just don't think it's necessary. I think if we concentrated on getting the left to coalesce, I think we could do it without that.
I don't know. I see it as a very difficult proposition because I don't. I see trying to get the left to coalesce as like trying to hurt atheists.
Maybe, but again, Biden did win.
Yeah, he won, and as you've said before, it's primarily because of COVID.
And Hillary won the popular vote. No COVID there. I think a lot of why Biden had a struggle is because of Hillary, because a lot of people were like, "Is this really the Democrats now? I want nothing to do with that." So I think that if it had been Biden instead of Hillary in 2016, we might have actually seen a different outcome.
Perhaps, yeah.
I mean, I don't know how much of that was just Hillary's a woman, but
No, Hillary was a mistake.
Yes, a big
And
mistake.
the DNC believed Hillary was going to win because they made the assumption that all women would vote for Hillary.
Yeah.
That was the premise they worked from. And it was a stupid premise, and nobody could convince them it was a stupid premise.
And
well, it was pure virtue signal, is what it is.
the effective campaign slogan was "It's my turn now."
Mm-hmm. And nobody gets a turn.
Yeah.
But I mean, I do think that the left can come together. It just requires the establishment Democrats to move further left.
Well, and I don't think you're going to get the established Democrats to do that. So you either have to remove the established Democrats, or you have to somehow fracture the side on the right so they don't have as big a power block to work from.
Well, the thing is, I think actually you can get them to do that, and the way to get them to do that is to scare them. I mean, that was the thing, is like a lot of people were saying, look, we need to run a candidate who's like really progressive and really popular to make these people realize, oh my gosh, if I don't move left, I'm losing all of those votes too. So
Okay,
really,
but
I mean, that's why I kept saying, like during the last election, is that we have to make these people worried that they're going to lose their jobs. That if they don't do what we say, they are out of work.
Well, Ox over here says Biden has done more for the people in the last few months than Trump did in 4 years. Well, yeah, it's you do nothing, and you're still doing more than someone who sent us backwards.
Yeah, that's a very low hurdle.
Yeah.
I mean, has Biden done more for the people in the last however long he's been? Well, how long has it been now? A couple of months, whatever, not important. Than Obama. Like in the same equivalent amount of time, is he better than Obama? Because Obama was a do-nothing Democrat himself. He ran on change and did bupkis, right? He did none of it. He himself says he governed like an 80s Republican, right? Now, is Biden doing better than an 80s Republican? Because that would be impressive. But if he's doing better than Trump, a cheese sandwich could do better than Trump. So I don't want to hear it.
I think for being in office less than 6 months, I'd have to look at the record. But yeah, I think Biden probably has done more than what Obama did in his first 6 months, especially considering he started out in the middle of the pandemic and was working to, get the vaccines and the health stuff pushed through.
Okay, but where's our living wage? Where's our free college? Where's our Medicare for all? Where's anything that actually materially, substantially helps the people beyond the vaccine? I mean,
okay, and of all the things you mentioned, which ones of those could Biden get pushed through when he knew they wouldn't pass through the Senate.
Quite a lot, actually. There's that whole budget reconciliation thing, but instead they listened to the Senate parliamentarian or whatever, who has no power, by the way, and isn't elected. And that was just used as an excuse to not do it. So, I mean, he could have done it through budget reconciliation and chose not to.
Well, there's only so much budget reconciliation you can do, isn't there?
Well, yeah, but he had the opportunity and decided against it. I mean, you only get a certain number of goes per, like, I think it's year, but it might be per presidency. I'm not sure. He's done one of them and didn't bother with any of that stuff. He could legalize marijuana with a stroke of a pen by just executive power, and he's not doing it. He could free all the nonviolent drug offenders. He's not doing it. There's still kids in cages. And remember, he and Obama started that. Like, that's not even a Trump thing. So, I mean, a lot of people are looking at him and Obama through rose-colored glasses, but, I mean, they're not really all that great.
No, no.
And the only reason they seem great at all is by comparison to Trump.
Yeah.
So, I mean...
Well, okay, Ox, you take care, and thank you for the well-wishing, and,
Yeah,
see
what
where
Mage
we
said,
go
you
from
can
there.
get rid of college debt with a stroke of a pen. He's not bothering. So, I just... Joe Biden doesn't want the change he promised. He's not the guy that people think he is.
Oh, yeah,
No, he's pretty much what we thought he is.
Well, that's the problem, though. He's what we thought he is. He's not what the rest of the voters thought he is.
what they were convinced he is, because I have a feeling they wanted to be convinced. They were afraid of substantive change. And
Disagree. They're afraid of Trump.
Yeah. No, I can only think of one, possibly two people I talked to who actually were voting for Biden. Everyone else was voting not Trump.
Exactly. And that was a huge part of the problem. We needed more than not Trump this time around. We really did.
But you're talking about like scaring the politicians, scaring the DNC. And the problem is they're scared on the other side. They're scared if they do anything that's too radical, they're going to lose the support of the corporations and all of the campaign money.
Yeah, but they don't need that as much as they need votes.
But they equate the money to votes. You have to first prove to them that they can get the votes without the money.
No, actually, what I have to prove to them is they will lose the votes if they don't support the right policies. I don't mind them getting all of the corporate money if it goes to the right things. I want them scared of the voters, not the donors.
well,
But you've got to prove to them that they can win elections.
No, I
without
have to
those
prove to
donors.
them. I have to prove to them they'll lose elections without the voters.
Okay, you have to prove to them there is a difference between those two things.
There is. The corporations don't actually fill out the ballots. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we're talking at cross purposes here, but the way I see it, you have to make them think if I don't do what the voters want, I'm out of a job no matter how much money I get from those corporations. That's what I want them thinking.
Well, the money from the corporations is going to convincing the electorate that the corporate candidate is what they want, when in fact the corporate candidate is against the interest of the electorate.
Well, but that's why we need to present them with candidate opponents who do so much better in the polling than they do, and do so because of the issues that these corporate Democrats don't want to support. It's like you are losing this because you're supporting the things that the voters don't want or aren't supporting the things they do. We need them scared of that.
And it's an uphill battle. It is. There's so much resistance to the change of mind on the part of the electorate.
Hmm. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, how much of that really is there? Like, if Trump hadn't been a factor, how different might our nomination have been? You know what I mean? Like if we weren't looking for the candidate that can beat Trump, if we were looking more idealistically at our candidates, would Biden ever have been the nominee? I'm not so sure.
I'm not sure either. Yeah.
I'm not sure if it would have been
But,
Biden, but with the DNC, I doubt it would have ever been Bernie.
well, it didn't have to be Bernie. There were other candidates who could
Yeah.
have been acceptable. But the point is, though, that even with the DNC doing shenanigans, I think I spoke to way too many people who said the words electability and Biden together in the same breath as if they were related. And I heard way too many people say we have to beat Trump. I'd love Bernie, but we have to beat Trump. You know,
Right.
so I mean, I don't know if we can necessarily look at this last election without considering the Trump factor as something that made things radically different from every other election we've ever had.
Okay, did it really make things radically different?
Yes.
Because, well, I can't even remember another election that there was actually a presidential candidate I was supporting rather than a presidential candidate I was voting against. It's the same every cycle. People are not voting for a candidate, they're voting to get rid of a guy they don't like.
I disagree. I disagree. I've seen plenty of people. I remember when Obama was running on hope and change, and everyone was like, oh my gosh, that's my guy. And I remember his first election. I was like, wow, I really hope he is what he claims he's going to be. He wasn't. But I was pretty enthusiastic about voting for Obama the first time around. The second time around, it was more hold my nose and vote. But I mean, I was definitely voting for someone. So I mean,
I guess I was never that dazzled by Obama in the first place, that I just always felt I'm voting for the lesser of two evils.
okay, well, I think a lot of people didn't feel that way, though. I mean, a lot of people were like, oh my gosh, our first black president, and he's promising all these seemingly progressive things. I want this guy. Goodness
Yeah.
knows my hippie ass parents were that way, you know, and most of their hippie ass friends were too.
Well,
And understandably so, I'd say. I mean, it sure seemed like Obama was going to be this great, amazing, transfigurative president, and he ended up being a conservative.
well, and I was looking at Obama and I was looking at the system and I was thinking that it'd be great if we can elect him. It'd be a great symbolic gesture, but most of Congress is not going to help him get anything done, so he'll probably be ineffective.
Well, I was also kind of hoping that because people were going to vote for such an enthusiasm generating candidate, that they would also go out to vote for the down ballot races as well to help support him. I mean, it's usually the thinking during a presidential election is get a great presidential candidate. You also get the House and the Senate.
Mhm.
You know, and he did get a supermajority, if you remember right.
Yep.
So
And didn't
he
do
just
anything with it.
fucking use it. I mean, that was the really frustrating part. I remember feeling so much despair watching Obama like squander every opportunity. It was just
Yeah.
depressing.
That was
fuck.
a huge mistake. That why that was not capitalized on to push a lot more things through.
Well, the thing is, though, is he did exactly what he wanted to do. He didn't do what he was sent there to do. He just did what he wanted to do, and what he wanted to do was not what he was sent there to do. I mean, he ran on change and didn't change a damn thing. Can you really blame us if the slogan is change and we think maybe they might mean it a little bit, maybe kind of, sort of a bit? But I mean, I think the point is that if we can get the voting public on the left to coalesce around someone who's at least a little progressive, we'll start to see the change we need, that they'll actually get elected. At this point, people are just so beaten down by the status quo that they want something else, anything else. And I think if we gave them the opportunity to vote for it, they would. We just didn't this time around.
So to get someone who's a little bit more progressive, you have to eliminate every status quo candidate.
No, you don't. Well, I
If
mean,
there's
you have to
even
get.
one, then the powers that be will push that
Well,
one.
yeah, they'll push that one, but it still comes down to the people voting.
People who are
I mean,
easily convinced.
which is why I brought up at the beginning of this entire argument that we live in an information age where politicians' bullshit is starting to be right out in front where we can get a good whiff of it. I think that when you get more and more people dying off out of old age, and more of the young folks who remember, oh yeah, I should probably go out and vote, which by the way was part of the problem this last election, is there was a lot of Bernie enthusiasm among the young, but they just didn't get their asses out to nominate him. Like a lot of it was just, well, voting's an effort, and I'm just gonna sit here, which is dumb. But let's face it, I would have been the same way at that age too. Point being that when we have more of the millennials and younger voting, actually going to the ballot box, I think we'll start to see the progressive change we need. The problem is we needed that 20, 30 years ago.
I was going to say, yeah, with that particular way of doing things, you're going to get that change when I'm dead, and be it 20 years or 20 days, I'm not sure which, given my kidneys, but it's going to be a while, and as you say, there's not enough time.
Well, I mean, if we weren't in a time crunch with the environment, I'd be a lot less vehement about all of this. But we are, and sure, you might not be around for it. Hell, I might not be around for it. But eventually, this is all gonna, the chickens are gonna come home to roost. The environment's gonna turn on us, and then what?
Yeah.
So we need action. We need action 20 years ago. We need action now. But I mean, I don't know how to get people on board with a progressive candidate. I just know that we can if we're willing to actually promote one. I mean, maybe in 2024, if the candidate isn't Trump, it might actually happen.
Maybe.
If the candidate on the right doesn't freak out the people on the left, maybe the left will actually attempt something bold.
Well, one other thing I'm wondering about, and this seems a bit ghoulish, but I'm wondering how it's going to affect the next election cycle, the fact that COVID did take out a disproportionate number of the elderly, which is a big part of the Republican voter base.
Well, and not to mention the anti-vaxxers out there who wouldn't take the vaccine just because of Biden.
Right. Yes, I'm just wondering how that's going to affect the percentages, even for the 2022 Senate elections.
And I've had that thought too. I don't know. And you're right, it is a little morbid, a little ghoulish, but yeah. I mean,
well, there's the other thing.
How do you research, look that up? How do you research that to find out how that may have changed things?
Well, I suppose, you'd have to basically get the COVID deaths broken down by age groups, and then something on those age groups broken down by political affiliation, and, average the numbers out from that to figure out, how many more Republicans died than Democrats died is basically what you're looking for.
I'm trying to come up with some good search terms because I wonder if someone has already done that work for us.
I'm sure that there have been political pundits who have already done this.
Right. I'm just trying to figure out how to express it for Google's benefit so I can find it. Like, how has COVID affected voting dynamics? What's the word I'm looking for here? Demographics, probably.
Yeah, voting demographic.
All right. Let's see. Well, I don't want global. Let's just try US.
How do we teach Kitty the difference between a keyboard and a sidewalk?
Say that again?
It's like convincing voters to vote for their own interests.
But I didn't actually catch that. How do you get who to do what with the sidewalk?
How do we teach the kitty the difference between my keyboard and a sidewalk?
Why is the sidewalk a thing? Wouldn't your
Because she's
keyboard
Because the
walking
be...
kid
across
keeps
the
walking
keyboard.
across my keyboard and she's pressing things on my keyboard, and one of these times she's going to like knock me right out of my browser doing that.
Yeah.
Okay, let me try this another way. Why sidewalk and not, say, carpet?
Because a sidewalk is something you obviously walk on, so I thought that would make it immediately apparent what I'm talking about. Because it has the word walk in the name, so I figured nobody would be able to miss that comparison.
Well, it just seemed a little too specific, and it confused me because of it. Oh, wait a minute. Democracy, demographics, a look at each state. This doesn't seem to break it down with... Oh, it does, though, a little. Oh, but that's Hungary. We're not in Hungary.
Hi, Sarah.
And yet it's a University of South Carolina, though. So, I'm so confused. Why did they bring up Hungary?
I don't know. Does somebody need food?
Wrong Hungary.
Okay.
Oh, wait, when was this written? Oh, April of 2020. All of these are related to the 2020 election. This is very frustrating. All right, let's see what happens if I type in 2024. No, I'm not seeing. Although I do see an article that says here COVID-19 deaths could swing the election to Democrats. This is in the
Sounds
LA
like that's right along the line of what we were talking about.
Yep.
It is, but I was curious how it would affect us post 2020, and I'm having a hard time finding that. Huh. They're drawing comparisons to public opinion regarding Vietnam deaths and how that would affect the president's chances. And basic wisdom being that the more death there is, the less popular the president. And I didn't need the LA Times to figure that out.
Oh, I see. It was your phone.
Oh, gee. If COVID-19 deaths in a state doubled over the previous 30 days, people in that state become 0.37% less likely to say they'd vote for Trump.
Oh, wow.
Wow, not even 0.5%.
I don't know how I could have not seen what you sent.
I know.
Yeah, it's a hell of a voting block we're up against.
I'm seeing something here. I'm not sure if I trust David Shore or not. I know that name. Something about the 2022 midterms. Someone's cooking something, and I can't tell if that's good or bad. It smells breakfasty, like toast.
That would be nice.
Says here the electorate was slightly more Democratic than it had been in 2016 due to the demographic change. Oh, but it's due to partisan gap between younger and older voters. It says here every 4 years the electorate gets something like 0.4% more Democratic just through generational churn.
Right, I knew there was a gradual trend that way.
Didn't realize it was quite that gradual.
I didn't really know what the numbers were for it, but
Yeah, well, me neither. I will admit there were a bunch of like ethnic groups that can definitely be described as non-white, and boy, do we need a better term than that. I know person of color, but that's really clunky. I do wish we had like just one word. You know what I mean? Instead of like a whole title. But whatever. Point being that a lot of groups, ethnic groups, voted for Trump. That I thought were like, well, isn't that kind of a little bit against your own interest? He doesn't really like you
Yeah.
very much. I don't know. I didn't get it.
No, and one of the things was that black Southern men voted largely for Trump. And apparently, a lot of this had to do with they appreciated the misogyny.
God, that's so weird. I don't get that.
Well, they didn't like the idea that women would be getting more power because that would take power away from them.
Power to do what, though? Power to make women obey them, I guess. It's so
Yeah.
weird to me. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't have a lot of misandry in my character, but I gotta tell you, after the last couple of weeks of seeing some guys seriously misbehave in my direction, I kind of a little bit might be starting to get a smidge cranky with them. But even so, like, if we were living in some weird Amazonian, like, women rule over the men kind of thing, wouldn't necessarily want to see men kept down. I mean, maybe it's the raised by hippies thing, but I like the whole at least nominally equal stuff. You know?
You do, but they don't.
I know, but what I'm saying is I can't empathize. Like, try though I might, I find it difficult to empathize with wanting to keep other people down because of the shape of their wedding tackle. It makes no sense.
Well, a lot of the issues we have, with any kind of minority issue, with, Asians or gay rights or trans things, a lot of it just comes down to everyone, or not everyone, but so many people treat it as being a zero-sum game. That if anyone else gets more rights, it means somehow I will have less rights.
And, some of those rights are things you probably shouldn't have. Like the right to use racial slurs without consequences, I think is a right you can do without. Maybe it's just me. Like, I'm thinking of that one uncle I have who, no joke, said that he is more oppressed than a black man because the black guy can say the N-word without consequences and my uncle can't. I mean, really, talk about like not recognizing your own privilege. You know what I mean? like I can't empathize with that attitude. I can't. Like, even if I can intellectually understand what he's saying, I mean, then I just like, but do you really want to say the N-word that badly? Or are you just angry that someone's telling you you can't?
I'm guessing it probably comes down to someone's telling me I can't do something.
I don't know. I mean, if someone tries to take my rights away to do things that I never wanted to do in the first place, I'm kind of okay with it. I'm not okay with them taking it away from people who do want to do those things. But, it's like, ooh, I'm so hurt that I'm now not allowed to say a racial slur. Oh, shucky darn.
Yeah.
It's like I really didn't want to say it in the first place. I can go the rest of my life and die happy, never again using the N slur. It's fine. I'm okay with it. I mean, I don't even need to listen to Eddie Murphy say it in his 80s stand-up. I don't care. It's not required. I don't need that word in my life. It's a negative word. Oh, well. I don't know. It's like, I know I bring up Jim Jeffries a lot. He had this one routine where he was talking about, like his dad was trying to be all progressive by saying, I got no problem with the gays. They can do whatever they want behind closed doors. where in private where no one else can see it, as long as they're not trying to involve me. And Jim's like, Dad, are they trying to involve you? You know, are there two guys in suburban Sydney somewhere? One of them's lubing up, the other one's got a ball gag in, and the guy with the gag's like, what's that? Maybe we should involve Gary Jeffries. And they get into their car and they drive out to rural Sydney. And then there's his dad sitting watching like rugby league or something. And all of a sudden there's a knock at the door, and he's like, it's the second time this month. And he goes to the door, opens it, and sees the two guys, and he goes, I told you not to involve me. You know, is that really the situation he's envisioning?
Well, and that argument has been reasonably effective, which is why now they're dropping down to the next level, that the gays and trans are trying to indoctrinate the children.
But they've been saying that since I was a kid.
Yeah, but they're pushing a lot more heavily on that argument now, because that's a way that they can try to get people convinced that it's going to involve your family, whether you like it or not.
It's weird to me that people fall for that. It's like, have you ever talked to a gay person? It's like have you ever tried to have sex with someone who claims that they're gay, but they're really just experimenting and they don't like it at all? I'll give you a hint. It's no fun. You know, so it's like, I mean, if I were to have someone say, "Oh my gosh, you're trying to convert our kids," I'd be like, "No, I'm not. I don't want some, like, you know, faux dyke like incompetently licking at my snatch. That's never gonna work." You know, it's like the whole putting drugs in the Halloween candy. Those are my drugs. They're expensive. I'm not giving them to your stupid kid. You know, not even as a prank.
Well, personally, I think everybody should sample everything and just keep doing what they liked.
I don't know. There are some things I look at it and I don't need the sample.
I can get that, but, you know, there are some things that just aren't appealing, so yeah, no big deal.
Yeah.
You know, it's like the menu at a restaurant. There are going to be some things you're going to look at and say, oh, that looks good, and some things you're going to look at and say, no, I don't think I care for that.
Yeah. Although I mean, and now to bring this literally into the restaurant world, I hate it when there's a restaurant where, you know, all the dishes sound great, except they've added something to it to try to seem, I don't know, edgy, classy, different, whatever. And it's always something gross. It's like, you know, here's that ham sandwich that you'll absolutely love, and now we've added hummus. And I'm like, but hummus is disgusting. I don't want your weird hummus burger. I don't know. And Diana's totally falling asleep again.
Yeah, and Mage is making the point in the side chat. They feel involved just by seeing two guys or two girls together or kissing in public.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
the way I
have to look at it shouldn't involve me.
If you straight ass mofos can do it in public, then so can the rest of us.
Absolutely.
Anything you can do in public, we can do in public. If you'd find it terrible if we did it, imagine how we feel. Now, moderate your own behavior.
Yeah, and then again, they go back to, you know, but then I've got to explain this to my kids. And it's like, okay, what's to explain? There are two people, they're kissing. They apparently like each other.
The only reason that homosexuality will seem remarkable is if you're taught that heterosexuality is the only thing that is, or is the default, or whatever. And I guess it kind of is. But if you're telling them like you know, anything other than cis het is fill in the blank weird, then yeah, you're gonna have something to explain to your kids when they see a couple of gay folks kissing on the street because they love each other. But if you tell your kids, yeah, everyone's a little bit different, and just leave it at that, it won't be remarkable when they see a couple of homos kissing.
Yeah, unless somebody has already taught them to presume there's something strange about it, they're not going to pay any attention to it.
Yeah, and why should our lives change just because you don't want to have a heart-to-heart that might be a little uncomfortable when it comes to your kid? You know, I don't want to have to explain to my kids about gay marriage, so you can't get gay married, because I don't want to have that awkward conversation with my kid, and it's only going to be awkward for me. fuck off. Your kid can either learn trial by fire or can learn from an early age that people are homosexual. But I'm not changing my life because you don't want to have an uncomfortable moment. You're going to have to teach your kid where babies came from. You're going to tell straight people to stop fucking and having kids just because
That
you don't
might
want to
not
have
be a
that
bad
conversation.
idea.
Well, but you know what I'm saying is like life is full of uncomfortable conversations, and if you have kids, it's even full of more of them. But you gotta have that conversation. I'm not changing my life because you don't want to be uncomfy. I mean, bounds of reason, people. I don't know. Sometimes I wish I could see a genuine rage face, because whenever I make a rage face deliberately, I always think it looks cartoonish. I don't know. How that is, yeah.
I don't know, Kate. I have been kind of working on the theory that you're not actually an animator. You have just escaped from an animated universe and somehow materialized here.
Yeah, with my luck, it's a Looney Tunes universe, and I'm the one with the dynamite that backfires.
Yeah.
With my luck.
Maybe that's how you wound up here.
Maybe. I don't know. It's like, those memes that say, okay, you've been kidnapped by terrorists and you're being rescued by the characters from the last TV show you watched. How screwed are you? I feel like I'd be the one character that would definitely have screwed everyone. Where it's like, yeah, I need to be rescued by terrorists, and oh shit, Kate. Damn it, I'm dead. That kind of thing. I mean, it might be a funny death, but I'm dead.
Yep. Last time that came up, I felt pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'd been watching Stargate SG-1, so if somebody's going to rescue me, good hands.
Yeah, last time it came up, I was watching Scrubs. I'm pretty fucked. Yeah, I'd feel pretty good about being rescued from terrorists by the SG-1 crew.
Yeah, and Mage was saying about a school teacher who was accused of pushing her sexuality on her students just because she dressed like a pride parade.
I love how Christians mostly are losing their shit by saying God gave us the rainbow and gays stole it from us.
Yeah.
That is so fucking funny. I don't know.
Yeah,
something...
well, they don't even understand the Bible story that God put the rainbow up there as a post-it note to remind him not to destroy us with another flood. Because otherwise he's likely to forget and do that again.
Well, I mean, personally, I'd like to believe that we stole the rainbow from the Vikings.
Well, that would explain why we haven't had any visitors from Asgard in a long time.
Well, I'm just picturing the whole, going to Valhalla by crossing our bridge. You go to Valhalla, the gayer you are. Like, it's not so much winning battles anymore. It's who can lick twat best, goes to Valhalla and meets the gods.
There you go.
Oh, dearie me. I imagine someone somewhere has already written that fanfic. I mean, if you can think of it, it's on the internet somewhere.
Well, I'm sure that there are, porn versions of all the Thor comics and movies.
I'm absolutely terrified to type in Golden Girls porn. I mean, can you just see, Sophia going down on Rose? Because I kind of can.
Oh, Lord.
And I can see Blanche riding Dorothy like a horse.
None of these things ever occurred to me.
Well, uh, for what it's worth, they only, except for the Golden Girls porn sounds like a terrifying thing to look up part, they all just occurred to me now. I mean, you remember before I was saying like how weird it would be if everything that I thought in my head was something I said, all of the different cultural references or linguistic things that come up, like an atheist kind of thing. But it'd be a very strange ride, and I'd probably be like murdered by offended people if I said half of the stuff that occurs to me. But still, I don't know. I still like if there's some rabidly homophobic Christian who's railing against gay people, and then they end it with "Can I get an amen?" I like to reply with "Gay men," just to mess with them. Doesn't work so well if they say "Amen" instead of "Amen," but still.
Oh my.
If it-
Yeah, golden girls, golden showers.
yeah, that's where I figured the search engine would take you if you tried typing Golden Girls porn.
Probably. I don't know. I was like last month years old when I found out that Two Girls, One Cup was actually part of a larger anthology.
Another thing I did not need to know.
Mm. Well, it helps that
It would
was
have
also
never
fake.
occurred to me to put any thought or investigation into the topic at all.
Well, I hadn't thought of it either, but it came up in a forum and people were discussing the history behind it, and well,
I am going to protect myself to holding to the explanation that was all staged and that was chocolate pudding.
Okay,
I heard it was peanut butter.
That's as much thought as I'm giving to the subject. Let's move on.
Well, at least it wasn't chunky peanut butter. Anyway, yes, moving on.
Yes.
I don't know.
Do you ever think about like the people who created that, or the girls in it and the guy who put together and filmed it, and it's like nobody's ever really going to know who they were, and at the same time this is their immortality.
Well, actually, the article I saw listed at least the director by name.
I'm sure you could find the names if you wanted to, but how many people are actually going to look? But just somebody going through the rest of their life thinking that this is the great mark they made on the world.
What if it isn't, though? I mean, like, I don't actually remember those girls' faces, and what little I remember, they were very generic. Like, it would be hard to pick them out of a lineup of dumb blondes. But, I mean, like, at the same time, I don't know. I mean, maybe they went on and did other things. Maybe one of them wrote a novel or painted a portrait or something, and we'll never know it was the same girl unless someone, like, connects those dots.
If any of them actually got really famous, though, somebody would connect those dots just so it would come out on the internet.
Well, maybe. It makes me wonder, like, this is a thought I've had often, is if someone tries to run for public office now, and all of their history from, like, as soon as they could type onward is on the internet.
Yep.
I mean, you remember how much of a big deal people made out of AOC dancing like she was in the Breakfast Club, right? And somehow that was a big thing. Well, you're going to have some punk kid who was like screaming horrible shit in high school while they were like playing a video game or something. They're streaming and they're screaming slurs at people because that's just part of gamer culture kind of thing. And then later, they want to scrub that from the internet because they're trying to run for office, and obviously they can't.
It's already happened. There's already been candidates who had their campaigns killed because somebody pulled up a video of some stunt they did in high school.
And I mean, that was high school. I'm not the same as I was in high school. Not
Yeah.
really.
No, I think it's ridiculous, but it's what's happening now because of that level of documentation of everybody's lives. Because
Mm.
everyone, as soon as they could, got a Facebook account, put everything about themselves and everything that they were showing off to their friends, how cool they were being, and how much they were thumbing their nose at the man. But yeah, now when they try to get a job or run for office, somebody pulls that up and says, "Oh, yeah, you're a troublemaker."
Which makes me again ask the question, how do you run for office in that environment? Can you? And does it make a difference that the voters will be the same generation and they'll understand? They'll be like,
Well,
yeah, I did the same shit in high school too. I get it.
that's the thing. It's going to, I think, kind of have to wait until somewhat the demographic changes, but also that people are still getting used to the idea of this information age, that all of this information is available.
Well, that's why I
So it
wonder. I mean,
requires a change in voter attitudes that, okay, maybe something you did 20 years ago isn't that important to what you're doing now.
well, that's why I wonder. I mean, that's why I've had those moments of wondering how it'll go because I don't know either.
Well,
You know?
so far it has always gone badly for the candidates every time I've heard of it.
But
So,
what if every candidate has that in their past now?
yeah, well, that's what I mean. It's going to require a change in the attitude of the voters. It's going to require more voters to decide that that's really not important.
Is it just lighting, Diana, or is your fist bruised?
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Like by your middle
Yeah,
knuckles,
the
it
back of
looks
your hand
really
looks
dark.
quite blue.
Yeah.
yeah, it does. It does look rather blue, and I don't know. It just may be me getting old.
I don't know. I would ask about it.
I know that I did have some bruising on my left arm, but that's
Ah!
There were a couple of times when they would like do IVs on me during the seizures and everything, and I'd come home with this big, just blue mark spreading out over time. You know,
Well,
it
it's fairly
happens.
common from where somebody's, had like a IV needle or something to
Well,
have
that
big
and
blue bruises like that.
I mean, I don't know about anyone else's situation, but my veins are very small.
Hmm.
So they would often miss a vein or go straight through one. And that's part of where the bruising would come from. It's why I make them go back here now because those veins are gigantic. Like I just say, look, I know you probably know your trade, but please, I've been through this 1,000 times and I don't need you rooting around in my Krellbow. So go for one of these bad boys, okay? And they
Yeah.
usually do. They usually do. They're good about it. They just, I mean,
I had a
I'm
little.
sure one of these days I'll get an arrogant phlebotomist who insists, but
One of the most encouraging things to me is when I go in to have blood drawn and they ask me, okay, where's the best spot?
Yeah.
Just acknowledge that I have already done this many, many times in my life.
I don't know. I go in to get blood drawn and they ask me like what shade, is it more of a crimson or vermilion or yeah. Oddly enough, I answer, well, it's kind of blood red, really.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. First time I heard the term phlebotomist, I mixed it up with phrenologist and was really confused.
Okay.
Well, you can understand, someone says, oh, yeah, go to the phlebotomist. The what? They're not getting blood out of. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah. I'm just glad they have all those cords and lines and shit out of me.
Hey, at least you don't have a colostomy bag, eh?
Oh my, yeah. At the very least, that's a good thing. No, I have.
One of these days, I'll actually look up colostomy. Like, I can't even imagine what the seam looks like. Do you just have like a little plastic ring or something, or how does that work?
Couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I'm scared to look it up, but at the same time, I'm curious to look it up. Let's give it a whirl. I can survive it.
Colostomy bag porn.
I was going to put port, but okay. Oh, weird.
You might put port, but autocorrect might.
Yeah.
Oh, that is fucking freaky. There's just this like red, moist circle. Oh, it's gross looking. Ha! It honestly looks like a stab wound that's not bleeding.
Oh, is that the entrance site through the abdominal wall?
Well, yeah, it's the cut in the gut. Wow, that is freaky looking. Like seriously, look up just colostomy bag on Google image search and it's not gross, it's just alien. It doesn't look natural in any fashion. Also, the colostomy bag itself is opaque, for which I give great thanks.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
You say it doesn't look natural. I can't imagine any way it would look natural to have plastic tubes running out of your body.
No, except that's not what it looks like. It doesn't look like a plastic tube in any way. It looks like it's made out of flesh.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I mean, it's red and it looks like an open wound.
Mm-hmm.
But not one that's gone septic or anything. It looks like meat in a baggie. Gosh, that is so creepy. I guess it's just literally a piece of intestine.
Yeah, it is.
Wacky fun. Okay. Well, now I know what a colostomy bag port looks like, and it wasn't as bad as I feared it could have been.
I expect over the years they've worked on that to try and make the aesthetics at least a bit less disgusting for the people who have to deal with them.
Yeah, you'd think. I don't know.
Because I didn't look up the picture you saw, but I saw one like 30 years ago, and yeah. For one thing, it was transparent. That didn't help.
Well, anyway, Diana, at least you don't have one of those.
Yeah, that's a good thing. I like that.
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, looking on the bright side medically can take a very long time. There's so many things to be glad you don't have. Doesn't that sound like the beginning of a really terrible children's song on like Electric Company or Sesame Street?
Yeah,
You
sure
know?
does.
Looking on the bright side medically takes a very long time. There's so many things to be glad you don't have, boys and girls. Oh, we don't have the and insert Tom Lehrer song here.
You know, some of those actually were.
What were?
Tom Lehrer wrote some of the songs for the Electric Company.
Oh, I didn't know that, but it doesn't shock me at all.
Yeah.
Hey, Columbia. Hey, baby.
On this collection I had, The Remains of Tom Lehrer. They included some bonus tracks, which were like 5 songs he wrote for the Electric Company.
I was very happy with the man when he basically said, "This is my gift to all of you. Everything I have is no longer copyrighted. It's all public domain. Go." I was like,
I
dude,
thought that was so cool, and I would hope that would become a trend with artists. That when they've either got so much money they don't know what to do with it, or they know that they're getting close to the end of their life. That's like, okay, I made everything I could off of this. Everybody can have it for free now.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, before he sold out to Disney, George Lucas was fully in support of the fan film community because he thought it would like foster new filmmakers, and so he put out a bunch of resources when Star Wars fan films became big.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, love him or hate him, he loves film and wants to support filmmakers, and I think that's great.
Yes, I always thought that Disney was an odd match for him.
Well,
But I suppose his main thing was just for the franchise to continue to entertain people.
I'm honestly not sure how much involvement he has with Disney Star Wars after he sold it off. Like, I don't know, did he sell it and then abandon it, or sell it to Disney so they can make money off it, but he's still involved somehow? I get the impression it was the former.
Um, it's not really so much that he's involved as far as making any decisions for it that I know of. But
That is what I mean.
yeah, where he made his fortune in the first place wasn't so much from the movies, but from the merchandising.
Well,
And even with Disney, he held on to most of the merchandising rights.
but I mean, my point is that I don't know how much he's involved in the storytelling, and it sounds like not at all.
Yeah.
Which is something I would have a hard time doing. I've thought about it a lot. Like, what if Quinn Redshift really did take off and became big, like Star Wars or Babylon 5 or Star Trek or something? I would have a very hard time letting go. You know, I'd have a very hard time pulling like an Eastman and Laird and letting people make cartoons out of what was, after all, a very brutal, probably NC-17 rated comic. You know, like I would probably say to them, look, I have all I need. I'm very comfortable. I'm very happy. And I have a dedicated fan base. Sure, you want to make money off of my shit, but I'm going to need some control here. I'm going to need trailer approval so you're not putting in spoilers. I'm going to need people to understand that what you make is non-canon. And, you know, little things like that. And if they said, no, this is too many conditions and, you know, we're offering you money, I'd be like, well, I don't need you. So fuck off. You know,
I've thought of that a lot too from my novels, and yeah, I kind of think like I would have to have an agreement that I keep control of all my original characters. You know, you can make additions to the universe, you can create offshoots from it, but anything involving the original characters, I need script approval for.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'd probably tell them, look, you can create your own alterniverse, but mine's canon, okay? Or I'd be like, look, I'm giving you right to make money off of stuff I created. Clearly, I'm the one in power here. You know, it was kind of like a guy called not too long ago. You know, I'm in the supermarket and he calls up. He goes, I'd like to talk to you about your property on address. You know, and I'm like, well, that's my home and I don't really want to move. So you're going to have to offer me a lot more above market price. And he was like, wait a minute, but I'm calling you to make an offer. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to leave. I have all the power. And he was like, fuck, you're right. Like he literally told me, gosh, I didn't think of it that way. And you're totally correct. And I was like, well, then, you know, what are you going to give me above market price? And he was like, nothing. I was like, well, I guess we're done here.
Yeah, because he's probably a guy in a call center reading off a script.
It may have been an actual realtor because he really did have a real conversation with me. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
It may have been. It may have been. But regardless, it was like I think he was expecting that I'm a landlord renting out this property rather than a homeowner living there, is the impression I got. Like he wanted to talk to another mogul, and I wasn't one. Don't really get to use the word mogul much anymore. I think it's kind of like archaic, not very archaic. I mean, we're talking, what, 40, 50, 60 years ago, but still archaic, falling out of use a bit.
Yeah, I still see it come up once in a while, but yeah.
Yeah, that's why I only say a bit. You know, I mean, things rarely die completely. I'm trying to remember what was the expression I saw recently that I was like, wow, haven't heard that in a while. It was something like along the lines of miscreant or curmudgeon. I know we talked about curmudgeon like yesterday.
Yes, yes.
I forget what it is, but it was something like that where I was reading it and I was going, wow, I haven't heard that in ages. Mostly in old movies. It's like you don't really hear ne'er-do-well anymore. No one's a ne'er-do-well.
Funny, I used that on Twitter yesterday.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I'd make a pretty good ne'er-do-well, actually. I'd definitely make a great maiden auntie. That's for sure. Oh, if I had siblings and they had kids, I'd be spoiling those kids so hard. I'd be like showing them all the movies their parents don't want them to see and everything, you know. I'd wait until they were 18, of course, but I'd take them to the dispensary for their first go. Actually, I think you have to be 21, don't you? What is it with this country in 21? Like, you can drive at 16, you can vote and die for your country at 18, but you're not allowed to have any mind altering fun until you're 21. What's that about?
I guess 21 is a magic number. 7 and 3.
No. Well, why are those magic numbers? Like, I know humanity has like a serious fetish for them, but I don't understand why we use them so much. Like you get the 3-in-1 God and all that, and 7 wishes or 3 wishes, 7 like lucky whatevers. I mean, why 3 and 7? How did those get the nod?
Well, actually, I looked at that a lot when I was in the pagan stuff, and most of the numbers that were considered to be either cursed or powerful are all the prime numbers.
Well, then I like the best prime number because it's the only even prime number.
Well, that's why the coven of 13 is a big one. And part of that, if you've got a committee making a decision, a prime number makes sense because you can never have a tie vote.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I always liked even numbers better because they're even. It's like no matter what, everyone ends up with at least a partner. Like if you're in a group project or something, you're pairing off. If you have an even number, there's no one left alone. There's no like awkward 3 people groups or anything. It's it all comes out in the end, and I like that about even numbers. So,
What's
in
awkward
fact,
about a 3-people group?
This right here, yeah, that's that's an even number. That barcode right there.
Yeah, well, see, with the poly mindset, that being a couple or being a threesome or a fivesome, yeah, I don't see that as being awkward.
Yeah, I'm pretty dyed in the wool, like mono myself. I mean, hell, maybe that's just a natural consequence, or the demisexual is a natural consequence. I'm not sure. Maybe they are natural consequences of each other, but I'm both mono and demi, so it's awfully difficult to squeeze poly into that mold. I think. I mean, I could be probably polyromantic, but not polysexual, if that makes sense.
Well, I mean, if you're mono, it does pretty much exclude any poly, yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know.
And I get that some people are wired that way, that they feel it has to be a one-on-one thing.
Well, I mean, it's funny, like whenever I watch a sitcom or drama or something, and people are always like cheating on each other or being attracted to someone else and being conflicted about it and stuff. I mean, I remember the 5 years Kylie and I were together. I might go, oh, she's attractive, but no part of me felt the need to stray. It didn't even occur to me that I might want to be with anyone but her. It just didn't pop into my head. It's not part of who I am. I don't know. And it's not anything I internalized. Again, raised by hippies.
Well, see, and I see those things, the sitcom situations like that. And from a poly perspective, I see that, okay, all this problem was caused because you were trying to keep it secret or you were lying to your partner. If the 3 of you could sit down, have a drink together, and talk it all out, maybe everybody'd be happy about it.
Well, I mean, maybe, but I'm just saying I never felt the need to be with more than one person ever. It just doesn't. It doesn't even occur to me. It's kind of like I've been in the middle of a game or something where someone later said you had the perfect opportunity to cheat right there. You could have won the game. Why didn't you? And I was like, oh, didn't occur to me to do the wrong thing. And I know being poly isn't wrong, but what I'm saying is it never popped into my head to do the thing that other people would find unacceptable.
Well, but see, that's the thing, that the poly's not an unacceptable thing if you're open and honest with everyone involved. But I get what you mean about the game thing too, but that kind of goes back to the thing we have with Theus, that you do the right thing even if you don't think you're going to get caught.
Well, okay, but let's put this. I guess what I'm trying to get at is that if I were given the opportunity to be in a poly relationship, but I didn't realize the possibility
Yeah.
was there, it wouldn't pop into my head to even consider it. Like I would have to be hit over the head with it to be told, "Hey, you have an opportunity," and then I'd consider it. But without being explicitly told, "Hey, maybe we're open to more than just you and me," it wouldn't even pop into my head because I'm dedicated to the one I'm with already, and it just wouldn't even be like it. I don't know. It'd
Yeah.
be like going up to someone and saying, "Why didn't you go for this ethnic restaurant?" And I'd be like, "I didn't know that ethnicity existed." I'm just clueless that way,
Yeah, it's a different thought process. It's just something you're not used to thinking about.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know what I'd do if someone brought it up and said, "Do you want to try for a poly relationship?" I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it for the first time ever, really, as more than an intellectual exercise. I don't know.
Yeah, and for it to work at all, it would probably be something that if you were in a relationship with somebody, you'd have to discuss it theoretically before there was even another person being considered. Because by that point, it might feel kind of weird that it's too late to talk about it.
And the problem is that that's unfortunately the least likely scenario. I think more likely it'd be I'd want to be with this person too. How about it? Yeah, I mean you're right. It'd be better to do it your way.
And that's why I'm saying that from experience because, well, I've been the third that a couple's approached me like that, and it turned out that both of them weren't fully on board for this idea.
I know I've told the story about the almost threesome, right?
Yeah, yeah, I've heard that.
And I don't know what I would have done if I'd known ahead of time it was appropriate to kiss the dude's wife in the dance club before they made the offer of the threesome. I might have snogged her. I don't know. But also, I might have been turned off by the extraordinarily creepy look on the husband's face. Oh my gosh. He had this pervy look watching me and her from like across the room. It was just bizarre. He looked like a kid with his hand in the cookie jar, I guess. I don't know. It was just weird looking, just the look on his face. It wasn't wholesome. It was pervy.
Mm-hmm.
If I was ever in a threesome, like a poly threesome, it would have to not be pervy. It would have to be loving.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Well, again, it's the demi thing that you have to feel there's some romantic connection there before it becomes sexual.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I suspect I'm doomed to end up alone at this point. There's so many hurdles that need to be jumped through for anyone I end up dating. I don't know. I mean, they'd have to be okay with the demi thing. We'd have to both find each other physically attractive. We'd have to find each other emotionally attractive. We'd have to be anywhere near each other. We'd have to be at least remotely similar in ages. We'd have to be similar enough politically. We'd have to at least tolerate each other's musical and entertainment choices. And there'd have to be precious few dietary restrictions. I don't think that person exists. I'm doomed to dating me. You know what I mean?
Yep. Again, in my experience, what happens is you have this kind of list like that, and you meet somebody and you find that they match 75-80% of what's on your list, and you decide if the other things can be compromised.
And that is part of why I left a lot of that kind of vague.
And it depends what the items they missed are. That some of them you decide that no, that's a deal breaker, and some of them you decide that let's talk this out and take it slowly, and maybe we can get this to work.
Yeah. I don't know. It makes me wonder where those deal breakers are. I know that substance abuse is a deal breaker. That's for damn sure.
With my fiance, the two things that were nearly deal breakers was one, we lived 1,000 miles apart at the time, and two, she was a smoker.
Yeah, okay, that could be a problem.
those were the two things I had major issues with that took a couple of months to figure that there's enough going here that I think it'll be worth dealing with that.
I mean, no offense to the smokers out there, but I'm sorry, kissing you lot is like licking an ashtray. It's disgusting.
Yes.
Don't be a smoker. I mean, just for the sake of your love life, I don't care about your health. It's gross, like deep kissing someone who's been smoking.
Well, and it's not just the kissing, but smokers taste bitter. There are some things that can be done to
like
help
licking
mitigate this.
flesh. Bitter?
Yes, oral
Okay.
sex, yes.
Okay.
There are some things that can be done to help it, like eating a lot of sweet fruits, especially pineapple, tends to somewhat neutralize that effect.
I am a little worried that I might start sweating weed.
Sweating weed?
Well, I mean, have you ever eaten too much garlic and then you start to sweat garlic?
Yeah, just
Well,
the phrasing sounded odd.
I know. I can't tell if Diana's asleep or just closing her eyes.
We're here.
Yeah, she's
Okay.
still moving, but actually, with the sweating garlic thing, something I've tried that actually seems to work
Hmm.
is vitamin E capsules as mosquito repellent.
Huh.
Because if you take too much of the stuff, your body tries to get rid of it by excreting it through your sweat. And apparently mosquitoes don't like the smell of it.
Huh. Okay. Next time I go to Vermont, I'll start with a bunch of vitamin E.
I've tried it on camping trips, and I found that I got a lot less bites than the other people there.
Did you have to start early so it would sweat out, or did you take it like just as you're going on the trip?
Well, if you know you're going to be sitting outside, you take it like hour or two before, so it has a chance to
Okay.
get through your system.
Well, because the smelling like garlic was a slow burn. It took like a week of every dinner was garlic based before I started to really be stinky garlic wise. So I was just curious if maybe like you have to prepare, like start taking vitamin E capsules a week before the trip, and then you'll be fine. I don't know.
Well, when I was doing the landscaping, I was just taking the vitamin E as a daily supplement, because I knew I was going to need it every day I was out after dark.
Hmm. I don't know. That's an interesting. I'll have to try that because, like, my parents are going to be in Vermont from August to September this year, and we've been talking about a visit. But one of the reasons I've been telling them I'm not sure is because of the mosquitoes, and also because around about fall, I used to at least get allergies in Vermont. Although it seems like I don't know if I just don't get allergies on the West Coast or if I built up an immunity or something, but regardless, point is, maybe I'll tell them yes on going to Vermont this fall if I can deal with the mosquitoes through vitamin E. That's an interesting idea. So thank you.
Yeah, as far as the allergies, that the move can make a big difference on that. That you may just be allergic like to certain plant pollens that are only native to one region.
Oh,
I
maybe
noticed even moving from Michigan to Minnesota, my allergies got much better.
Well, maybe I wasn't specific enough. I don't get allergies on the West Coast at all. I'm pretty sure that's an environmental thing. But the few times I've gone back to Vermont when it might be allergy season ish, they haven't manifested.
Oh.
So I'm wondering if it's some sort of weird, like I left and my body changed in some way. I know that can happen. Like exposure can create immunity. Maybe leaving an environment where you're constantly exposed can create an immunity. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that does happen, that if you're away from it long enough that your body's not dealing with it all the time, that basically you can kind of heal over and be less sensitive.
Yeah. Also, I want you to go get like a magic marker or something and draw on Diana because she's definitely asleep now. Like, give her a mustache and glasses that aren't really her glasses.
Yeah.
Because she's clearly asleep and you can mess with her however you like.
I don't know how heavy a sleeper she is, but yeah.
And
actually, last night it's like she went to bed at like 10 o'clock and she was in there for about an hour and she came back out here and then she was still out here at like 4 o'clock in the morning.
And
so
clearly,
yeah, she only got half a night's sleep after being in the hospital, which obviously she needed more sleep after coming back from that.
Oh boy.
Yes. I was definitely enjoying having that pretend she's asleep monologue there, or dialogue there, because
Yeah.
you know,
I'd be interested to know how much of that she heard when she plays it back later.
right.
Okay.
No, actually, though, I mean, Diana, you've talked about like night terrors and shit. I don't
Yeah.
even really know what that looks like outside of seeing them on TV, which is inevitably a caricature. So,
Well, what it feels like is, I'm in a dream and I'm trying to climb literally out of this dream, and I'm saying, wake me up, try and wake me up,
before you
please.
go.
Yeah,
So,
and by the time I regain my consciousness, I'm sitting up in bed and screaming.
yeah, see, that's the part they show on television is, there'll be someone, they're asleep, they're asleep, like
Hmm.
that. And I don't know what that looks like from the outside for real.
Yeah, I really
Yeah.
don't know either.
Probably
Nobody's run a camera on me.
There's probably video on YouTube of what night terrors look like. Maybe they match yours, maybe they don't.
Um, I know I did look it up one time, and I did find some on the internet, basically that were, you know, people who were doing sleep studies that they had filmed it.
Ah,
Mm. I do have footage, maybe you've seen it, of me having seizures.
yes, yes.
That was interesting because I've been curious for the longest time what they looked like from the outside. I didn't know. All
Yeah.
I knew was my vision would, well, really, I'd be doing something, and all of a sudden I'm waking up. Was what a seizure would feel like. Like, I didn't know a seizure was happening when it was happening unless it was an absence. It was a full on, like, grand mal. I only knew it was happening when I woke up out of it.
Yeah, I've seen a person having a seizure. Had always wondered what that looked like from the inside.
Yeah, the couple I saw of you having a seizure, you look like Leonard Bernstein conducting an orchestra. With
With a
the
mouthful of peanut butter.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
well,
the way
I saw the
that's the
one.
way I would describe it. I would describe it as conducting an orchestra with a mouthful of peanut butter. It looked like this for those who haven't seen it.
Yeah, I saw the clip where you had a seizure during a debate there.
No, that would be the Steve McRae thing,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, the one you were on with McRae. I saw the clip from that. But also, when I was growing up, the one of the boys who lived across the street from us was epileptic, so I did see him have a seizure twice.
What was it similar to mine, or was it more of like all body shakes all over?
He had the grand mal seizures that he fell to the floor and it was all of his limbs flailing.
Yeah.
Well, before I was diagnosed, there were a couple of times I woke up on the floor, and before they got my meds right, there was once when I face planted on the sidewalk right in front of an ambulance, which was lucky. But yeah, so I mean, it does take a while to learn how to manage seizures if you're having them. Learning that they were triggered by diet took like several months. So for a while
Okay.
there, I was still chugging Mountain Dews and not knowing that's why I was waking up on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, falling in front of the ambulance, you get a close second. You still didn't beat Leo Biscalia's story.
Which is
Well, he had a massive coronary that wound up requiring a quadruple bypass. But he had it when he was visiting a friend in the hospital and he passed out in the arms of a cardiologist.
okay, yeah, I'll take second place on that one. Wow. Okay, yeah.
It's like definitely the best place to be when that happens.
Well, like, okay, I don't know. I'm sure I must have shown it before, but the bruise from when I passed out in front of the ambulance was pretty epic.
Oh my, oh my.
Mm.
Yeah.
What, you hit your head, hit your chin on the pavement?
Essentially, except I didn't hit my head. I just passed out in front of the ambulance and hit my face on the pavement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You literally did a face plant on the sidewalk.
No shit. It's exactly what I did. And also at the same time, no, wait, no, this was a different time when I did the thing to my tongue. That to my tongue.
Oh yay.
And you want to know the really fun part is I woke up to that. All that is blood right there. That's how I woke up. With my face just drenched in my own blood.
Actually,
Yum.
looked kind of like somebody had taken a red Sharpie and drawn a sparrow on the side of your face, and that was 2 days later after it wore off.
I mean, on my end, it kind of looks like I spilled Kool-Aid on myself, but I see what you're getting at. Because you can see the skin through. With a Sharpie, you couldn't. But otherwise, yeah, I totally see what you mean. But needless to say, like managing the seizures was definitely an improvement in my life, for sure. You know,
Oh, Colleen was also saying about looking at night terrors, and if anybody's interested, Mr. Bear Atheist did an episode about night terrors, and he interviewed me on that episode.
Oh, moo.
you know what I definitely don't miss is the medic alert bracelet.
Oh, you don't wear one anymore?
I don't need one. I'm like, what, coming up on 4 years seizure free at this point?
Okay.
Yeah.
4 years. Wow.
And it just so clashed with your outfits.
Right. Well, actually, it's funny though, because I'm looking for a picture I had at one point that showed taking it off after being in California for a couple of years and showing the difference between Seattle skin and California skin.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, like, Seattle is so cloudy that I lost a lot of color. My natural color is very swarthy, very olive. But because I was in Seattle for 20 years, well, this happened.
Well, okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's one of the reasons why I'm still asking if I'm absolutely everything except for Far East Asian. Am I a person of color?
I suppose the question to ask would not be are you, but which color?
Well, no. Do I qualify under POC? Am I a person of color for being literally everything except Asian?
And that gets into all of the gatekeepers, so it's a matter of, who's deciding it and for what reason or for what program are you qualifying or whatever like that.
Yeah.
I've heard some people say it doesn't matter what your skin color is if you weren't treated like shit. Like, I guess a person with black skin who was born to privilege is not a person of color according to them.
I've heard that argument too, but
I mean, it gets to a point where you can't talk to anybody because no one means the same thing by the same words.
well, and as far as for government purposes, most of it all depends on your ancestry, and regardless of what your skin actually looks like.
Adopted. Also, this camera makes me look lily white. This is nothing like what I look like off camera. Seriously. I mean, like if you were to see me, you'd be like, "Why are you 5 shades darker than the picture?" like I'm not even kidding.
Okay, then.
But I mean, what does it take to qualify? There was a time when the Irish and Italians were not considered white in the United States.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm at least 30% Italian, and I'm at least 30% African, and let's face it, I'm sure the Ashkenazi are a little bit swarthy. So, what the hell am I? I've started writing in, like, if they give me an other option on forms, I've been writing in human on, like, forms that ask what your race is. If they don't have a checkbox for mixed, I'll hit other and write in human because it's the only correct answer anymore.
I tried that a couple censuses ago, and the guy decided he was going to fill it in for me.
Well, but aren't you made up of pretty, like, whitish races mostly, though?
My guess is that I am. I'm adopted as well, as we know, and I don't know what my DNA looks like. But just by looking at myself and by people telling me I look Scottish and everything else, I'm going to say that, yeah, I'm going to say that mostly white races in there, if anything, yeah.
Did the adoption agency not give you like a big print, easy reader version of your ancestry? Because they gave me one.
They did
I'm
not,
not.
no.
I'm not sure I believe it, but they gave me one. They said that I'm Italian, Austrian, Cherokee, French, and Black. But when I did the 23andMe thing, the proportions were way different. Like the Native American, less than 1%, but the African, like 30%. I
Yeah,
mean,
there was no large print easy reader thing. And, remember that we were adopted 18 years apart.
well,
Yeah.
yes, but that's still weird that they didn't at least give you a little bit of
No.
an idea.
When Diana was a child, I think a lot of the orphanages didn't even keep track of who the birth parents were as far as that goes.
I'm seeing an article here by well, it says the Times of Israel, so they may be a little biased, but it says the Ashkenazi Jews, including Gal Gadot, are people of color, which I guess means that I'm a person of color. Because I mean, if Ashkenazi counts, which is 33%, and Africa counts, which is 30%, I'm a fucking person of color.
Yeah, that does bring you up to more than half at least.
Yep.
Although
Wow.
the 23andMe things, yeah, the more I learn about them, the less I put into them. I've seen a couple of reports about them sending in, twins' DNA and coming back with very different results.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but that's the thing is like, maybe we should just decide race is bullshit and everyone fucks everyone till y'all look like me, because let's face it, that's what you're going to get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, yeah, I think society would move forward a lot better if we did just decide that race is bullshit. It's something that was made up and it really doesn't mean anything.
I sometimes wonder, like, I've read a lot of sci-fi that involves things like retrogenetic therapy and stuff, where you can actually change someone's genetics using tailored viruses, often to combat, like, chronic conditions and stuff, but sometimes used for more nefarious purposes. And I have to wonder, like, if I had that power, I could release a bunch of like nanites or maybe commando squads with dart guns and actively change the world's DNA. I wonder what kind of shenanigans I'd get up to.
It sounds to me like a Star Trek version of the Sneetches.
Could be. Although the retro genes were not from Star Trek in the novels I was reading, but could be. Yeah. Maybe that's what we need in this planet. I mean, maybe that's what we need. I don't know. It's weird. Like I'd probably be a benevolent dictator if I was one. Probably be doing things to try to make things better for everyone, even as I was an evil authoritarian.
I
Gonna
will be
feed
very
all of you
kind
whether
to
you
my
like it or
subjects.
not.
I will be very kind to my subjects at first.
Yeah.
Ow.
Don't.
Ow.
Is that? Well, how did that one go? Yes, you please me, citizen. When I rise to power, yours will be one of the painless deaths.
Yeah.
You know. Mm.
What are you wowing about over there?
Just a little bit of neck pain going on.
Have you actually had that officially diagnosed?
Yes, I have.
And it is a slip disc?
2 of them in the neck. Yeah, there were the MRIs and everything.
Okay.
And in the lumbar spine, in the lower back, there are 3 slip discs.
How does a disc get slipped anyway, like if there isn't trauma?
I don't know. I don't know.
I thought it was pretty much always some type of a stress injury. That it may not be like a single traumatic event, but it may be something like with your day-to-day work that you are repeatedly putting micro stresses on the same muscle area.
That's possible, I suppose.
Yeah, on the MRIs, you could even see how the discs were bulging in the neck. or bulging out of the contact area between the vertebrae.
Let's not have anything bulging out here.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
pretty well broken.
I remember the first time I heard about a hernia, and the way it was described was something went out in my side, and it was described as something going
Yes.
like a 2x4 jutting out of your skin.
Yes.
But the time I saw like pictures of a hernia, it looked nothing like the way it was described to me.
Well, my last hernia, it actually had gotten to the point that there was a bulge in my skin where it would pop out, and it was actually a loop of my intestine that
Yeah.
was sticking out, only covered by the layer of skin.
How does
Yeah.
it? What is it actually sticking out of? Like muscle? It somehow pokes
Yeah,
through muscle or something?
Well, the hernia is a rip in the muscle, so then the intestine pokes out through the rip in the muscle.
Well, maybe that's part of it. Maybe they don't like they weren't describing a hernia as a rip. They never mentioned anything ripping. They just said something went out. Like you could see something poking out of my side, and that was the way they described it. They didn't say anything else.
Yeah, well, the hernia damage they're actually repairing is to get the muscle to mend back together.
Yeah.
See, that makes so much more sense.
Yeah, so in the most common one, which is what I had, is that they actually put a mesh screen in there for the muscle to grow over
Yeah.
so that the mesh becomes an extra structural support for the muscle.
Yeah, that's what they were talking about with me, because I have an umbilical hernia as well. So there's a bulge right by my belly button.
Yeah, mine was basically just off to the side, but about halfway between the belly button and the groin.
Okay. Yeah, so on me, if you could break it, it's broken.
Unfortunately, yeah, the events of a rather long, unhappy childhood put a lot of stress on your body, I think.
Oh my. I just don't want to have to put up with another 30 years of this, but I just may have to.
Now I'm seeing articles where apparently there are black people who are cranky about the term person of color because they think it erases them as black people and lumps them in with anyone with swarthy skin.
Oh, that debate's been going on since the late 80s.
Oh, yes.
I don't.
Yeah,
Like, I
that
don't-
black people
I-
started injecting new people of color as a term for them.
I don't know what to call anyone anymore without pissing anyone off.
Well, like person of color is something that was brought out to be a universal term that they could use if you weren't really sure of somebody's, ethnic origins. And then, yeah, some people thought that was taking something away from their ethnicity to be lumped into a larger category.
So no matter what you say and no matter who you say it to, somebody's going to be pissed off. That's the rule.
Yeah.
I'm looking on like various sites for the definition of person of color, and the one on Urban Dictionary is beyond confusing. Because it says any person who is not at least 7/8 white, aka Indo-European or Caucasian, as long as the other 1/8 does not include black, aka Sub-Saharan African, but may include East Asian and or Native American, aka Amerindian, which I think is probably offensive as fuck. But I mean, it's like, okay, so a person of color is anyone who's not black or white, apparently.
Okay.
I am so confused by this definition I'm reading.
Yeah, but I know what you mean about, there's always going to be somebody offended, because I was going through that with the pronouns. And it's like, okay, I understand why some people have a problem with he or she. So can I just use they for everyone?
But I always have a
And
problem
some
with they
people,
because it's plural and singular.
yeah, well, but some people were telling me that even they can be considered offensive because to some people it's the same as calling them an it.
You can't
So
win.
it's like, yeah, there isn't any term that's safe to use if you really have no idea.
It'd be nice if we came up with a term for that. Is like, I don't know what to call you, so I'm using this until you tell me word would be nice
Yeah.
to have. I don't know.
Because if it's somebody you've never met before and you're only told that this is going to be Dr. Smith, okay, doctor doesn't tell you if it's a man or a woman.
Some people
So
think it
what do
does,
you
but
use?
fuck them.
Yeah.
But
yeah, if somebody's introduced by a title and they've got an androgynous look and you don't want to offend them, but what do you say?
Fortunately, I can walk into a place and demand to be called milady. I mean, I do have my Sealand title, remember? I am a
Yep.
member of the aristocracy. I am a noble and therefore entitled to be referred to as lady, which is clearly not gender neutral. So,
Yep.
I have that going for me.
Well, and I ran across that video series about this guy did a 6-part series on how to start your own nation. And like the second episode of that, he went to Sealand.
Nice, nice.
So yeah, I actually, kind of saw the Prince of Sealand kind of gave him a little tour of the place.
Yeah, it's funny because they've actually been trying to get Sealand passports to be legal for a while, and for a few minutes they were, but I think right now they're not. But I have to wonder, like, if Sealand gets recognized as a sovereign nation, what does that do to my title? Hell, what does that do to my citizenship, for fuck's sake?
I'm guessing it would have to be treated as a dual citizenship.
Can you hold a noble title and not be a citizen of a place at the same time?
I think that depends somewhat on the nation that the title's in. I know there are people who are American citizens that have honorary nobility titles in England.
Well, that answers my question, actually. And yes, apparently you can.
Well, but there's a difference between an honorary title and actually a title because you're a landowner.
I know, but still, there are definitely noble titles that are landless yet come with power. I mean, that does exist. So,
yeah.
Let's put it this way: for the purposes of my question, you gave me the answer I was looking for.
Okay.
So, yeah. Wow, is it really that time? Gosh, we've been at this a while. No wonder I'm hungry.
Is. We've been at it for what?
Not enough.
6.5 hours.
To be fair, it's only that time where you are. Where we are, it was that time 3 hours ago.
Yes.
It does work that way.
Regardless, I didn't realize that much of the day had passed, is what I'm saying.
Well, we've lost 3 hours more of it than you have.
You haven't, actually. You've just lost a different 3 hours.
I don't know. Put your 3 hours on camera and we'll compare them to ours. I'll bet you will find that we were doing the same thing for that 3 hours.
That's true. But they were still a different 3 hours. You have not lost an extra number of hours. The amount of hours lost is equal.
Yeah, Mage Wolf said, I lost track. What am I supposed to be offended by today?
Yeah.
The continued mortal existence of William Shatner, obviously.
Yeah, and having to ask every time about the pronouns does get awkward. And yeah, part of it, it's like, I have a crap memory. I have trouble remembering all the details about everyone I meet. So having to remember everybody's pronouns is like one more item on that list I have to remember about each individual person, which, quite frankly, I'll always tend to default to however they're presenting at the time, because trying to remember the pronouns for everybody is kind of in the same category like expecting me to remember the name of everyone's pets.
Mm-hmm.
I have to admit that part of like when someone declares themselves to be trans, but then nothing changes whatsoever. They don't change their name, they don't change their like you don't have to transition to be trans.
Mhm.
But when the only thing that changed is they said they're trans, it sounds like what they wanted was attention. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, I get
having,
what you're
Yeah,
saying.
everybody's.
having that information has added nothing to the world other than having that information, you know?
I mean, everybody's going to hate me, but I
Mhm.
thought that the point of being trans was, if not transitioning, at least wanting to.
Hmm.
You know, in the
Well,
back of the
I
mind
get it
somewhere.
if I get it if someone's non-binary though, and so they sort of go androgynous. But even then, if you're not already androgynous, then what are you doing?
Well, and for me, part of transitioning now is that I'm not as androgynous as I used to be.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, well, I am going to be making the effort to try and appear more feminine just
Okay.
because, casual interactions with random people assuming I'm a man kind of sends them up the wrong way for what to expect from me.
Well, the few
Uh-huh.
times I've actually seen live action, Purple included a beard.
Yeah.
You know, so
Well,
there's
that was because I had pretty much given up on the idea that I was going to have any chance to transition before, and just kind of some new things fell into place, and it's like, oh, this is actually a possibility now.
well, and certainly not having chin pubes helps the knowing what
Yeah.
you're going for thing. I'm
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and,
Um,
and that's my biggest problem with it is trying to control the facial hair
hmm.
Yeah, and
because it just grows.
unfortunately,
Yeah, it grows back too fast. It's a constant battle.
now, as you are on the HRT, the growth will slow down. It
Yep.
will not go away, ever, but it will slow down.
Yeah, that's what the doctors were telling me, and that's what I consider one of the major benefits of it. Is just if at least I can shave in the morning and it won't be apparent by evening.
Yeah, because I used to have a 5 o'clock shadow at 9 a.m., and now I can go a few days.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah.
Well, I don't even want to think about this. Italians are known for being a slightly hirsute people. We are not hairless, you
Hmm.
know? Imagine adding testosterone on top of that.
Well,
Ay,
and
yoy.
that's kind of the odd thing for me is that apart from the facial hair, I've dated cis women that had more body hair than I do.
It
Okay.
happens.
Yeah, it does.
I don't know. I could definitely do without some of the stuff that grows further down the neck back here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. And I have to admit, I have gone into like laser places and asked them what it costs to get the old leggies done.
Too much it
Oh,
costs, right?
Nearly $4,000.
Well, that's one
It's
of the
less
things
than
I'm.
I thought it was going to cost.
That's one of the things I'm looking into now. Is between the electrolysis or the laser hair removal, about what's likely to be more effective for the facial hair.
Depends on the
Mm.
color.
Yeah, unfortunately, more and more of it's coming white than I realized. So.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
it also, as I understand it, like has to do with skin color too, like translucency of your skin kind
Yeah.
of thing.
Yep.
I mean, like take me, I can see the blue in my veins just straight through
Yep.
my skin so freaking easily. It's crazy pants. Where other people, you don't even know they have veins.
Well, because the laser therapy is basically based on light absorption, the higher the contrast between the hair follicles and the skin color, the better it's going to work.
Okay then. Yeah.
I wonder if I can actually. Let's see. Can you see? Yeah, look at that. You can see the
Yep.
Yeah,
blade.
you can see some wispy stuff going on there.
Yeah, I can
No, no,
see a
no.
couple of veins.
Yeah, and it's like, and well, hell, look at the back of my hand there. I mean, you want to talk veins? You know, you get someone who's trying to draw blood, they're going to find a vein. You know,
Yeah.
but point being that like I have to wonder, like if I did get the legs done, how much that translucent skin would be a factor.
Well, unfortunately, something that might be a problem for you when you get older is the
Mhm.
translucent skin is probably more likely to show varicose veins.
Yeah.
Probably. But I don't know. I mean, we'll see what happens. I guess. Uh, it's
Maybe when
weird,
you
but
stay in
like even
California, you'll keep getting darker.
well, and that is the thing is I absorb light really really well. Like I've sunburned exactly twice in my life, and once I had to be in Cuba with no sunscreen for 13 hours to do it. So, you know, trade offs. Hmm.
Oh. Ah,
Trying to decide.
that
I mean,
hurt.
like completely out of weed at the moment. Do I want to get more or wait? I
Yes.
think I'm gonna wait. I think I'm gonna wait. I don't know. I do need real food. The pineapple wasn't enough. Think about getting a burger, or maybe going to the supermarket and picking up another steak, although I shouldn't. I don't know what I want.
Well, come on over. I can boil us up some eggs.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
Well, you don't want to be in the same room with me after I've eaten an egg.
that bad, huh? Oh my.
Yeah, I just in general have a really crap memory. I have the facial blindness. I don't remember faces at all,
Oh yeah.
and I think that contributes to the fact that I'm not good with the whole card file idea about remembering everyone's personal information, about keeping straight, what bits connect with what, and who's partner and those kind of things. I just
Yeah,
can't keep all that information straight.
the way bits connect will definitely not be straight.
Actually, pets I remember better because they tend to have more distinctive markings than humans.
Hmm.
True. True.
Yeah. Now, when you say that, though, is it a matter of not recognizing the person in front of you, or is it just not remembering details? Because for myself, names and faces are disconnected. Where like I can point to someone and say, I know you, and I've known you for years, but I have no idea what your name is."
Well, if this is the prosopagnosia I know about, you literally do not see the face. Is that the way you are?
Yeah, I don't remember any of the facial features. So when I meet someone, I don't recognize this as someone I've met before, even if it's someone that, I may have met a couple dozen times. If I
Does
run
it,
into
like,
them someplace I'm not expecting them, I won't realize who they are at all.
does that change a bit for people you like live with or see every day?
If it's people that I see at least several times a week, eventually it gets better. But it really has to be that kind of frequency.
Do you know me and Diana well enough for that?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, I've like run into someone in the store and it's like, okay, this person obviously knows who I am. And it's like, I'm just like sitting there stalling, trying to think or trying to get them to say something that will give me a clue. And it's like, oh, yeah, turns out that they were in this hobby group that I've been in for the last 6 months. So,
Well, one thing that really doesn't help, I mean, I used to run with goths and half of them change their names every 2 seconds, and it doesn't help that the half that change their names, half of them will change it to some variation of Raven, right? So it gets really confusing keeping track of who is who. There have been a couple of times people have been like, oh, hey, Kate, I'm going to be in your neck of woods and I would like to visit. And they're contacting me online with their new name that I don't know yet. And so I've missed out on seeing old friends because I didn't fucking know it was them.
mm-hmm.
You know?
Yep. I've run into that too.
One of
And
them was
especially
even a
interesting that
roommate.
you mentioned Raven, because also, yeah, in the pagan community, that was way too common. Most of the women were Raven, most of the men were Wolf.
We didn't have a lot of wolf in the goth community. That one didn't come up a lot. There were a few, but not nearly as often as Raven, and a lot of those that was a very unisex name to take in the goth community was Raven. Yeah, so I mean, it's like this day and age, identifying people based on their name, their pronoun, or their appearance may be problematic.
And it's one of the things I've been considering with choosing a new name is, the balance between having something that is unique enough, so it's not so common that I'm going to get confused with everyone, but not something that is just so far out there that people immediately look at me strange.
Just not Jen, please. We have enough of those.
How about
We have so many goddamn Jens. There's like
Well, Sloth Girl suggested I should change my name to Je ne sais quoi.
okay then? How about Piscocho?
How about Johann Gambleputty, Devon Ausfin Splendid? Anyway, I can't. Yeah.
Eia Corostus.
Right. I don't know. I mean, do you have any possibilities? Maybe want some feedback? I don't know.
I've been taking suggestions. Nothing's stuck really solid.
I'll be honest, it would be a lot easier to come up with an idea if I could see the new you. But I'm not insisting on it.
Well, and there isn't going to be any, really visual changes for at least several more months.
Didn't you mow?
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, apart from me shaving, there's not going to be.
That would still help.
Yeah.
But I don't, like I say, I don't insist on it. If you're not comfortable with it, then don't bother. But
yeah, I will at some point, but I've been having some rather bad luck with that lately. One of the reasons I had the beard I didn't like to shave was because I tend to get a lot of ingrown hairs.
Oh.
So then the day after I have shaved, I've got all these red marks all over my face.
I don't know why, but the very first thing that popped into my head, and love me or hate me for this, was Nina.
It works.
I don't know why. It just did.
Well, one of the ones I was considering was Zemi.
Emmy?
Zemi.
Emmy.
Zemi. Z-Y.
What is Z?
Oh,
Emmy, yeah.
Zemi. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was hearing is Emmy rather than
No.
is Zemi. Okay.
Yeah,
Zemi.
It's a reference to dragons in Eastern European folklore.
I was going to say, I thought it sounded Hungarian.
I half suspect that people would look at that as one of those out there enough that people would think it was unusual, to be honest. Zemi?
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
fact, almost anything that starts with a Z is probably out.
Well,
I
that's,
mean,
that's
if
why I
you
was
don't
considering
wanna
that maybe that did go too far into that range, so that's why I wasn't really solid on that one.
Yeah.
On the more common ones, I did consider Stephanie, but that one's too far on the other range of being so
Too
common
generic?
enough that it would run into confusions with things.
Oh.
I have to admit, like I can't imagine why Essence of Thought Ethel was a good idea. Old ladies are named Ethel.
Yeah.
That's your maiden
Yeah.
auntie is Ethel. It'd be like choosing Enid. or Gretchen or something.
Yeah, I'm afraid that
I
Ethel
don't know.
immediately conjures the image of an unattractive woman.
Some old
Lucy's
harridan.
Lucy's friend.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, right. I never watched that. But
It also
you know,
tends to make me think of Jughead's girlfriend in the Archie comics, although I think that was actually Edith, but for some reason Ethel makes me think of that character.
I thought Jughead didn't really want to have her as a girlfriend. Like he
Right,
kept telling
yeah.
her to
It's
fuck
not
off.
really his girlfriend, but she's always
Yeah.
chasing him.
I don't know.
I think they should do an update on that and say that the reason that he was always running away was Jughead's gay.
I'd like to believe. I would like to see them say it's because he's Ace.
Yeah, that would work too.
You know, I mean, because the problem I've had with this whole like retconning characters as having certain sexualities is they inevitably choose the simplest ones, the easiest ones. Like I would have been a lot more impressed if Daphne was the lesbian instead of Velma. I mean, granted, you know, the uber femme lesbian was the way lesbians were constantly portrayed all through the '90s. So, you know, Exhibit A is Friends, but at the same time, picking the short, bookish, dumpy chick with glasses is such an easy choice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, although it would have been harder to sell for Daphne because she was clearly showing an interest in Fred the whole time.
Yeah, well, I would have been impressed if Fred was gay too.
He certainly has the look for it, yes.
I mean, let's face it, just the hanky around the neck alone just scream, and he's way too clean cut. Especially when he's traveling around with Shaggy and Scooby.
Okay, from the side chat, Grey Wolf is saying, I suggest Princess Angelia Contessa Luisa Francesca. Yeah.
Luisa Francesca Banana Fana Bobesca III, yes.
Yeah, on my laptop screen, it's hard for me to read the size of this print very well.
No, I wasn't reading it. I've got that memorized. It's from Animaniacs.
And then Zoe and Zelda are the only female names with Z I can think of.
And Zoe, I like Zoe. That's a great name.
I do know a Zhe, Z-H-E.
Isn't that what people are using for pronouns, though? Like as a gender neutral pronoun, Zhe, I think it is.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay.
I haven't seen that one.
I think that is a little on the nose.
Yeah, although part of the
oh jeez. Sorry, I'm just looking at, like, I looked up J pronoun, and one site that came up is Pronouns Safe Zone, Western Oregon University. Apparently, they have a handbook on this shit.
Oh no.
that could either be useful or disastrous depending on who was involved in writing it.
I'll tell you though, as far as pronouns go, nowhere was I as consistently misgendered as I was in hospital.
Oh?
Oh yeah. Quite a few of the nursing staff decided I was him. Oh, you should have seen Karis yesterday correcting one of the nurses that was discharging me. And the nurse knew what was going on and was stubbornly holding on to him, he, that sort of thing. It was getting to be interesting.
I didn't see that with the two staffers.
I didn't see that with the two staffers that came in when I was visiting with you. They both seemed to be, just going with it.
Yeah, I mean, quite a few of them were good with it, and then quite a few of the others, not so much.
Yeah.
Is Nair still a thing? Yes, it is, Randy.
Yeah, Randy Nair, and there are a number of brands of hair cream, but if you read the labels, it will tell you not to use these on your face.
Right.
And I tried it once, and the results were not good.
I've heard of like various people mostly like cis women, but not exclusively, I'm sure, where they tried to like bleach a mustache with Nair kind of thing and ended up with just a discolored patch, like completely white patch. You know, like even if
Yeah.
they were the whitest Caucasian girls, you're still a little bit pink. They ended up white, because of Nair.
Yeah.
Or
Oh
it might
yeah.
not have
Well,
been specifically Nair brand, but it was something like that where they were trying to get rid of mustache hairs and ended up like giving themselves a skin tattoo, you know.
yeah, well, that's the Nair and similar products. It is actually an acid to dissolve the hair.
Mm-hmm.
So since the facial skin tends to be thinner and more sensitive than other parts of the body, yeah, I wound up looking like I'd had acid splashed in my face.
Hmm. Well, I don't know.
But thank you for reminding me. I should probably attack my legs within
You
the
know,
next
they
week or so.
I do find it good for using on other parts of the body, especially like the bony areas that are impossible to shave without nicking up.
Mm-hmm.
So using it on the hands and feet is good, but not the face.
I was gonna ask. Well, I mean, because, like, some folks like to be a little shorn downstairs, and I'm trying to picture using hair or using Nair on the hair pie, and it
No,
sounds unpleasant.
No,
they
I
no.
wouldn't,
also
I wouldn't,
suggest.
I wouldn't, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
They also say no. Don't use it anywhere near the perigenital area.
Yeah, same
Mm,
thing with the face, that it's more sensitive skin, so it would probably get all inflamed.
yeah, well, this is why I'm picturing it with horror rather than actually like picturing it as something to do.
Okay. I can't use Patricia. That's one of my cousins.
Ah,
That's a big part of the thing with any of the common ones is it's hard to find one that, with my large family, there's not already an association with. Because by the time I have, at last count, 56 cousins, and then you go through all the nieces and nephews and everyone's spouses, and yeah, that's most of the names that you'll find in any of the baby naming books have already been used.
all right. You're gonna say no, but hear me out. Karen.
Yeah, that was one of the first discussions. Is I'm sure that one's going to have been removed from all the baby name books for the year 2021.
I feel so sorry for any like socially responsible woman named Karen who has to
Yeah,
endure this shit.
and yeah, from the beginning of this, I felt bad about anyone who that's their actual name.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of in that. If Karen had been my name in that situation, it's like, fuck it, I'm using my middle name from now on.
Mm-hmm.
Mm, yeah. Being raised by hippies, I came this close to like Moonbeam or something, As it is, my middle name, Haley, like the comet. And yes, we're pronouncing it Haley, not Hallie.
Oh, wow.
So,
Yes, the ascot does it for Fred.
yeah. I don't
Yeah,
know. I'm really glad I didn't end up with a Moonbeam name. Is
Yeah.
springtime or some shit. I don't fucking know, but my parents are the sort who might have gone that way if they
Yeah.
were of a mind. I don't know.
And I know I'm not the only one, but even as a kid watching Scooby Doo in the 70s, I right from then I was like, yeah, he looks gay.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Pretty much as soon as I knew what gay meant, it's like, oh yeah, there's one.
Hmm. Thing is, though, I mean, like, the way people dressed in the 70s, it was a little hard to tell sometimes. I mean, you look at the paisley and the leisure suits and everything, it's like all of you look a little queer.
Moo.
I will say this: having started using marijuana, I'm starting to understand psychedelic like imagery a lot more. I've found that the right music plus an animated kaleidoscope video with lots of neon colors really helps the high. So, like, I kind of get Paisley now a bit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, high as fuck, something that looks like a psychedelic amoeba on someone's clothing is actually kind of cool. Because let's face it, that's what Paisley looks like. It looks like an amoeba and a cornucopia had sex and produced a bastard love child. Am I wrong?
This is true. It's a true and the thing for to you.
Yeah. Why did anyone ever think a leisure suit was a good idea?
I have no idea. Those things are crazy.
I mean, I have to say, like poor men and their fashion choices, their limited fashion choices. I mean, I look at 70s clothing and I say to myself, as a woman, I have more choices, a lot more choices. And I can go for things that would have been so much cooler than anything the guys had to choose from in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to clothing, women get so many more options, and I have to say that's awesome.
I think polyester in general was just that in the 70s they were like, yeah, we've still got all this oil refining byproduct and people can't find enough uses for plastic. Let's see if we can get them to wear it.
Well, sure, but they didn't have to wear it in that physical configuration with collars you could use to go hang gliding. I mean, for fuck's sake. And
Yeah.
again, paisley is a really strange pattern to put on cloth. It's like stoner tartan.
Okay, Xana means lily in Latin.
Huh?
I did like the idea of a dragon reference.
Hmm.
That was particularly appealing to me for a
Tiamat.
number of personal reasons.
Go with Tiamat then.
Yeah, Tia wouldn't be that bad.
Or Gorbash. That's another dragon I know.
I know
Or-
Gorbash, but yeah.
It's a boy dragon, but it's the only other dragon name I can think of. No, wait a minute. Dragon Slayer. 1981 movie. The dragon, female, so there you go, named Vermithrax. There you go.
Verma, everybody's probably going to rate it as Velma.
Wow.
Yeah. No, I'm just thinking things through. I'll ponder it more later.
Vermithrax. I never really understood why a lot of people referred to dragons as worms, even if they didn't spell it, WORM, which they usually didn't. It was usually WY. I never really understood where that came from. Like, I know what a wyvern is, and maybe it's an outgrowth of that, but still, it seemed weird to call them worms.
It is a distinction that most people miss. There are basically different species of dragons. The typical dragon has 4 legs and wings. It's a hexapod. A wyvern is a dragon that only has 4 limbs. It has 2 legs and 2 wings.
This is a matter of nomenclature rather than dragon classification
Okay.
at the moment, though.
Well, a worm is basically just a huge serpent. It's a dragon that has no legs.
Okay, so like Chinese dragons then.
Yeah, they're much more common as Asian dragons.
Well, I hear it the term used a lot as like just generic for dragon though.
Yeah.
So and I
Unfortunately, fantasy writers use them all interchangeably with no regard for it. It's one of the things that really pissed me off from the first Harry Potter movie. The egg Hagar had. Yeah, Hagar was so proud that somebody had given him a dragon egg. And it hatched and it was a wyvern. And the movie just went along. And to most people, that didn't matter. Hagar would have been pissed that somebody had swindled him. This is not a dragon.
Well, but they are technically dragons. They're just a different type of dragon.
I think to Hagrid that would have made a difference. It
Well,
wasn't
maybe.
what he was told he was getting.
Well, but he was told he was getting a dragon. He got a dragon. It was just a specific type of dragon.
Yeah, I think he would have been annoyed by it. It just seems to me that his personality and, all of his obsession with magical creatures, this is something that should have enraged him.
Or it might have delighted him. He might have been surprised. Like, he might have been, I didn't know it was going to be a wyvern. Oh my gosh, kind of thing. I mean, that's also another possibility.
Yeah. Well, I guess something because, he was just kind of the, I'm a mommy. So, he probably would have been happy with it regardless of what it was on that level. But try looking out into the woods while super high, Kate. Experiment with pareidolia.
Well, I mean, sure, I suppose. I'm not sure where to find woods within walking distance, but sure. I have wondered what it'd be like to get like super high and just go walking around outside.
Yeah, I haven't had a lot of inclination to experiment with drugs, but I would like to try acid once just for one reason. I'd like to watch The Yellow Submarine in the same way it was made.
I will say that acid is fun. I would recommend something a little closer to Tron, but okay. I mean, I get the tradition that you're going for, but anything with like bright and shiny lights, honestly, enhances any kind of high better. It really does.
Yep. Well, and I will say to anyone, if you're going to try a drug you've never tried before, make sure you've got a spotter, someone you can completely trust.
My first acid trip had a spotter.
Yeah. The one time I really got bizarrely hallucinogenic was with my fiance had me try Sylvia. But, she wasn't smoking anything, so she could keep things under control, which was a good thing because I became convinced that I was in a two-dimensional universe on the pages of a book. And if somebody turned the page, I was going to slide off the edge of the universe.
You lost me somewhere. You were going to try Sylvia? Isn't that the
Sylvia.
cat? You're going to have to elaborate.
It's an herbal thing. You can actually buy it online.
What is it?
It's a plant. It's, that's the name of the flower, actually, I think.
Okay, well, when you
If I
try
can remember how to spell it.
I have zero details. I'm starting from square one here, so can you elaborate even further? What the heck were you doing? Like, I'm going to need a full explanation why this Sylbia, Silbia, is how I'm picturing it.
I'm trying to remember how to spell it, but I think I've got the spelling wrong.
What does it
Oh,
do?
are you talking about salvia?
Well, yeah, Sylvia. Yeah.
Salvia.
I know I've heard of that before.
It's a common ornamental plant.
What is it?
Okay, that's not what I thought it was. So yeah, I'm mispronouncing it, but yeah.
And when I looked it up, it came up as a synonym for sage.
It's in that family.
Yes.
But
yeah, just like marijuana, you dry it and grind it up and smoke it.
I see. And what's it supposed to do for you? Like, is it a similar
it's
high?
yeah.
So it is a similar high?
It's a lot stronger than anything I've had with marijuana, at least. But yeah.
Okay.
It just makes you float away and see things that aren't there.
And you can just get it over the counter?
Yeah, you can probably order it online. But yeah, at some, if there's like an herbalist or a cult bookshop around you, you might be able to find it there.
I know where I might look if I wanted to find it. Oh well, we'll see what happens, I guess.
Although
now I'm tempted to look it up on Amazon and see if you can just buy it.
Something interesting from Medical News Today. Salvia is a drug that produces visual hallucinogenic effects similar to those people can experience with narcotics such as LSD. What is wrong with that sentence?
Read it again.
Salvia is a drug that produces visual hallucinogenic effects similar to those people can experience with narcotics such as LSD.
I am going to assume that what's wrong with that sentence is the can part, and it's being misinterpreted as allowed versus able.
LSD is not a narcotic.
Yeah.
Is it?
A narcotic is a sleep inducing drug.
Have you ever been on acid?
Yeah, it didn't induce sleep in me.
It made me a little tired once or twice.
No, Colleen says she saw her brother try it and had a very bad reaction. And
Hmm.
yeah, that's again why, if you're trying it for the first time, you have somebody who's not doing anything to keep an eye on things.
Mm-hmm.
Because any drug, there's some people who are going to have fun and some people who are going to have a bad reaction.
It looks like the stuff you could buy on Amazon is not actually going to be like psychoactive.
Yeah, it does look that way, doesn't it?
I
Yeah.
wouldn't be surprised if that stuff they try to make sure it's not going to have much of an effect because they're worried about getting sued.
Hmm. Still, I mean, I have to admit, the few experiences I had on acid were fun, and I'd probably seek it out even more if it wasn't like illegal and shit. But
Yeah.
you know,
When I was living in
I will
Michigan,
admit though that it is a little worrisome. Like it is the dangerous part, the part where you can have like a bad trip that alters you forever, kind of thing.
Mhm.
That holds me back more than anything else from seeking out LSD.
pretty much any drug that's going to have any type of mind altering effect is because it's some type of poison. If you're getting high or even drinking alcohol, you're taking poison in hopefully a controlled dosage.
All right, Columbia, I'm going to need you to not be on top of that computer unless that screen is there where your cat fur isn't getting inside of it. Anyway, go on.
Yeah, that's one of the things I consider my computer too. Is I'm actually looking at building an enclosure under the desk with a vent fan on one side and being able to slide a furnace filter into the other side just to keep all the cat hair out of it.
Yeah.
Because every time I've opened up my computer, it's like, oh, I'm surprised this is still functioning. And I don't understand that, why they don't make computer cases that way by now. Why they don't make a computer case that one whole side of it is just a place that you can slide in a replaceable filter.
Hmm. I don't know. Huh. Take our quiz to see if you have white fragility, whatever the hell that means.
White fragility? That's a new one on me.
Fragile must be Italian.
Hmm.
And then
I wonder
there's
what got
this.
her all wound up again.
What is you? What is you doing?
I wonder if she's getting confused because she's hearing her own meows coming out of the speakers. She's basically hearing her own echo, and maybe she doesn't realize it's hers.
Meow. Meow. What?
Yeah, okay, be right back.
Oh, je le quise.
Yeah, a lot of the stress and lack of sleep still kicking in, so my body's trying to do a reset.
Oh, Garapotatiate Karesi. And then I'm next. And then there's this cat. Oh, what have we got going on here? 7 hours, 17 minutes, not bad. What, honey? Is you the cat? Is you being the kitty? Use the kiddiness. He's the kitty, yes.
Sorry, I fell down a rabbit hole of the whole like, do you qualify as a person of color thing? And it doesn't really. I mean, every article I see says it's just not well defined enough to say. I don't know.
Well,
I mean, well, now I'm seeing an article about white passing. As in, do people see you and just automatically assume you're white kind of thing, whether you are or not?
okay then. I think it's pretty safe to assume that I'm white. Yes, dear.
I don't know. Here we go. On being a mixed person of color. Here we are. All right, the first thing, they have a fact here. Am I a POC, person of color? Are you mixed with people of color heritage? Then yes. However, it is important to remember that all people who could be called POC do not necessarily identify as, well, identify. I just want to, I don't even give a shit so much as I want to be able to just say yes or no one way or the other and be done with it. Like, you know how I'm always saying I don't want to run on automatic, instead I'd rather think. Well, I've been thinking about this thing to try to find a way to run on automatic,
Toilet paper?
you know, to be
Am
able to
I
have a
out?
set of criteria by which I can then think and evaluate.
Okay, no, I have to get some.
I don't know.
If I had known, I would pick some up when I was at Walmart the other night.
Yeah, I had forgotten to get some the last time I was out.
Is this?
We're running into a toilet paper crisis.
Hmm.
Paper towels. Okay. Well, just
Uh.
I had to use a lot more today than usual.
I still think we should just decide race is bullshit and everyone just does something about it by having mixed race kids constantly until we're all the same color, damn it.
There
I
we go.
totally agree with you. I think our society needs to just be done with the whole concept.
Yeah,
But I don't see that as being a popular opinion.
Well, I have wondered what would happen if a bunch of like-minded, open-minded, egalitarian type people all just got into a spaceship and then went to a planet and populated it and made it our own and like Earth, just forget about it. Don't act like they'll come and
Yeah.
find us. Eventually, we're on the other side of the universe from them. We went through a wormhole, they'll never find us. Would a society made up of egalitarianly minded people remain so, or is being selfish too much part of human nature? Like would some super selfish person start exploiting all of the egalitarians? I don't know.
It pretty much all depends on how society would evolve on the new world, but yeah.
Well, but that's why I very specifically specified that the people who would be going would be like-minded egalitarians, people who think that race shouldn't matter, sex, gender, everything else shouldn't matter, that the only thing that should matter is whether you're a good person, and everyone that goes, they live by the idea of like small personal sacrifices in the name of the greater good, e pluribus unum and all of that. I wonder if that society would survive that way, if it was deliberately built to be that and only that from the start, or if human nature would take over and the selfish people would turn it into what we have now. I don't know.
I think, well, at least what I think we've seen historically and, in archaeology is that when the group is still relatively small and everybody feels they need to band together to have a functional society, it would tend to continue rather nicely. It's when the group grows so large that you have people who are unknown to each other that then you start getting people building up a power hierarchy.
Well, that's
So
why I was.
then they start getting into the thing of how do you split the group? How do you other people so that my supporters have a reason to, oppress somebody else, basically.
Yes, well, that's why I was very specifically talking about a colony that is
Yeah.
extra solar kind of thing, where it was from the start meant to be an egalitarian society. I guess really what I'm saying is like nature versus nurture kind of thing. Which one dominates?
Mhm.
And if it is nature, how much of the more selfish right-wing mindset is just simply ingrained in human nature and we all have a tiny smidge of it, and how much of it is genetic, how much of it is learned, all of that stuff. I'm just very curious about that kind of thing.
My opinion would be that would be
would
very
that colony
situational.
would that colony turn into Lord of the Flies, or would it stay an egalitarian utopia?
Yeah. My opinion is it would be situational. That as long as they could keep everyone comfortable and there were enough resources to keep producing everything everyone needed, that it could remain completely egalitarian. If there
Well,
was some kind of shortage of something that, then people started hoarding something, then it quickly devolves.
but see, there's the thing though, is would they necessarily start hoarding anything? I mean, I remember when the pandemic started, my first thought was, well, I don't have to stock up on toilet paper and everything, it'll be fine. And then everyone else did. And I was like, well, if I don't now, I'll have none. So I only bought what I figured I'd need and it worked out. But again, my mindset was from the start really just thinking about, well, why would I make it worse for other people? I'll just take what I need and leave the rest. And if we put only people on that colony who think in
Mhm.
that way, whose natural inclination is other people, would that have an effect versus what we have now, where we're all just this mishmash melting pot?
Well, and I can see initially that it would work fine, but
Mhm.
regardless of the opinions of the people who you originally sent there, the opinions of the people 3 generations later may not be the same.
But that's why I'm asking the nature nurture question. Would
Well,
they?
and that's
I
why I'm
mean,
saying that would kind of, I think, devolve more into the nature with the situation. That
well, but
if people thought there was a shortage of something, that I think it would start to break down.
would it? I mean, because that's why I'm saying if we separated
Yeah.
out the people with the more
Mhm.
right wing brain versus the left wing brain, would we necessarily, in
Yeah.
times of shortage, move as far right as you're describing?
Well,
I'm not sure. That's the part that I find uncertain. And
right.
and I
You're
don't know.
asking would it, and that's my opinion, is that when faced with a shortage, I think it would.
So you think that's as much nature as anything else, like
I
that
think
you
it
can't.
depends on the situation people find themselves in, and if they start feeling desperate, they stop caring about the egalitarian ideas.
And you think that's true of everybody?
I think it kicks back to, if it gets to the level of kicking back to the survival instinct, I think that's probably going to happen with pretty much any animal population.
Not 100% certain I agree necessarily. We don't have enough data to say because we only have our world versus the tailored manufactured world I was describing. So I don't
Yeah.
know.
Well, you're talking about a tailor manufactured world, but you're still talking about creatures that evolved on our world. So
Yeah, but
I think they would still have that evolutionary baggage.
I'm not so sure because I think that like there are people. Well, maybe this is just because I've watched a lot of the alt-right playbook, but one thing that's made very clear is that people end up dividing up on the left wing and the right wing based on things like egalitarian and selfish. That the right wing tends to not think about other people first, where the left wing tends to as well. If all of the people that were sent to this extrasolar colony were people who tended to think in a more egalitarian democratic way versus the I've got mine, screw you way, would that breed true through the generations, or is that just how this particular person happened to be? Because I'm sure it's not all just how you were raised.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I mean, I
Yeah,
that's
I,
that's
I think environmental factors would play heavily into it.
I mean, they might, but I'm not sure that I agree with the proportion that you've described. I'm not sure that it would necessarily be as strong a motivator to stop being egalitarian as you've described. I'm not sure. I don't know. That's why I'm curious. I mean, I don't know. Like I look at the atheist community and how we tend to rally around people with like, money and favors and apparently kidneys at this point. You
And at
know,
the same time, we start infighting over petty shit.
true, but is it infighting over resources though?
Well, not really, because we're not dependent on just our community for resources. All of
Well,
us are here, but all of us are drawing resources from a larger outside society.
but at the same time, that larger outside society isn't offering us things like money for moving. That outside society isn't starting,
Mhm.
24-hour live streams to raise money where a bunch of the same like-minded people who are in the same community get together. I
Yep.
mean, it's very much a community thing, the helping people out.
But see,
So,
even in that, it's somewhat the community is strong because somewhat of the us versus them. We have to take care of our own because we know the larger society isn't going to.
but if you take all the people who know that helping each other is good, the way that we've been doing it, and put them all in one place, well, now you've got a bunch of like-minded people who
Yeah.
kind of want the whole society to start doing the things that it used to take a community to do.
Yeah,
I mean,
which is why it run great as long as there's no opposition.
but
It's a
what I'm
question of
wondering is,
how will it handle it when there is, some outside force that is pressuring them.
but I mean, again, though, their reactions, the people's natural reactions to adversity, has been selected for when it came to choosing who went on the colony ship.
Mhm.
If they were the sort who wouldn't do what we as a community have done for people in need, they wouldn't go. So I mean, it's not the same. I mean, the idea is to take us out of a world that seems to prioritize selfishness and see if the people who don't prioritize selfishness continue to not prioritize selfishness when they're not surrounded by those people who do.
Well, what's the side chat got to say here? Oh, Randy, I'm sorry.
Hmm?
Randy lost his kitty to the coyotes last night. Yeah, I lost one of my cats in Michigan to the raccoons.
Yeah, there's a reason my cats are indoor cats.
Well, that's why I won't have outdoor cats again. It wasn't the first problem I had, but just
Well, I don't know. The whole tribalism thing, I mean, I see that, but I'm wondering if it's universal. I mean, not everyone's tribal, not everyone, or at least not to the extreme where someone who is an other is treated like an other. You know what I mean? Where it's like there's plenty of people where they're weirdos and they don't not necessarily fit in, but you welcome them anyway.
Mm.
I mean, it happens. I don't know.
Well, I
And-
can tell you that Eastern Europeans, for example, are
Hmm.
very tribalistic. They're very xenophobic. Anybody from outside is not to be trusted.
Hmm. Well, then the Eastern Europeans don't get to go to this colony then.
Yeah, pretty much.
But I wonder though, like would an
So I got to
Eastern
cut
Euro-
myself in half.
would
Yeah.
an Eastern European raised in a different environment still be tribalist?
That's an interesting question, and I'm gonna guess that it's more nurture than nature.
Yeah. Again, I think they can get away with that. And I do think a lot of it just comes down to how comfortable is everyone. People who are comfortable can be very idealistic. People who are desperate to survive become much more selfish.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. I don't know. I mean, I'd like to believe that people can be raised in a society that is built from the ground up to be supportive of every member of that society and have that continue through the generations. I'd like to believe that's possible.
Vonrick says in 6-month-old babies, they like people who are the same as what they have experienced, and those outside the group need to be punished.
Hmm.
So apparently, by whatever she was reading, that it starts quite early.
Now I can see
Well,
where.
then I guess that means that children should be raised in a communal creche rather than with their parents. Or exclusively with their parents.
It's an interesting thought exercise, and actually, this is helping me because that's one of the races of aliens I'm working on for my novel. That's basically how it all starts. That all the eggs are left in a community nest, and they hatch out without really knowing who their actual parents are, and everyone is just raised by the entire colony.
Well, in some cultures, the boys at the very least are moved to a men's house at a certain age. They don't spend all their childhoods with their parents.
Yeah, nothing gay going on there. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with that, but I'm sure the people who sent them to that boys' school weren't expecting it.
Yeah. Yeah, teenage boys will experiment if they're left alone.
Yeah.
I mean,
You know, when you get those, you start getting those hormones kicking in, they're going to find some outlet for it. I'm going to assume it's true of just teenagers across the entire spectrum and not really any gender base on that.
I have to admit, not being like super driven by sex as a teenager was kind of useful.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I watched a lot of my friends get into so much trouble just because they loved the idea of having sex, and I was like, I mean, it could be fun, I guess. I want to know what the big deal is, but and so I didn't really end up in some of the high school drama that they did.
Well, yeah, certainly. You're not put in the same situations if you don't feel that you're competing for people's attention.
Well, I could just see Kate getting knocked
Whoa.
out.
Well, I mean, oh, please. I would make the worst prego.
Well, when I started the hormone therapy, that was one of the first things that they did bring up is one of the side effects tends to be a diminished sex drive.
Mm-hmm.
And the doctor was really surprised when I said that wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. You know, that I've always been quite hypersexual to the point that it's often been distracting from things I was trying to do. So I do actually feel that seems to be toning down a bit. It's like the distraction's not coming up as often.
Mm-hmm.
So if it knocks me down a few notches from where I had been operating, it would actually be a bit of a relief. Because I would have thought that, by the time I was 50, it's supposed to kind of trail off, and it never did.
Well, it helps not having really felt the need. I don't know. I'm just saying. It's like,
Yeah.
really. I see a lot of people getting distracted by sex in ways I'm glad don't apply here. I mean, even if it's not like people arguing for each other's attention, like, oh, I'm cheating on you, or I want to cheat on you. I want the, sometimes it's even just the arguing as a couple, where it's just you two getting on each other's nerves, kind of stuff,
Yeah.
or you want different things, whatever. That watching people do that was pretty wild. I don't know.
Well, maintaining a good relationship takes some effort. It takes some personal energy just to keep it going. So, yeah, at times it seems it may not be worth the trouble.
Yeah. I don't know. Hmm.
Of course, that's also why I've got the view I do of Polly that, like with my fiance, if she wanted to bring another guy home, I was kind of like, okay, it means I've got the night off to do something on my own.
Yeah. I remember seeing something. I want to say it was a documentary. I don't think it was just fiction. It might have been a weird, fucked up game show, something. But there was this woman who was polyamorous with like 7 guys all at once. Like they were like sharing her as a wife or something, and then she gets pregnant, and there's this whole big like argument over who the actual father was.
That
Except
sounds vaguely familiar.
It might also have been an
Yeah.
episode of House. I'm not sure, but I remember hearing something about that where there was a baby mama and a bunch of husbands, and it led to strife.
Yeah, it sounds like a TV show that I saw a trailer for at some point.
Yeah.
Well, and again, that's,
Well,
it's the sort of
if it
things
was-
you have to talk out before they happen if you're going to be in a poly relationship. And yeah, definitely one of them is, what if someone gets pregnant?
I honestly can't remember if that was fiction or reality television.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because basically, unless everyone involved has been sterilized, you need to have that conversation about what if someone actually accidentally gets pregnant before you go any further.
I can think of 2 circumstances under which that's not the case, but otherwise I agree.
Yeah. Well, yeah, if everyone is of the same gender, yes.
Yeah.
I think that's probably what has killed more poly relationships than anything else I've been aware of.
What, pregnancy?
Yeah, is someone getting pregnant and arguments over who the father was. Oddly enough, never arguments over who the mother was.
Imagine. Although I do wonder, like one of my favorite sci-fi series is Zeus's. They traditionally cook up their kids in uterine replicator vats rather than body birth, right? And in that situation, I suppose it's possible to wonder who the hell the mother is. But otherwise,
Yeah.
Although I can think of a way where who the mother is not 100% clear immediately.
Well, and I did see a documented episode about the chimera problem.
Hmm?
Well, was basically finding out that for some medical testing, it was determined that this woman's children were not really hers. Her 3 daughters did not have her DNA.
Oh.
And eventually they realized that she was a chimera, that in utero she had absorbed her twin sister. So while she had carried the babies, the eggs had actually been from her sister.
Wacky fun. So she gave birth through her own nieces and nephews.
Yeah, basically they were not her daughters, they were her nieces.
Okay, nieces. Wacky fun. I wonder what that does legally. I'm sure they're just legally her kids, but
Yeah.
still. It would be hilarious to
Well-
discover somebody who tried to like make a legal challenge to parenthood. You know,
Well, you end up in some interesting circumstances. For example, if identical twins marry identical twins, and the two couples produce children, those children are full siblings. They are not cousins. They're siblings.
well, genetically speaking,
Yeah,
but I said legal challenge.
I think in some jurisdictions they are legally considered siblings. I think. I'm not sure.
Well, but anyway, it doesn't matter. But yeah, I don't know. Weird. I wonder how often that happens. Like, how often has that come up that we need a law for it?
It only has to come up once for somebody to pass a law.
Yeah.
True.
Although
but,
you virtually never have a law if it didn't come up at least once.
although that's not entirely true. As I understand it, there are a couple of states that decide to pass the like the trans girls in sports laws that were passed even though nobody was trying to be on a sports team as someone who's trans. They just decide to preemptively pass the law.
Yeah, that's happening more now as you, basically just having people argue over emotional things that really don't need to have any place in the legal system.
Well, I do wonder how many of the fights being fought by my fellows on the left are not, like for the benefit of people who don't want it in the first place.
Yeah, there's certainly been cases of that too. I do get suspicious when I see these campaigns and you look into the groups and find out that nobody in that group or organization is really a member of the minority they're campaigning for.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I've had so many arguments with well-meaning white people who insist we have to have blackface versions of previously white characters, like remade for everything. Then I talk to black people, they're like, we don't want your pansy-ass white boy superhero. We want a superhero who is always black. Yeah. But I go to the group that's arguing for a black Superman or a black Ariel or whatever, and I try to point this out to them and get called racist for it. Like, I'm telling you what actual black people have actually told me, and you're all calling me the racist. Okay.
Yeah, I personally would find that rather insulting if they just recolor an existing character. Why can't you make up a unique character that's just of a different race?
It'd be nice. I mean, the main reason is a cash grab. But like, well, if we came up with a black superhero, it might struggle and fail. But a black Superman is Superman.
Yeah.
So a lot of it is just name recognition. Like it's difficult to get a new franchise out the door, off the launch pad to success, long term. I recognize that's difficult, but this attempt at a silver bullet is really, I think, like working to their detriment, like working to the detriment of the goal.
Yeah, when they do the gender swaps, I tend to think that comes out more as a dog whistle than actually getting them anything with the minority people.
All of it feels like a dog whistle.
Yeah, that it goes over well usually with their majority white audience trying to feel like they're doing something good.
Mm-hmm. Without actually making any kind of substantive, like, structural change to the society. Like, okay, sure, you don't have equal voting rights and everything's still gerrymandered, but at least there's a Black Flash.
Yep.
Like, okay, great.
And with some character concepts it can be done, with some it can't. Like doing it with Green Lantern wasn't any big deal because none of the powers were internal. It was just whoever the aliens decided was worthy to have the lantern to recharge his ring. So, that one you can switch characters left and right, and it really doesn't matter who they were physically before that point. With characters where, the power is something more internal, or especially if it's something that somehow reflected a heritage, that's very much more problematic.
Well, the one that really gets on my nerves is the people who try to say, well, it's not inherent to the character that they be fill in intrinsic quality. So why are you arguing that we're changing it? And I'm like, well, remember, it is one of those intrinsic inherent qualities. It's an essential quality they can't change about themselves, but you changed it. You had to have a reason. Why? If it doesn't matter, if it's not essential to the character, why'd you feel the need to change it in the first place?
So hey,
Something
Amiga.
the idea being to tell them that their attempt at saying who me, I didn't change any. I didn't. I'm not the one doing something that is unnecessary. Well, it's just your objection that's unnecessary. It's like, look, I'm all for having characters that are diverse. Obviously, it's not a matter of what you changed; it's that you changed any damn thing. You make Lando Calrissian Mexican, and I'm just as pissed as if you made him white, or if he was white and you made him something else, because that's Lando Calrissian. That's what I grew up with. That's what I want to stay the same, is that character, because these fictional characters become like old friends. And it doesn't matter what their skin color is. What matters is that it's that now, and I want it to stay that way because that's what's familiar, that's what's fun, that's what I grew up with. That's my Lando, Luke, Han, Leia, Chewie, whatever.
Yeah. Well, in a sci-fi thing that's supposed to be like a different world, something completely removed from us, it is even a little more gray, but like most of the superheroes are supposed to have been like in modern days these we're familiar with.
Well, and none of that matters. It doesn't matter how you justify it.
Well, no, some of that, sometimes that does matter, because then a character being of a particular race is going to be some reflection of, their heritage. So their personality will be different, not just their skin color.
Well, I mean, regardless, though, it's just keep things the way they were originally made, please. It just, all you're doing is pissing off the original fans. You're not actually helping anyone else by race or gender flipping a character, no matter which direction you do it.
No, I agree that they shouldn't be doing it with existing characters. And the only way I would make an exception to that is, some type of thing of a character handing down the mantle to the next generation. Because then you have what's identified as a different character with a unique personality.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and this is my usual go-to. Take the guy they called Jimmy Olsen in Supergirl. Like, he's this tall, strong, confident black dude, and I really liked his character, but that's not Jimmy Olsen. If they called him anything else and said, oh, he has the same job that he does on the show, he has the same everything he does on the show, he's just not that character you're familiar with, he's a different guy, no controversy, and he's a great character, and he's a person of color, and that's irrelevant to whether or not I give a damn about the guy. I just liked the character, but it's the fact that they fucked with Jimmy Olsen that has me grouchy. It's not even that they fucked with a white boy. Jimmy Olsen could have been like black as midnight, but if he was a nerd, I don't want him being tall, strong, and handsome. I want a nerd.
Yeah, there was no reason to associate this new character with this previous character.
Yeah,
it was just a completely separate person. There was no reason to tie them together.
Mm-hmm. But, oh well. Try saying that to my liberal friends, and they start seeing my face morph into Trump's.
Yeah, I can understand that with some of the people I've argued it with.
It's just so unfair. You can't have these conversations without, like, some people getting really emotional about it. Like, it's impossible to have these as clinical discussions with people, as hypotheticals. And ironically enough, God forbid you play devil's advocate on something, they'll assume it's your actual position. No, seriously, like I said, okay, hypothetically speaking, what about fill in the blank? And they go, oh, so you support fill in the blank, do you? And I was like, no, I'm just doing the thought experiment. I want to know what you think. Well, what I think is you shouldn't be supporting fill in the blank. Oh, fuck off. I can't have this conversation, you know?
Mage is saying Mr. Terrific was a black atheist in the Arrowverse. I didn't follow that.
Never did.
But they made him.
I assume by Arrowverse you mean Green Arrow, which I never read.
Yeah. Well, I was assuming he meant the TV show, the Arrow TV show, but I didn't follow the DC characters as much. I vaguely remember a Mr. Terrific from the DC comics from the 80s, but not even sure if that's the same character you're talking about.
Also, Mr. Terrific sounds a little bit more like a magician, like a stage magician. Mr. Terrific, alakazam! But that's just me.
As opposed to Mr. Fantastic in the Marvel Universe?
I guess, yeah.
Reed Richards, the leader of the Fantastic Four?
Oh, right, that guy.
Wasn't there a Tom Terrific?
I don't think that was a superhero.
Wasn't that one of the Jay Ward cartoons?
I think.
The guy who did Bullwinkle?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at Mr. Terrific and is that a mask or makeup that he's wearing? I can't tell. Or is it literally part of his face? I honestly can't tell what's up with this dude's noggin.
Skin color's shit. If you have a frogman playing a clarinet, you have bigger problems than human racism.
What?
Randy said skin color's shit. If you have a frogman playing a clarinet, you have bigger problems than human racism.
Well, it's not that I didn't hear, though. I don't understand it.
I think he's just referring to the characters being too much of a stereotype, even if they're anthropomorphized.
Well, okay, but tell me, is that a mask he's wearing? Is that part of his face? What is that? I mean, you can see a very obvious ridge here. It looks removable, but for all I know...
I'm believing it's a mask because I think it was made to be in the shape of a T as, basically a logo for the character.
Maybe, but it looks awfully flexible, like it's built into him.
I was thinking it was like a leather mask, but yeah.
Well, how many masks have perfectly fitted nostrils and lips?
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck I'm seeing. That must be some uber high tech mask then, Mage. Like I mean, hell, they're superheroes. It can be magic if it wants to be. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that the Mr. Terrific character, like I said, I'm not that familiar with him, but that he was an atheist. I actually wasn't aware there were any atheist superheroes.
Oh, there are, definitely. I think Iron Man's among their number. I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up, but...
I mean, I know there are a lot that weren't necessarily religious, but I didn't know there were any that they specifically said were atheist.
Well, yeah. Like, I think Iron Man was among their number. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Atheist characters in the Marvel universe, at least. Yeah, Tony Stark is number 2. Peter Parker is actually number 1. Reed Richards is listed as well. Some creature called Gore, a god butcher, Earth 6-1. I don't know what the fuck that is. Cletus Cassidy. All of these say Earth 616. What the hell is Earth 616 in the Marvel universe?
I'm guessing that's a reference to their multiverse series, that this was a parallel Earth.
I'm sure it is, but I was after specifics.
Well, basically that's the specifics. It's a parallel Earth with its own storyline that doesn't have to be part of the canon of the regular comics.
Well, that's still far more general than I was asking, but okay. I mean, because they did list it as 616. That's possibly significant.
I think the numbers were just kind of chosen randomly, that there were a number of alternate Earths that they needed a designation to separate them, but they wanted to not have them in like chronological order
Well,
or anything.
it really wasn't so much after that part, though, as they decided on 616 for some reason, and I don't know why.
Well, wasn't 616 the mark of the beast when it was supposed to be Nero?
It seems to depend on who you ask. Because I still don't know, like 616, 666, which one it is. It seems to change every 2 seconds. You ask one person, they'll say it's one. You ask another person, they'll say it's the other. You ask someone else, they'll insist that the other person is really fucking wrong. It's just like you can't get a straight answer out of anybody. Everyone has their own idea of which one's the right one.
Okay, well, Mage says Earth 616 was the main comic book continuity.
Oh. Okay, then these characters, they only listed a few, but some of them are atheists.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I haven't really followed the comic books too much, like since the 90s, so.
I was never really into the superhero comics. I was into the other types of stuff.
I like the Marvel ones. I didn't care for the DC ones as much, just because the Marvel ones, they kind of gave them more background on their life while they weren't being superheroes, so they felt more like real people. Like Peter Parker was worried about flunking out of college. They had to do things that we had to deal with, like how am I going to pay the rent? If I'm busy fighting crime all the time and nobody pays me for it, how do I hold down a job?
Yeah, I gotta say, for me, that's not a draw. I usually use entertainment to escape from the real world. If all the characters are doing things in the real world that I have to do, and a lot of it's drudgery, I'm not that interested. It's not what I'm after.
Well, to me, it was like half the time they were in our real world, and then half the time they were in this super real world, with whatever their superpowers are.
I still wanted an escape, though.
Okay, to me, it just made the characters more relatable. They made them people I could identify with.
I got that from even, say, like Luke Skywalker, for example. The whole I was going to Tachi Station to pick up some power converters kind of stuff. To me, I got that. But how do I pay for college is just a little too nuts and bolts. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like the sort of dealing with my step parents part was the part that I really related to a little bit better, even though I didn't have step parents, but still, versus like how you gonna pay for it kind of stuff with fictional characters. Not that interesting unless how you gonna pay for it is illegal car races. And yes, I chose that example deliberately. It's the plot to a movie that only I've ever fucking watched.
Well, and a lot of it with the Marvel Comics came into, is there a way I can cash in on my superpowers? The first episode of Spider-Man, he made the costume because he was going to be a pro wrestler. He wasn't planning on being a crime fighter. He was trying to win a wrestling match that had a, cash prize of a couple $1,000s.
What you never see is a superhero who gets a bunch of like powers, like actual powers. We're not talking gadgets like Batman or Iron Man, and just doesn't do jack shit with them. No villain, no hero, no nothing. They just sort of lounge around and maybe they use the flight powers when they're late for work kind of thing, but otherwise they're just some ordinary person who has a bunch of powers. You never see that really.
No, but I thought another interesting one was Luke Cage, Hero for Hire. Was just the idea that he had the superpowers, but wasn't going to use them unless somebody's paying him.
I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that Dracula is part of the Marvel Universe, but still. He's listed as one of the atheist characters. Again, which I think is kind of funny, because, then why would a cross affect him? You know what I mean? Maybe it doesn't. I don't know this character, but or rather this iteration of the Dracula character. But if you're an atheist, why would a holy symbol affect you unless it turns out you're wrong?
It was a question I always had you know, even from watching the original Dracula movies, was that did it only work on him because he had been Christian before he became a vampire? So if somebody had been Jewish, would a Star of David have that effect on them?
Well, and that's come up more than once, sometimes for comedic purposes. In fact, usually for comedic purposes. For example, in The Mummy, they had the one guy who was just wearing every holy symbol and he kept holding it up at the
Yep,
mummy.
I remember. I loved that scene.
Yeah. And there was like a Jesus Christ vampire hunter movie at one point, and I'm pretty sure he used a Star of David. So there's that. I don't.
Another interesting take on the superhero thing.
Bruce Banner's an atheist.
Another interesting take on the whole superhero genre was there was a BBC sitcom called My Hero,
Yeah.
which you never saw him doing the superhero things. You only heard a news story on the TV in the background that he had, capped a volcano or something. But the whole series was just about that he was this alien from another planet and his day-to-day life living with this woman and trying to learn how to act like a human being. So it was all just about his relationship with this woman, and the superpowers really hardly ever came into it. It was an interesting premise and it was a fun show.
I still want to do something where like there's a supervillain who wins and now they rule the earth, but they're very unhappy because they didn't realize just how much paperwork there was going to be.
Yep.
It's like I thought I was just going to sit on the throne with my scepter and issue orders, but oh my gosh, I didn't know there was going to be anything about like the water system and stuff. Fine, signed, fix the waters, fix the sewage system now, and all this stuff. It's like I don't want to be a supervillain anymore. Someone else rule the earth, damn it! I abdicate. I don't know.
I think that could be a really good story. Yeah.
I mean, every time I've mentioned that, people bring up what is it called, Megamind or something, where he wins and then gets bored and creates a hero to fight him, but it's not the same.
No, it's just the idea that okay, by winning I became a bureaucrat. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's like yeah, I don't know. Oh my gosh, you people are holding elections. Do you not know what dictator for life means? What the heck was that? I don't know. Oh,
wait a minute.
I just remembered something.
Elections?
I don't know, the citizens that the dictator is supposed to be ruling over. They're all like, well, we want to have elections.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I forgot. I have like a bajillion boxes of these right now. So, yeah.
You flashed that kind of quick. I recognized the Walker's package, which was that the shortbread cookies. What you got?
Nope.
Oh, okay. The ginger. Yep.
If you like ginger, these are just to die from.
Oh, yeah,
and
I've had
they
those.
die from because, oh my gosh, you will eat yourself to death on those things.
My ex named our dog Ginger Snap, so that should give you some clue.
Well, ginger was one of the things I couldn't have when I was having the seizures, and it was one of my favorite things before. It's even more one of my favorite things now.
Monrick is sending Diana to bed, which is a good idea.
I actually want to send you to Diana to smack her upside the head and wake her up.
We could play furball. If she's asleep, she's not going to make a very good catch, and that could be a problem.
Okay, yeah, could be.
Furball is when you take a small cat and throw him back and forth, and whoever bleeds the least wins.
I'm open. Throw me the cat. I have a feeling that I'm going to win this game. I will be the least scratched by Sylvia of both of you.
Yeah. Sylvia's a good size for this one.
I mean, I could pick up Xander and throw him at my camera, but I suspect neither of you will catch him.
Yep.
There we go.
Sylvia's only half a kitty.
Yeah, but she's only about 7 pounds.
If I didn't recognize this was the same cat I saw 2 years ago, I would think she'd gotten a new one and it's not finished growing yet.
You ever
I
like meet someone in person for the first time and they're like way taller or way shorter than you ever expected?
Yeah.
okay then.
Ow.
Hmm. Well, it's after 5 p.m. here, and I usually feed the kitties between 5 and 6. And also, we have been at this for a few minutes, so it might be a good idea to, at
Oh,
least for me to go.
it might be because we've been.
Yeah.
Well, this is 8 hours that we've been at this, and I am fading a little bit. I'll be honest with you guys,
A little bit.
a little bit.
Okay, let's
Mm.
put it this way. We've been at this 8 hours. You've been at it 6.5.
Uh-huh.
Ooh, football. Hello.
Okay, so time to wind down. Everybody get some food and rest.
Yeah. So I'll tell you what. I want to thank everybody who's here, and I want to thank everybody who's not here. You know,
I want to accept everybody who's here as my just due.
there you go.
And special thanks for Von Rick for the money to get me here.
And I want to issue my thanks to Von Rick. By the way, I just noticed a little something. So thank you, dear.
Yeah, so I'll be
And,
staying here with Diana for a couple of days just to make sure she's got everything she needs before I head back.
And then you can get the rest up before you head back. Yeah.
So, what is the plan? I mean, like, Diana, are you just going to keep doing dialysis where you are, or are people taking you somewhere?
Well, there's the dialysis place that I am set up to go to is about a mile away from here. So I'll be going there for the foreseeable future. Um, get rides of one sort or another. I guess there's this thing called Access that I might be able to use to get a ride there.
I've
And
seen those driving
yeah,
around Seattle.
yeah,
Like, I haven't seen them here, but they have them in Seattle for sure.
the short buses,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, go from there. And I have, as I may have said before, a decision to make um,
Mm-hmm.
whether I keep going to a dialysis center for the rest of my miserable life, or
Oh,
if
the,
I
um,
do the fill the body cavity with fluid while I'm here at home. Um, so I got a couple weeks to make that
well, that only a
decision.
little bit answers my question. I mean, because, like, I know that before Purple showed up, there was talk of, I can't do this here. Okay, we'll pick you up and move you somewhere else, kind of thing. But it sounds like you're
Well,
sticking around in Pittsburgh.
I've
Well,
been trying to move her to Minnesota for more than 2 years. She's being stubborn about that.
Yeah.
well,
But yeah, I just think it would be much better if she was moved to where she's got a couple of friends close by so that if anything happens, it doesn't take 2 days for somebody to get here.
Yeah, you do need a support network, Diana. Right now, you've got, well, Sylvia.
yeah, and well, she's pretty good with that stuff. She brings me
I
chicky
think
whenever.
she'll have a hard time dialing 911, and you know it. Seriously, like, you should be with people who can help with you, you know? I mean, you should be around people who give a damn and can actually, like, be of assistance. And chances are good you can be of assistance to them in other ways as well. I mean,
Well, I keep telling her that too, that, I kind of need her there for a couple of things with helping me with the transition, and I sure as hell need a techie person around.
there you go. And despite her insisting on using Linux, she might be a techie person. But
She
seriously,
can at least
Diana,
keep people from plugging the things in backwards on my computers.
I
There you
really
go.
do think it's a good idea that you go somewhere where it's more than just you and the cat. I really do. And let's face it, you're being offered a community which is not the same as a home, if you see what I mean. You keep talking about how you live in horror of being put in a home somewhere. Well, you're being offered a home that's not a home, if you see what I mean. It's not like a place to go to die home. It's a place to be surrounded by friends home. Take it. You'll never get a better offer.
Yeah, it's just the idea to set her up in her own apartment where she'd be in the same city, so if there's a problem, I can be there in an hour or so.
You could not be being offered a better thing for you, really.
Yeah.
I mean, you're always talking about how goddamn lonely it is there. You'll be surrounded by people who like you and care about you.
Let me get settled down.
Well,
There are a couple things to take care of.
well, and like we've been saying, there would be a waiting list to get an opening for an apartment for you. So there's no reason not to fill out the paperwork and get on the list, because if your name comes up and you're still not decided on it, you can tell them I'm not ready right now, and they'll just knock your name to the bottom of the list, and then you got to wait for it to come to the top again. But there isn't any reason not to fill out that paperwork, so at least you start the process.
Yeah, the only reason not to do it is you're just scared of it. But I think that it will be the best thing for you right now. I really do. Friends, easy access to medical care, a support network, not being so fucking lonely all the time. I mean, seriously, Diana, there's no reason not to do this unless you're attached to Pittsburgh. And even then,
Which I am, kind of.
but even then, I mean, hell, I moved an entire country away, granted not, east, west, north, south, because I needed to do it for my own mental and physical health. And you need to do that now too. You know?
You sound like somebody trying to move a parent into a care home.
Except I'm trying to move you into a friend's home is the thing. I'm trying to move you somewhere where you've got all these people that give a damn about you, and it's not the home you're worried
Well,
about.
and
You know?
actually, quite frankly, if you're somewhere that you've got people to help support you and, take care of routine things that happen every couple of weeks, you're more likely to be able to continue living independently and not wind up in a home.
And mental health can affect physical health too. If you are in a place that's better emotionally than you are now, it could have a big impact. I mean, it sounds like magical woo, but it's not like they haven't done studies. Happiness affects health. And I mean this with love, but you've sounded miserable for the last couple of years.
Mhm. Well, and even me, for as much as I say I, avoid people, if you go too long without actually having some adult conversation, it gets to you.
Well, Moo,
So, I mean, we could write up a pros and cons list, but I suspect that going with perps is going to be solidly in the pro category.
Yeah, well, I keep going on about all the things that I think would be improvements for her.
Hmm.
And,
Well, it took this long to get her to go to dialysis. I don't expect anything
Yeah.
anytime soon.
what she says about this being home where she's established and familiar surroundings and such, and that's okay. I, I understand that about being uprooted and moving to a state you've never been to, you know.
Although I have to say, it would be really difficult for me to resist the opportunity if a bunch of people said, hey, we want you to be at least peripherally in our community, and you'll have this built in network like that, and you'll be part of something. It'd be hard to say no.
you're all ganging up on me. I don't know.
Oh, we're ganging up on you to make your life better. We're ganging up on you for your benefit. We're not ganging up on you because we want to blame you for something. I mean, come on.
Apparently, that's part of the threat that we're planning to keep her alive for several years.
Oh, darn.
Yeah, we can't have that.
Well, look at it this way. The longer you have to live, the more of those silly baseball games you can go to. Hmm? I mean, apparently watching them on TV ain't enough.
Well,
Huh?
how do you feel about becoming a Twins fan?
American League. Blah!
No, but
Although,
seriously, I mean,
personally, for as little as I care about professional sports, I would more recommend going to the St. Paul Saints farm team rather than the pro team. I thought that was a more entertaining game.
Okay, then.
remind me, the Saints is football, is it?
No, it's baseball, but it's the A team of the guys who are trying to impress people enough so that they can become major league players.
Oh. So then what's Minnesota's football team? I swear there's a team
The
called the
Vikings.
Saints. I swear there's a team called the Saints. I want to
New
say they have a
Orleans.
fleur de lis on them somewhere.
Yeah.
New Orleans.
All right. I think it's weird how like they're usually named after towns and not states. I know some states have more um like teams, more than just one team, but still it seems odd that they're not named after the state they're in.
Well, you used to have the California Angels, but now they are the what the hell is that name?
Aren't they Los Angeles?
The Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim or some shit like that. They've got two city names
Something.
in there.
Hmm. Uh, let's see. Yeah, it's Los Angeles Angels.
That's
Hmm.
actually one that at least makes sense.
Well, it's funny because the California Angels featured very prominently as a plot point in one of the movies that I like a lot. It's called Taking Care of Business, 1990, Jim Belushi and Charles Grodin. I also like a strange amount of the Star Trek: The Next Generation cast. But they the main character broke out of prison to see the Cubs play in the World Series, and the game he wanted to see was them playing against the Angels.
Okay.
So yeah, it was a fun movie, cheesy ass '90s popcorn flick. It's not worth any special effort to see it, but if it's on, don't turn it off.
Mm.
One of those. Yeah. So anyway, point being, I know you like baseball. Well, this will help you see more games because you'll have that support network. You'll be happier. You'll be healthier.
Yeah, I have to rent a car to get to every American League game.
There is just no helping you, is there?
No, there isn't.
Uh,
I'm a
She's trying to
stubborn.
make it difficult.
I'm a stubborn piece of shit.
yeah, clearly, but when it's your own life and happiness, we shouldn't have to be the ones convincing you to fight for it.
Oh my.
That should be your job to fight for that. Silly person.
Yeah, I'm very sorry.
I keep trying to keep it
Yeah.
simple. That as long as you're alive, you have options. Once you're dead, you don't.
Yeah.
Well, you may not have options, but you'll never know it.
True, but knowing it is one of the options you won't have, and that kind of stinks too. I mean, sure, when you're dead, it's over, but prior to that, I think about not existing, and I think it sounds like something I'd prefer to keep on doing, existing. I like it.
Not existing sounds boring.
Well, I often ask myself, what will it be like to not exist? And then I have to, slap myself a couple times. And hey, Clarion, when you don't exist, there's no you to know you're not existing.
Yeah, but I find myself asking, if I die, what'll I miss out on? Well, I don't want to miss out on that, so I'd rather not die, is my thinking.
Well,
I'm not thinking about whether I'll miss it after I'm dead. That is the thing I'm trying to avoid is the being dead part.
Yeah, well, and you're saying about when you're not existing, you won't be aware of it. And I don't know. Being aware of things is kind of the only distraction. So again, if I'm not aware, that sounds boring.
well, I don't know. And I could be aware, or I could be two wares.
They don't actually measure or like the quantity of wares by numbers like that. Not really.
Ah,
Um,
Yeah. No,
they
you
they do if
you
you
would
try to walk out of Target with everything in the housewares.
yeah.
well, but I mean, they actually you wouldn't be two wares. You would actually be wary. You see, you'd be wary.
Okay. Is that the way that works?
Yeah. It's kind of like Roman numerals, only much stupider.
Oh, I was thinking that a where E under the full moon turned into an O.
Hmm.
Oh my.
I don't know. I'm just picturing it as a sequel to that Pixar movie. We started with Wally. Now there's Wary.
Wally is actually a film I saw.
Wow, that's hard to picture. That's another reason for you to go to Minnesota, so people can start showing you movies. Stuff
There
you
is
haven't
that.
watched yet. Stuff that people keep referencing that you don't understand because you never saw it and didn't bother.
Well, do they know what theaters are up there?
You don't have to see it in a theater. You can see it on disc on a TV screen. I mean, hell, some of these screens are big enough to practically be theaters. I mean, look at this bad boy.
What is that? A 3 foot, or is that more?
I don't know. I just know that when I'm looking at it, it fills my vision.
I think that's about the same size as the ones we have, which are 50-inch.
Foo foo.
Anyway, I really am gonna go feed the cats and get some food now. So
I need some food. I definitely need some food. I may have to boil an egg.
Mm. Well, have fun and
Well,
do the right thing. Damn you!
see you Tuesday, I guess, huh?
In all likelihood, yep.
See what shape I'm in, because Tuesday morning is my next dialysis session. So we'll see.
Round is a shape, right?
Last I checked.
No, you've lost a bunch of weight and you know it, but still, that was a good one.
And
See
then,
what shape you're in. You see, I'll just go.
yes, as far as that goes, no, I'm a little less round than I used to be. I just checked this morning and I came in at 173.
Hmm.
So,
Well, anyway, so have fun, be well, see you Tuesday,
well,
all
take
of
care,
that.
honey.
Have fun, perps.
Yay.
Take care of that one for us.
Yeah, well, like I say, I'll make sure she's set up with everything she needs for a while before I head back.
Everything. Anyway, I'll see you later.
Okay, honey.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, and I guess, as I say, kids, thanks a million, all of you, really and truly. You keep me going, and I appreciate every minute of it. And looking forward, hopefully, to seeing you Tuesday evening. I can give you a report on how the dialysis went Tuesday morning, and take care of a few things, get a few things all set up and
Yeah.
put together and everything else. And okay,
Okay.
thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.
Bye bye.